Okay. Welcome in to day 2 of the End Times tournament. Happy Sunday, everyone. And make sure you get your tithes in. Alrighty. We're going to be majorly praying today that the internet holds up. So everybody cross your fingers and send some prayers out. Edgar, how's it going? Welcome in. Gear's making fun of me. I mean, you are a horse. Hopefully not, Nazgul. I talked to Comcast again yesterday, and they made a lot of promises. So, they better be holding out on them. Otherwise, I'm going to be sending some very mean things to Costco headquarters. The 5th Chaos God? Actually, though. I mean, the Chaos Wheel does have 8 points, so there is room for 3 more. Yeah! Did I say Costco? I thought I said Comcast. You know what? Costco can get it too. I don't care. Their prices are too good. There's definitely something bad going on.
Piss on your pyramids.
There's something not right going on at Costco for the price of those hot dogs. Hara, pray to the machine spirit of the Wi-Fi router. I have! I even anointed it in like candles and stuff. I literally put one giant red candle with like a gold cross on it and melted it over the entire modem, and it still isn't working right. It's not working at all, actually. It's completely destroyed. I'm actually using my phone as a mobile hotspot right now. We're all on cellular. No, I want a hot dog. Frick you. Then go get a hot dog. Take me into Costco, put it up on a TV, and be like, yeah, there's a tournament on. Call a tech priest. That might be our last option, frankly. But yeah, we're gonna be doing day 2 of our End Times tournament today. Again, I really apologize about the internet stuff recently. If I had more control over it, I would. But as you can see, I spent yesterday troubleshooting a bunch of other things. And apparently losing my voice a little bit, so it's a little scratchy today. But we'll be all good. Yeah, if there was anything else to get besides Comcast, I would be getting something else, but there's not, so. Have you used the holy rite of smacking the router to tame the machine spirit? I've spanked it. I have tapped it on the head. I have shaken it. I have done literally everything. It has not helped. Hara has McDonald's Wi-Fi? How'd you know I was at the McDonald's down the street? They said as long as I kept buying hamburgers and munching on French fries that I could stay in here. To see if it gets the Wi-Fi working, I have literally cast curses on it. Inside the McDonald's workers even recommended trying to anoint it with like holy McDonald's fry oil. Still hasn't done anything. I don't know, dude. If the power of Ronald McDonald can't fix my router, I don't know what could. It's just cooked. I'm just set up in the ball pit. Not even the ball pit. It's like the little crawl space, like the center of like the little crawl tube space. Dude, those things are nasty. I was not allowed to go in those as a kid because my parents were like, those are fucking disgusting. You're not running around in there and then coming back and eating with your bare hands. Hey, Silau, welcome in. How's it going? Which Egyptian god would be the god of tech repair? Thoth, almost undoubtedly. It would definitely be Thoth. Even though it would probably make him very angry that MedJet is invoked the most on the internet. Let the Clanker Wars continue? Hell yeah. Call his ass then? I literally shoved him into a locker yesterday over it and it didn't help. No, the weather's been fine. It's just something broke like 2 weeks ago. And at the start, it would only go down and be like really spotty for like a couple minutes, but now it's like a couple hours. Yeah, that is what I am rallying for on Comcast headquarters. So yeah. Did you get their lunch money too? No, I can't take their lunch money because the university school system for ancient Egypt is free school lunches. I blame sharks attacking the internet. What do you mean by that? Oh, wait, like you...
We piss on your pyramids.
You're gonna need a lot of piss for that. But the thing, yeah, I completely forgot that there's like the undersea, like the deep sea cables where like for some reason sharks are like, yummy. Tastes like metal, tastes like pennies. Is WOG a new redeem? I did add it today, yeah. Glass and fiber. He's getting his daily allotment of fiberglass. Leave him alone. If I were a shark, I would chew on internet cables too.
We piss on your pyramids.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a shark. I'm definitely a bird, but I totally understand like the shark instinct of being like, you know, let me just feel it out by biting it. I don't know what this thing is. What happens if I bite it? I've done the exact same things. It's why the aliens didn't stay here very long. Aliens built the pyramids? No, actually, they tried to come and help, and then I was like, what are you? And then I bit them, and they were like, all right, we're leaving. This place sucks. I got bit by a radioactive bird that's like making my Geiger counter freak out more than a giant block of radium. We're getting out of here, dude. This place sucks. Yo, thank you for the follow, Robert Wood. Welcome to the cold. How you doing? Okay. Yo, Wolf King, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. Extraterrestrials be like, absolutely. Absolutely. That's weird. Okay. Sorry, guys. I don't know if y'all heard that, like, weird noise, but ignore it. Enjoy the Metal Gears? I absolutely will. Yeah, Windows ping? Yeah, you gotta love it. So I upgraded to Windows 11, and apparently I forgot to, even though I muted system sounds, it didn't actually turn it off, so. You only have to hear that once, though, so it's all good. All right, so we'll get started back with our bracket here in a minute. Let me go ahead and get it pulled up. I think it should still work. Let me see. Yoink. All right, so yeah, here's our bracket. We only got through like a third of the first round yesterday. So hopefully we'll at least be able to get through all of the first round today before things break up. But our first game today will be Stimpack versus Angel of Death. It'll be Stimpack's Royal Guard against Angel of Death's Hawk Riders Anonymous. And then eventually we'll be at some point getting to the Pain Train face-off over here. So I'll let you guys, we'll hang out for a little bit longer, let people pile on in and get things together, and then we will start on the rest of our tournament. So I think a lot of people are excited for the Pain Train. Rude word to use with a transformer in the chat. You're like half, though. Do you think you're gonna win your first fight? Who am I up against? Am I up against you? Oh, I'm up against you. You're all horses, right? Yeah, I'm winning. I don't know how to tell you this, but yeah, I'm probably winning. Ooh, actually, I gotta think. Do I have any ranged units on my army? I can't remember if I have ranged units, because I think you have a couple flying units, but if I'm gonna be honest, your cavalry's getting cucked. What is backseating? So backseating is when you watch a streamer play a game, and you start trying to give like unsolicited advice in very rude ways. So like whenever, especially when I know what I'm doing, like for example, like if I'm playing War Thunder and you're like, Hara, you're supposed to shoot a T90 on the lower front plate. It's like, bro, shut up. I'm well aware. Like, thank you so much. Now, if I'm in chat and I'm like, hey, how does this work? It is not backseating because I am asking for it. But yeah, okay. Let me thank people for streaks real quick. Tarn, thank you for the 15 stream streak. Jadel, thank you for the 3. Furry, thank you for the 3. And thank you, Deathheart, for the sub. Congrats on 23 months. Wow, you're almost at 2 years. That's crazy, isn't it? This might sound really weird. It might be because I've like gotten stuck in like the day-to-day. Whoa! Yo, Watcher, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Much appreciated. That's so kind of you. Thank you for inducting 5 more members into the harem. But what was I saying? Shit. Oh, that's what I was saying. It's like really hard to believe that some of you guys have been here for 2 years. Like, I know you guys, but it doesn't feel like I've known you guys that long, you know? Vlad and his 7 closest homies just mogging poor Luther. It wasn't even like Vlad and his 7 closest homies. It was like, you know what? It was like that episode of The Boondocks with the Thugtocracy. Does anyone remember that episode? And Bushido Brown, and he like dies to like the 3rd or 4th in command. Like that is what it reminds me of. Hara, why do you call your subscription a harem? Because it's like the only natural evolution beyond a cultist. And it feels like I met them yesterday, even though I'm an active chatter every stream. That's what I mean. Like, it's crazy. Like, time just flies. And I think it's because you get, like, especially as the streamer, you get lost in, like, the day-to-day and stuff. But it really does feel surprising. Flyer, thank you for the 3 stream streak as well, by the way. Where's the priests and priestesses? It's a good question, actually. Usually it's just like cultists, and then mods are like high priests. Yeah, I think that was a different bot, and I ended up removing it. If you guys really like those, I'll look into re-adding them after stream. Just make sure one of the mod team reminds me. Don't let her fool you. We still mop the floor. Yeah, high priest is like being the manager of like, I don't know, like a Ross dress for less. Like, yeah, you technically hold all of the spell books. You hold the power. Like, you're able to technically cast spells yourself against other cultists. You keep them in order. But also at the same time, sometimes you gotta clean up vomit. Sometimes you gotta clean up vomit that a cultist is left on the floor. Sometimes you have to clean up after I go on a McDonald's run and leave all the food everywhere.
Max penis got stuck in the door.
You gotta help Mike with his penis in the door. Yeah, exactly. Like, you have to do, it's like a manager at a Ross Dress for Less. There's so much power you have, and you have to do the worst things ever. You also have to clean up after I mummify people, which is a lot of blood and viscera, so I hope you have a strong stomach. You also have to, like, order restock, like you would at a Ross Dress for Less. You have to order restock for embalming materials. You get used to it after the first 3 times. You just need a lot of sawdust. Just a lot of sawdust. Hey, Julio. Yo, Oathbreaker. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Thank you for your devotion to the cult.
Well, let me guess.
Brendan. Ow. Playing Viscera cleanup detail? That would be funny. Now I can hear the bird yap and provide NFL commentary on Total War. I'm glad that you feel that way. That was kind of the idea. I try to think of like ways I can like mix in like jokes and stuff, but it's not really easy. It's kind of hard, at least by myself. Which makes me wonder next stream if I should like bring someone on to like the announcing team as like the commentator and I'm like color. You know what I mean? Like color commentary. Cause like it makes me think of like I really if I could aim for something, I want it to be like that one meme where it's like the two NFL announcers like looking over the bombing of Hiroshima. Yo, Sir Jenkins, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? Here, I'll play the audio for you. Here, one sec. Actually, I'm gonna play that YouTube video for you guys. It's so good. All right. It's so good, man. Absolutely prepare for peak, by the way. This is the goal of what I want the tournament to be like.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fox's coverage of an American bombing run on Hiroshima.
Yeah.
I'm Buck, and with me, as always, is Troy Aikman. It's a crisp August morning in southern Japan, and what goes better in the morning than Dunkin' Donuts?
Oh, love me some Dunkin' Donuts.
Japan's air defenses have been laughable in the last few months, Troy. Do you see them putting up any kind of a fight?
I just can't, Joe. Japan has been miserable recently, but they just refuse to quit.
It looks like we're starting here, so let's cut to the aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear. Here comes the Enola Gay. It's about overhead of Hiroshima now. Gay, and he drops the payload. Let's take another look with the Toyota Instant
Whoa.
Replay.
Looks like it only dropped one bomb, Joe. Can't expect it to do much damage.
Yeah, one bomb, that's not very much.
But what you can expect is for America to tune in to a brand new episode of The Simpsons.
I hate
by
The
a new
Simpsons.
Family Guy, only on Fox. And that was a massive explosion, Troy. Let's hear from Aaron Andrews down in downtown Hiroshima. Aaron. Looks like we're having some technical issues with the headset. We'll be right back after these messages from our sponsors.
Y'all, I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't think Aaron's gonna be at the post game interview, the post bombing run interview. Oh my god, I love that video so much. It is actually one of my favorites. It's terrible, but it's so funny. All right, so we're about to get started back on with the tournament. Actually, I might go grab myself a cough drop real quick. How are you feeling today? I'm okay. Haven't talked a lot today, so.
We piss on your pyramids.
Please don't. Shut up, Cubson. I will watch them eventually. My God. Jesus Christ. This guy wants me to, you want me to watch those Terra Warhammer videos so bad. I am busy. I have had things going on. Oh my Lord. Chat, what's your favorite donut? There's a local place. Yeah. They make maple bacon donuts. They're really good.
King in the castle, king in the castle. Have a chair, I have a chair.
Yeah.
Oh, go do this, king in the castle.
King in the castle. But yeah, they're pretty good. They have Oreo ones too. I get they're the best, Cubson, but I will get to it, buddy, I promise. We should have had Pancreas come in as a commentator. I didn't want to make any other creators feel like they had to commit too much this first time around, which is why I'm doing it by myself. But yeah, if you guys, I'm definitely considering it for the next one. Yo! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, everyone! everyone, my name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian peregrine sun goddess, and I do War Thunder variety and history streams. Thank you so much for the raid, Stim Pack. Actually, great timing. We're about to take just a second break so I can go get a lozenge, and then we're starting up our Total War Warhammer 3 tournament, and you're up next. You're actually up next, so thank y'all so much for the follows. Yeah. Here, let me pull up the bracket real quick. Okay, so if you don't know, today I am running, well, I guess this weekend and next weekend, I am running a Total War Warhammer 3 AI v AI tournament. It is a lot of fun. We've only gotten through a couple games so far because my internet has been spotty. But yeah, we got 45 contestants, so 23 matchups. We got through 8 yesterday. A lot of them were very close. Some were not close. But we'll be doing more today, and I'm really excited about it. But yeah, up next, Stim Pack, you're against Angel of Death's Hawk Riders Anonymous with your Royal Guard. So we'll be getting started here in just a moment. But how was your stream? What were you up to? I really do appreciate the raid on. And thank you all for the follows. Welcome into my cult. To explain some more about myself, my name is Hara Rae Sol. I'm an ancient peregrine sun goddess. I'm the combination of Ra and Horus in ancient Egyptian mythology, known as Ra Harakti. I'm the goddess of the sun, sky, and the ancient pharaonic bloodline of Egypt. I have a master's in history, work as a museum curator full-time in real life. And so we like to do history streams, virtual museum tours, play like history cahoots, play strategy games and stuff like that. So Total War is a really close series to my heart. So I thought this would be really fun. We plan on having more tournaments in the future. I'm afraid that entries are closed. But we definitely plan on having more, especially when the Nagash DLC comes out and when Warhammer 40k comes out. So it'll be a lot of fun. I got you, Stim Back. See ya. Have a great rest of your day, hon. Yo, what's up, Sheriff Pumpkin? But welcome in all new folks. So, I will be back in just a moment. I'm gonna go grab myself a lozenge. My throat's a little icky. So give me like literally 2 minutes. I'm not gonna make y'all watch an ad or anything. And when we get back, I will have our first game pulled up and we'll get started, okay? Be back in just a second. what we're gonna do first is we're gonna go ahead and get our armies together. So our last battle was actually the closest. It was between this thing of Chaos Dwarves and these Way Watchers. The Way Watchers, almost said Wee Watchers. Honestly, they are Wee Watchers. Won by maybe seconds, which was so entertaining to watch. Like, if these magma cannons from this Chaos Dwarf army actually got their last shot in, it would have been over, but they somehow pulled it out. So we're gonna go ahead and get these armies together. All right. Yeah, my allergies are taking a toll on me today, guys. I am so sorry. So we have Stimpaks, Beastmen army. Wow, that is a real Beastmen horde. And then we have Angels, Wood Elves. That's right. This is going to be the last one that we were going to do before internet cut out. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to randomize the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right. So we'll be doing the Blasted Wastes Realm of Tzeentch. So I'm going to take my little Oxyotl and we're going to get started. And I'm going to run him from the battlefield so we can get this game going. All right. Let's go. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Go ahead and place your bets. I forgot we were betting channel points. My ears played a trick and thought you said Weight Watchers. Honestly, dude, with my bird brain, I was also thinking that and almost said it like 4 times. Let's get ready to rumble. Yeah. Yo, what's up, CSA? Welcome in. How's it going? What do the armies look like again? So the Beastmen have a lot of small units, mostly like regular infantry, but it's a lot of them. So it's going to be a lot of Beastmen to get through, plus a Taurex, which is going to be pretty hard to beat. And then the Wood Elves have an aerial, the Sisters of Twilight, which is the hawk, which is on the giant hawk. Some Eternal Guard shields, 3 Way Watchers, and 2 Hawk Riders. So the Beastmen might have a little bit of a hard time because I don't think they have a lot of archers. However, as we've seen with the chaos of the AI, they're really bad about taking these aerial bow units and putting them into melee. So it could be just about anything. Oh, it's Gabor, but it's okay. I'm so sorry. If I get y'all's name wrong or I give you the wrong nickname, please just let me know. I'm more than welcome to accommodate. But welcome in, Norcorp. How's it going? So make sure you guys get those bets in. Are the bets over? We get to start. I'm also going to let you know right now with the way Total War Warhammer 3 works is that it loads all of the units in the last like 5 seconds. So every battle, I'm going to freeze up for like a quarter second, but don't worry about it. Yep, there it is. Without fail, man. Without fail. The game runs perfectly fine, but those little like 4 seconds on that little loading bar every time just causes so much problems. Alrighty. So we'll be seeing Stimpak's Beastmen army from our side. I'm going to go ahead and take our Oxy and put him back here. So the Beastmen army is actually a little split as there's this giant fucking random hole in the ground. Yo, thank you for the follow, Code Shiku. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? But oh my god, the numbers are mighty. That is a full front. And the elves just have way less units. I mean, look at all these really angry Beastmen. You know what they kind of remind me of? Especially these guys. I mean, granted, they look almost exactly like him, but they remind me of, like, isn't his name, like, Tommen? From, like, not Bridge to Terabithia, not Lord of the Rings, Narnia! From Narnia! It reminds me of Tommen from Narnia, who's, like, got his little, like, scarf on, and it looks like he spends all of his day in a cafe. So, these are probably his much more violent ancestors. But we've also got some Minotaur great weapons. Honestly, my favorite unit in the Beastmen. They look so fucking cool. And then we've got Tarox, the Brass Bull. Just wow, that's crazy. Sir, I think there's, you know that guy's got Smoker's voice. But yeah, we got a lot going on here. Blackhorn Ravagers, dang, those are sick. Those look awesome. They kind of remind me of the Urukai. So yeah, let's go ahead and get this started. Let's see who comes out on top. All right, I need you to leave. Oh, I didn't realize it was that way, my bad. All right, so the artillery has happened early. There's a small spell that always comes in from the Sisters of Twilight, and they're gonna take their first big knock on these Minotaur great weapons. The Beastmen are starting to reform their lines so they can get in a more organized stance, and it looks like they're going to start enveloping, but it looks like actually the Elves are gonna advance first, despite being vastly outnumbered. The arrows start to strike true on these Beastmen units in the back. Honestly, I've never played Beastmen before, so I'm wondering if it has the same effect as, like, Necro units or Skaven units, where if their Lord dies, their morale absolutely tanks. But it looks like the Beastmen are gonna sit and wait for the Elves to come to them. Certainly an interesting strategy, but let's see how it goes. The AI always has problems like this. It always chooses a defensive and an offensive army and lets one run into the other one. But it looks like they're just content to whittle down these units with these Way Watchers. When will the Beastmen make their charge? What are they waiting for? Looks like they're waiting on one more unit to get in position before they make their move. Hello? And there it is. There's finally the full forward assault. They're gonna bring the whole weight of the army down on this front line. By doing so, they definitely hope to envelop these Way Watchers on the backside. All right, as you can see, these smaller but extremely quick Beastmen units are starting to envelop on the flanks and scare out these Way Watchers. Now remember, what's scary about Way Watchers is they can fire while they run and skirmish, but it looks like some of them have already been caught by these Minotaurs, which will definitely hold them down. These Eternal Guards, however, are about to be flanked from 3, maybe even 4 sides. Those Minotaurs are absolutely cutting into these Way Watchers on the back line. Them being fresh allowed them to catch them quite easily. Let's check out this wooded front line. Just the absolute tide of Beastmen who are lower in quality, but these Minotaur great weapons are acting like a hammer to their anvil. I think the Elves might be cooked. Who knows? It's quite possible. It seems to be that the Sisters of Twilight are going to continue to try and chip down along with these Hawk Riders. So if you don't know, there was a new rule added with Total War Warhammer 3 where if none of your ground units land and all of your ground units are wiped out, you have to land them or you automatically lose the battle. A rather contentious rule, but one that is required nonetheless. So we'll see how the AI responds to that, because it looks like the Elves are indeed starting to absolutely break under the unrelenting numbers of these Beastmen. I mean, look at these Eternal Guard, who are by no means elite units. Oh my god, as you can see, our equipment is unable to handle just the number of Beastmen here. The absolute horde. Oh my. It looks like the Elves are starting to flee the field already, with really only Ariel down here being able to keep the ground units going, as well as this last unit of Eternal Guard Shield that are just absolutely surrounded. Tarox is actually extremely low and chasing some Way Watchers. Looks like he's going to catch them, despite being very tired. Yeah, there are a ton of beastmen. Oh, wow, what a move! Like a bowling ball into pins with so much gore and viscera. Torox continues to roll himself into these Way Watchers that just can't seem to get out of the way. It looks like the AI has accounted for the fact that they can't just use ranged units anymore and have now dedicated their Hawk Riders to a ground battle. But it might be a little too late for that. The Hawk Riders are trying their best, but they are not meant for this kind of melee, especially against spear units. Yeah, Torox is definitely low, but do not call the ambulance for him. These Hawk Riders are still starting to get chipped away. It's only a matter of time at this point. It looks like the Beastmen have held their numbers despite getting whittled down in multiple areas. There's just too many numbers. The Way Watcher's arrows, surprisingly, are not fast enough and aren't chipping these thinner units away as fast as you'd probably like. It looks like Torox is now fighting Ariel in a one-on-one here. I would imagine that Torox is stronger in the melee. It looks like he is winning slightly. He will definitely take a bunch of damage, no doubt, though. The Beastmen have now cornered the last few bits of Elven Guard over here. It's just an absolute tide. Just an absolute all-around flanking. They are absolutely surrounded. Torox has made Ariel flee the field. Now all that's left is just one more spear unit and a couple of Hawk Riders. And then the Lord themselves, who has now seemed to have finally entered the melee. Torox has now made his move to take them out himself. Massive explosion, little effect. It seems like no matter how hard these Minotaurs get hit, however, they just keep coming back for more. It does look like a mosh pit. Wow, Torox has absolutely rammed them out of the circle of Beastmen. He wants them all to himself. Elven bodies just littering the ground with numerous Beastmen around them, but it's not enough. And that's it. The Beastmen have finally taken their victory. The last remaining units of the Elves are finally fleeing the field. Certainly not the most dominant victory we've had so far, but a crushing one nonetheless. Thank you for the follow, Lock Warren. Welcome to the cult. Thank you, Mist Runner, for the 7-stream streak. Wow. Definitely a big one. Hi, Clincher. Welcome in. How's it going? But it looks like Stimpack VT takes victory the first round. Good for her. Alrighty. Okay, so give me one moment here. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at these stats. It would look like the Sisters of Twilight and actually one of these Eternal Guard really did put in work, but those Way Watchers did not do nearly enough damage. It doesn't look like they got enough time to actually get a lot of their arrows off. And they were focusing kind of the high-armored Minotaurs in the back line, which, granted, got nearly eviscerated, but it just wasn't enough. All of these spearmen granted, did not do a whole lot. These really cheap beastmen, but they all just took a pound of flesh. You know what I mean? So it adds up. And with the low numbers of the elves, they just weren't able to sustain it. How interesting. All right. Let me make sure that it got counted. Mods, if y'all don't mind counting that as a win. Okay, you already got it. Cool, let's go. Alrighty, so that is our first battle for the day, and it was a pretty good one. It was a pretty good one. I loved the flood of the beastmen. That was so cool. They did use the rat strategy of just insane numbers. There's actually a good number of builds today that actually try something like that. 30 million ants die in territory wars. That's actually crazy. That's actually something to talk about. So a lot of people, I don't know if a lot of people know about this because it wasn't really on the news, but when the Artemis 2 was taking off and landing, while that was going on for humanity, apparently chimpanzees had the largest turf war in monkey history during that same week, which is just kind of crazy to think about. They had almost a continent spanning turf war. Yeah, it's actually crazy. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get our next armies readied up. But first, we're going to go ahead and randomize our map. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We have the Glooming Wood on the Nagaroth Plains as our battle site. It looks like it'll be 2 armies starting out on clear fields, but having to run through a lot of forest. So hopefully neither of these armies have a lot of artillery, because that'll be pretty rough. Yo, what's up, Phantom? All right. So our next battle will be the Boy Kissers Tormentors against Clinchers Gore Queens Chosen. So let's go ahead and get those armies together. All right. Yep. Uh-oh. I might have to check something real quick. I might have named Boy Kissers something else in this. Yo, thank you for the follow, Rexy. Welcome to the Gold. How's it going? All right, let me pull that form up real quick. I think I put Boy Kisser's crazy name, by the way. Oh, wait, I know who it is. Hold on. I think I know who this is. Hold on. Shoot. Give me 1 sec. I gotta figure out who this is. I put their name down wrong. I knew I'd mess up one of these. I just didn't know which one it would be. Okay, should be the 13th question. 1, 3. Okay, never mind. Shit. Halt a moment. The production is falling apart over here. Hara's model looks cute when she looks to the right. Really? What the hell was your name? So, some people have vastly different Discord names to their, entry name, and I put them by Discord name, so this is the only one that I think I'll have problems with, but now I can't find their entry. Son of a bitch. You guys can't make things easy, can you? Okay, found it. Oh, okay. It is Cat Almighty. I fucking knew it. I couldn't remember, but I was like, I feel like I know who this is, but I can't remember. Yeah, I can't look up by race. I have to look up by username, so. But I got it. We're good. Okay, so we have, Boy Kissers, Slaneshi army. I don't know what I expected, honestly. I really don't know what I expected. And they will be going up against Clinchers, Gore Queen's Chosen. All right. This will be very interesting. It is Warriors of Chaos, kind of like very corn-coated. Going against Slanesh. I think this is our first demon versus demon battle, so this will be very, very interesting. I got you, Argon. Thanks for the lurk. You'll happily take your organs. Okay. Dakala, she's fucking terrifying, but so is Valkia. Yeah. These are gonna be some interesting fights. Slanesh doesn't really have ranged units, but they do have chariots. So this will be interesting to see how these Warriors of Chaos, which is a lot of Chosen of Corn, will deal with it. I'm really curious to see how this battle goes. Thank you, Gabor. Thank you for the lurk. And thank you for the follow, Al Suinor. I think I said that right. Welcome to the cold. How you doing? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Make your bets, guys. Oh, it's actually diagonal. So, lucky for the Corn army, there is not a lot of ranged options for this, and that might be why Corn might just take the dub here. Can I get this guy out this way? I think I can. But we're gonna wait until those bets get put in before we get started. There are a lot of chariots for Slanesh, which might be really good, but there's not a lot of range, which makes things kind of spooky going up against nothing but literal Corn berserkers. However, I don't think a lot of them have large weapons, so I'm wondering how that's going to go against like the Pleasure Seekers, or this Scourge of Arden. Which, like, man, that... Is it just me, or does that thing not look super Slaneshi? Now, these do. These look insane, honestly. What is that supposed to be, and why is their tongue like that? I don't like that. I don't like that. Ooh, fancy little camp. Yeah, definitely Dark Elf camp. They are boy kissers? Yeah, it sure looks like it. All right, so it looks like our bets are all done. We're gonna go ahead and get this battle started. Okay. Gotta make sure I get Oxy out of there. Thank you, sir. All right, so now that we can see the army of chaos over here, looks like those expiring champions are starting to run into the woods, try and gain some cover. But it looks like Corn's gonna let them come right to them. Already, cavalry is clashing on the left side. Those Heralds of Access are meeting these Knights of Brazen Throne, and they are absolutely butchering these chariots. That's 2 of them already down. The other 3 are in a really bad spot. They're getting absolutely shredded on this left flank. It looks like Corn has used these trees extremely well to their advantage. It is now going to be a close melee, and those cavalry units are already dead. It hasn't even been 30 seconds. Now we've got an air battle between Valkia the Bloody and this Scourge of Arden. And they are just going at one another. Ironically, Valkia's losing, it looks like. Yo, thank you for the follow, Aaron Archfiend. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? These archers, the few units of the devotee crossbows are really helping out for Arden right now. It looks like these Summoners of Rage have caught these crossbowers, however, and that's going to be a really tough time for them. The rest of this front is rather along a straight line. We have no chaos on this on this battle this time around, which is rather ironic, considering it's chaos against chaos. But it looks like Valkia is going to die on this back line back here without any allies around her. She's out. She's done. That's a huge loss for the Warriors of Chaos Army. This early into the fight, and she's already fleeing the field, nearly dead. Might even die to this poison. These Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, however, are absolutely buckling under these Chosen of Khorne, as it should be. Now that Khorne's entered this melee, it is a completely unfair battle. It would seem to be that Valkia is actually coming back and already wavering, however. She's just too beaten. It's getting really hard to tell who can win. Slaanesh currently has the favor and the numbers, but these Warriors of Chaos can chew through just about anything. Luckily, some of these Seeker Chariots are still there and ought to provide a lot of protection against these Chosen of Khorne lines. It also helps they still have Dakala, who is absolutely blending through these Warriors of Chaos and these Chosen of Khorne like a tornado. Valkia has joined the battle, but she doesn't have a lot in her. She's only got 200 HP compared to Valkia's 6,000. Oh, my bad. Dakala's 6,000. My mistake. These Warriors of Chaos have destroyed the Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, helping out Dakala, but do they have enough to take her down themselves? It's an absolute slaughter down here. Surely only Khorne can revel in something like this. Something happened to these Skull Crushers back here where they've lost most of their unit. Probably fighting these Chaos Warriors and trying to finish off these devotees. But that's one of their more powerful units being completely tossed away. It looks like the Scourge of Arden is actually going to end up losing to Valkia purely due to leadership and the inability to finish her off. She only has 100 HP, one decisive strike from Dakala, and she is done for. And there she goes! Absolutely run through by Dakala. One swift strike and off comes her head. Will the Warriors of Chaos be able to hold now? They were making such a quick comeback, and Slaanesh does not have much left in them. It is quite literally Dakala against the world right now. These Summoners of Rage are still putting in work. Will they be able to withstand Dakala? And it's over! Their leadership was crushed after their lord has died. Dakala was able to make the difference here. Slaanesh did not have much left in them. If the AI had simply played the lord a bit better, the Warriors of Chaos might have come out on top. All right. So congratulations to the Boy Kissers. They take their first win, but I would not be discouraged for the Warriors of Chaos. That was a very close fight. Again, had the AI not misused Valkia and had her sit there and just fight that dragon and take all those arrows as a pincushion, they would have done very well. What's interesting to see is that these aspiring champions barely got any kills. However, these Chosen, as expected, just absolutely cleaved through all of the regular units here. It quite literally was these pleasure seekers and Dakala against the world. And surely had Valkia the Bloody not gone down so fast, it might have easily gone the other way. Hey, Imperial, welcome, man. All right, what a close battle. I am liking that all of these have been a ton of fun so far. We haven't, the stomps have been fun for the few stomps we've had, but most have been very close. Hey, Red, welcome in, dude. How's it going? All righty. So, our next grouping is going to be Space Racks, the ruthless, not toothless, big crumpin' lads, against Hestia Olymps, Hestia's Vampire Trading Co. Limited. All righties, let's get these together. All right. All right, so Space Rack is apparently going by an absolute green tide of mostly goblins. A lot of cheap, small units. Meanwhile, Hestia has gone for the Vampire Coast with a fuck ton of depth guard. So this is going to be one of those other battles of quality versus quantity. Can these small numbers of these depth guard polearms and regular depth guard deal with this massive onslaught of greenskins? Hey, Eric, welcome in. The depth guard are indeed pretty solid. Go ahead and get y'all's bets in. We're gonna go ahead and choose our map. It will be in Eshin, a multiplayer map of all things. Alrighty. I think this will be our first multiplayer map. This ought to be very interesting. There's no real standout units besides Ajag the Slaughterer for the orcs. Everything is pretty regular. Even their units of renown are pretty low cost and cheap, but there are a lot of them. Those Forest Goblin Spider Riders can be pretty scary, as can those Savage Orc Boar Boys, as we saw yesterday. If you have enough of those Boar Boys, they'll overrun almost anything. However, we did see that a massive force of Orc Boar Boys lost to only a handful of High Elves and Techless under Pancreas Snowworks' army. So this could be very interesting to see. I'm curious how these also deck droppers might perform. If they can stay out of the range of these Orc Error Boys and these Forest Goblin Spider Riders, they're going to put in a lot of work on these extremely weak Goblin units. Was the bet a little too long? Or a little too short, rather? Hi, Squidly. It goes well. It goes well. All right. Yeah, too short. All right. Whoever's doing the polls, no biggie. Could we? No, you can't. You can't redo it. You can't redo it. Well, actually, wait. Can you redo it and refund everyone's points? Yeah, if you can make it just 3 minutes, I think 3 minutes would be fine. I think some people are having to do a big thinker. A big thinker. They're scratching the one big dandruff off their head as they're trying to pick their bet. Honestly, for our next tournament, we should treat it like the Kentucky Derby. And, like, all of us should show up in, like, frou-frou dresses and, like, really fine tuxedos. And, like, have, like, stack cards and stuff like that for people to, like, bet on and put it, like, in a fake newspaper. And we all just be, like, sipping, like, champagne mimosas and, like, eating, like, dainty tea cakes. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Kind of like how Americans saw the start of the Civil War. If you don't know about it, the first battle of the Civil War, like, there were a ton of people because it was near Washington, D.C. A lot of people, especially lawmakers, actually dressed up and showed up to the side of the battle for, like, the picnic because they thought it was going to be very gentlemanly. And what happened was, and they also thought the Union was going to absolutely stomp the Confederates. But what happened was that actually the Confederates got a surprise victory, and just all the carnage and bloodshed made all of these people that were picnicking on the sides of the battle have to pick up all of their stuff and run from the Confederate army back to DC because they did not realize that it was going to be, like, this horrific. Yeah, mimosas and finger sandwiches. We're going to have cucumber sandwiches. I don't know if you've ever had those before, but they're so tasty. One big dandruff. I don't want to imagine that. Well, you don't want to like peel all the dandruff on your head off in like one quick go. Like it's just a giant sheet of dead skin. Like you're gonna be a mummy. You're gonna be covered in it eventually. You're gonna have to get rid of. You have to get over that fear. Wow, this is a very heavy betting. So much money on Hestia's Depth Guard and I don't even know how to say that. Silostra Direfen. I will say with a 4-to-1 odds for the orcs, it would not be a bad idea to spend like, I don't know, 200 channel points, 300 channel points on the orcs just in case they win. Because if they do, you can win really big. We used to do betting on Uma Masuma races for a very long time when we were really high on playing that on stream. And chat would go big on like the first person on like the number 1 favorite, and then someone would bet like 10 on the number 3 favorite and just win out like thousands and thousands of channel points. Yo, Red, thank you for the 15 stream streak, by the way. Much appreciated. Yeah, it was always really funny. I really did feel like a bookie, though. Play the odds or play your favorites, classic struggle. It always is. It always is. All right. It looks like betting's about halfway over. We're going to go ahead and enter the game. I think I changed maps. Yes, I did, to Ashen multiplayer. So we're going to go ahead and start it up. And we're not going to start the battle, but we are going to take a look at the battle lines, talk about what we think is going to happen. This is relatively flat land, though, so this might be really bad for the depth guard. Oh, I'm 1 PNG. All right. Yo, thank you for the follow. Jolo Dog, welcome to the gold. How you doing? I need to move the chat box down a little bit. As you can notice, compared to yesterday, I got it fixed. I figured out what the problem was, so at least there's that. Ooh, ignore the special effects. Ignore the curtain that has been pulled back for your eyes to see. That lag was massive. It always is. So, like, it tries to load because it's just the way that 40K, or not 40K, Total War Warhammer 3 works. It puts all the units out at the same time at the very end. So it, like, loads the map and generates it. And then it puts down all the units and their animations. And it always causes you to, like, hiccup a little bit for, like, the last, like, 3 seconds. It's interesting. Aren't cucumber sandwiches more suited with tea? However, I wouldn't mind trying them with mimosas. I mean, they are, but they're very refreshing. All right, so I got a little bit more time on the bets. Total War performance debuff. It's something you gotta do, dude. But let's take a look at these orcs. These green boys are feeling very green today, especially with this lush Eshin green field. A lot of open space, very little cover. If the AI plays this cavalry correctly, it could be a slaughter. If they can just get the right flanks, because there's a lot of cavalry. I'm actually unsure how fast are these spider cavalry are actually significantly slower than the forest goblins. An absolute wog. And then finally about Ajag over here. I think I'm saying that right, Mr. Ajag. He's absolutely glowing. He's vibrantly green from the Great Green Prophet. He's definitely got himself some orky magic here. And he looks like he's raring to kill something. Armor piercing and everything. He's gonna be a little bit scary. All right, so bets are just about done, which means I can go ahead and get started. Let's go. Showing the big green weenie odd juniors. It's all out, bro. So it looks like we're gonna have a mutual clash here. Both sides are absolutely moving up to meet one another. These zombie pirate gunnery mob handgunners are already taking a small spell and a little bit of damage here. Silostra is on this massive crab here. If you don't know, these crabs are extremely hard to knock out. And she's a spellcaster, which ought to make things pretty difficult. She summoned some damn knights errant, a massive cavalry unit that is definitely higher than quality than anything the orcs can field. They're ethereal as well and anti-infantry, so this ought to be really bad for the orcs if they can't hold out. We've got a relatively flat line here, but this cavalry is starting to make its encirclement. It's gonna be really hard for these depth guard to fight from two sides, even if they're inferior units. And they're charging into that depth guard. However, these handgunners on this backline are going untouched, which means they're going to be absolutely able to cut into these weak armor cavalry units. And they're taking their toll. They're taking a massive toll, actually. Just absolutely letting loose with their muskets. Raining fire on these 8-peak loonies. It looks like that left flank has already been pushed back and repulsed, so Silostra is moving in on these Night Terrors. Or to help these Night Terrors with these Savage Orc Biggins. Massive spell effect here. All right, let's check out these deck droppers. They seem to be in the middle of reloading, but they've definitely taken their toll as well. A lot of the orc army is already beginning to rout. However, they are starting to turn themselves around. Those deck droppers are causing a ton of absolute carnage on these small but numerous and weak units. That's what they're built for. Azog is taking on Silostra, but Silostra is hardly even hurt. As I said, these giant hermit crab mounts are so tanky and do so much melee damage. He actually might die here. He's only got a little bit left in him, and it looks like he's trying to flee the field, and Silostra is gonna let him. The orcs still have plenty of cavalry left, however. This depth guard is not gonna last for long. It all depends upon if the ranged units of the Vampire Coast can kind of hold out. All right, Silostra's making her move on the last bit of orc melee units. Oh, it looks like some orc units have actually come back to the field and have actually surprised these zombie deck gunner or these handgunners. That's really bad. They were putting in a lot of work on the background here. Yo, welcome in Raiders! Welcome in everyone! My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess, and we are holding a Total War Warhammer 3 AI tournament. Thank you so much for the raid, Sneaky Fox Kaide. I think I said that correctly. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But what are we all doing? How's your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. All right, so it looks like Silostra is continuing to focus on these units, but these small orc error boys are actually taking their toll. There's not much left. It is an absolute slugfest. It really depends on if Silostra can just kind of finish things off here, as the depth guards seem to be absolutely gone from the battle. These Sirens are finishing off the last of these orcs, and it's over! It looks like the Vampire Coast takes their victory! Wow, what an extremely close battle, but again, the weak leadership of the smaller orc units ends up causing the loss. Those depth guard absolutely mowed down, as well as did the Sirens in Silostra. Once Azog fled the field, though, it was only a matter of time. Silostra indeed went crazy. Over 164 kills. Let's check out that damage. 21,000 damage dealt from Silostra. That is probably double of anything else on the field. Meanwhile, Azog only got 4,000, only a 1/5 of Silostra's damage. That is insane. That she is definitely what pulled the tide over here. Get it? Because they're pirates? Because they're on the ocean? All right. Absolutely incredible battle. Silostra is, yeah, those crab, okay, unironically, fighting the vampire counts. No, are you really gonna do this to me? Really? Oh my God, you did not actually just turn me into All right. Nah, it's fine. Nah, it's fine, dude, whatever. Fucking turn me into a hieroglyph, why don't you? I fucking hate you guys. Oh my Lord. What do you mean I deserved it? What did I do? Oh, you guys are so mean to me, man. Oh, man. I'm gonna go cry in the corner. Get it? Because I can sit in the corner because I'm actually on the wall. Get it? Yeah, the rotting leviathans are extremely scary. As I was saying, those rotting leviathans, they're 2,100 points, and it is completely understandable why they are 2,100 points. They are horrifyingly strong. Even with someone with extremely strong armor-piercing, like, artillery, it's hard to kill them. They do not go down easily. Hara, you are the corner? Good. You should, like, Kabed on me or something. I actually didn't consider that. I'm actually extremely easy to Kabedon in this state. Or Kabedon, I don't know how to pronounce it. You get what I mean? I can run along the wall, but 150 armor, holy Sigmar. Yeah, I don't know if there's much that has higher armor. Yo, thank you for the follow. Klar Hindsight, welcome into the cult. How you doing? I promise to properly greet you the moment I am no longer a hieroglyph. Thank you, Captain Rardon. Welcome in as well. I totally didn't just bite my tongue. Yeah, I do have a little 2D hieroglyph model that people on Twitch can redeem to curse me into temporarily hieroglyph mode. Punching the wall with a flat hand next to somebody. Yeah, it's essentially like the anime meme where you like trap someone in a corner because you're interested in them. That's an amazing model. I'm glad you like it. We're actually getting some more improvements to it here soon. Now we need to stack chairs now. Please don't. I really don't want to be hit by a bunch of chairs when I get back. I would really not like that. Ow. Dang, I bit my tongue bad enough I can taste blood. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next battle. Alrighty, up next we have Nepha's Kazarak's Only Chariots account versus Tyladron's Coughing Rats. Let's go ahead and get those pulled up. Alrighty here. Let me see. Alrighty, so there's Nepha's Beastmen. So Nepha's Beastmen are a ton of Tuskgore chariots. That is literally all it is. Even Kazarak One Eye is on a Razorgore chariot. Honestly, this is an army built after my own heart. If you don't know, ancient Egyptians absolutely adore chariots. It was the #1 thing in ancient Egypt, and it's the coolest way to fight ever, and it's awesome. You should all do it. It's fun. So we're gonna have this up against this Skaven army that is really well mixed. It is well-rounded. However, I know because I helped Tyladron with his army, it is a bit of a zoo army. It is all about summoning a bunch of extra clan rats. So all 3 of these have the ability to at least summon clan rats. So this is not the full army. There's going to be at least 6 or 7 more units of clan rats popping up during this battle. We'll have to see, however, how well these plague claw catapults can do, how these rattling guns can do, and how these doom wheels can do before that cavalry really starts to take its toll. What's the map? We'll be checking it out in just a second, but thank you for asking because you reminded me, Blair. My coughing rats do not be an entire army of chariots. Aw, crap. Yeah, it's pretty rough. The rattling guns do require a lot of forward thinking. And that's kind of what makes this tournament so interesting, is that the AI controls both. So it's not about how you would play them. You have to think about how the AI would play your army, and how the other AI will react to your army. That's what makes it so chaotic. All right, so our map is going to be the Devastation of Ostermark, a quest battle. Now it's very hilly and has a lot of high ground. So depending on who gets the high ground, this could be really important. If the Skaven get the high ground, it could be really hard for the cavalry to get through some of these small channels here, if the line is formed correctly. However, if the cavalry get this downward slope, they're gonna have a lot of momentum to charge into the front line of the Skaven with. What is a quest battle? So when you run a campaign, essentially there are certain maps that are unique to quests that your faction gets. And this is one of them, the Devastation of Ostermark. It is, yeah, it's Vlad's quest for Blood Drinker, correct. Top Chariot, oh my god, that would be great. Okay, actually, that is an incredible idea. That would be so fucking cool if we could get like a Top Gear parody of like ancient peoples, like talking about their favorite chariots and having like a chariot magazine or chariot papyri. That would be so great. Betting on my rats even if I don't believe in them, that's what you gotta do. Alrighty, so it looks like we've got some big bets on both sides, but however, chat seems to think that the coughing rats have the edge here. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and hop into the battle real quick, and we're gonna go ahead and get a look at our terrain. Oh, it's actually extremely split. It's not split up, down, it's split left, right. So this could go very interesting. It depends on really if... Ooh, wow, this is a very interesting setup. It does not look like the Skaven have the high ground, which is really bad for them. But also, if the orcs are set up in a particularly similar way, a lot of them are gonna have to be funneled through this little short gap here. So if the Skaven move to meet them here, they might actually be in a really good spot. There's not a lot of room for these chariots to run around in. Alrighty. Y'all got a little bit more time. I'm gonna go ahead and put you back here because that looks like the area where you're supposed to leave. I feel like canonically Skaven wouldn't even fight this battle without the high ground. I could agree with that. I think that they wouldn't allow this battle to happen. Chariots and corridors don't sound good. Yeah, but the benefit of chariots is that they are meant to go through, like, lines frontally. Talk about a flat streamer. Wow, wow, wow. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? As you can clearly see, I was drawn with at least C cups. They might be literally flat, but in the 2D space, they're quite big, I'll have you know. Absolutely shitty comment. I'm catching strays over here. Do not insult the announcer. Kind of flat in the 3D anime fan logic. Actually, if you don't have literal cow udders, you're kind of flat. I don't make the rules sweaty. Hara Flat Stanley says yours exact type. I'm everyone's type. I mean, who wouldn't want a 5,000-year-old tan tomboy goddess as a GF? Especially ones that might shank you to death with a Phillips head screwdriver and make really crass jokes. That's what I'm saying. Gotta love tomboy sun pigeon. You are so mean. Wrong sun and wrong bird, but you know what? It's fine. Our bets are over. We're gonna go ahead and get this battle started. All right, Oxy, get out of here, Mr. OxyClean. Thank you. All right, the orcs are actually lined up rather haphazardly, a normal thing for orcs. That could either benefit them or hurt them here. There's only 3 of these chariots going to meet the full brunt force of these Skaven before the rest are really able to get in. It's going to give a lot of time for these catapults as well. They're going to start taking their toll, assuming they fire on the right unit. And the chariots make their first clash into these clan rats. And they absolutely carve them out. These Skaven slaves and clan rats are going to have a very hard time with these anti-infantry chariots here, but they're starting to get gummed up in all of these rats. We've already got some clan rats fleeing the field. The Plague Priest is trying his best to keep morale up. It just looks like the Skaven are just completely unprepared for this kind of combat. Half of the chariots have not even struck the line yet, and the clan rats are already starting to fold. As you know, one of the worst counters for Skaven are cavalry, and this is a full cavalry army. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to hold out. Even the rattling guns are mucked up inside these chariots. The catapults have already been dropped and fled from. The Doom Wheel is having to fight 3 chariot units. It is looking extremely perilous for the Skaven already, and the battle has hardly even started. The Plague Priest is holding out, but the rest are fleeing the field around it. Even its leadership buffs cannot keep them in check. It looks like it is just not enough. The Skaven did not have enough time to set up their extra clan rat units. These chariots just absolutely blitz them. It seems to be the only ones left are actually the Skrulk and the Plague Priest. A reminder that Skrulk can continue to pull out extra units. And these chariots are going to take a very long time to whittle them both down. It is just an absolute Mad Max style race, however, going on. More rats absolutely obliterated, cut through by these chariots. They're just getting mowed over, despite being spear units. There's just way too many. It looks like even as the clan rats get spawned in, they instantly fold under the pressure of all these chariots, completely unable to deal with them themselves. Absolute numerous, it's just absolute carnage for these rats. Nothing but rat corpses all over the ground, hardly any chariots. The Plague Priest himself is now wavering, as is the Council Guard, which is down to a man. All that's left now is Skrulk and the Doom Wheel. The Doom Wheel is committing to this Mad Max style play and absolutely demolishes a chariot. Almost as if it were a person crushing an ant between its fingers. But there's just so many ants. Skrulk has now died, which means all that's left is actually this Council Guard. It is all but over. It is only a matter of time until these last 2 Council Guard finally die. All right, we're gonna speed this up a minute. All right, so that is it. It looks like the Beastmen won. Just absolute, as you can see, just absolute carnage. All of these rats just absolutely torn away by the might of these bladed chariots. It's those bladed wheels and the massive horns on these mounts that are pulling them. There's just nothing a lot of these weaker rat units could really do about it. All right, let's take a look at these kells. Oh my lord. It was just too fast. The rats barely killed anything. The Doom Wheel picked up 2. Some of the Storm Vermin halberds picked up 4. The Council Guard only got 2. Scroll killed nothing. The Aishin Sorcerer killed nothing. And the Plague Priest killed 4. Just absolute carnage. 125 from Kozrak. 123 from one of these Tuskgors. It was just carnage. An absolutely horrible matchup for a Skaven army by any metric. If there's anything the Skaven hate, it is a lot of cavalry, and that is all that army was. Just a really unlucky matchup. All right. We are now going to go ahead and move on to our next battle. Hey, Dustin, welcome in. I knew my Skaven wouldn't win, but I wasn't expecting such a bad matchup. It was a very bad matchup for you. I would definitely not worry about that unless you get a second one in the second round. All right, so now we've got Dark Djinn Lords, Samoth Scribes against Dandelion Days, VT, Horses for the Lady. So let's go ahead and get those armies up and going. All right, so here's Dandy's army. Pretty stereotypical Bretonia army, looking pretty good. No Green Knight and no Gotrek, which is a little interesting. However, the Damsel, the Rapunce de Lyonesse, and the Henry Le Massif ought to be pretty strong units. All right. Our next one is going to be an Army of Tzeentch, our first one. It's going to be a big matchup with this Chaos Lord and this Chaos Sorcerer and a lot of Chosen Warriors. The scary thing to look out for on this army are those Change Bringers. Those things are really scary. But notice there's not a lot of cavalry, which makes me wonder how Bretonia will fare with so much really strong cavalry. It's not their strongest. It's no Hippogriff or Demigriff Knights. And it's no Grail Knights either. But there are some very strong questing Knights that ought to put in a lot of work. I am going to tell you now, I already feel for this peasant mob. They are dying to a man. There's not a single one of these pitchforked, potato and lentils eating motherfuckers making it out of this battle alive. There is no way you've got these little sacked hooded, like farmer tool equipped mortals against 6 stacks of Chaos Warriors with halberds. They're gonna fold like a lawn chair. However, it might look like this Blessed Field Trebuchet might put in a lot of work. All right. Go ahead and get your gambles in. Yo, what's up, Flavio Rizzo? How's it going? Welcome in. How you doing? Alrighty. Eps in chat for Bob the Farmer. Oh yeah, he's gonna need it, dude. Early betting is low for Dandy. And honestly, I don't know which way this could go. The questing knights aren't gonna do a whole lot. Well, actually, the questing knights won't do a whole lot if they're stuck. However, Tzeentch doesn't have a lot to do it with to keep them stuck, but those change bringers have literally like no counter. So it kind of depends on how these lords will stack up against one another. If these Tzeentch lords die early, it's going to be over fast. Why is it flowers and not horses for the lady? It is horses for the lady. What do you mean? The name of her army is Horses for the Lady. All right, our bets are in. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Oh, I didn't change map. Damn it! I forgot again. I got excited on my talking. Oh, did we not do bats? Oh, you fucked it up. This guy fucked it up. It's fine. It's got to restart anyway. All right, restart the bets. Gear fucked it up. Everybody blame Gear. Everybody point at Gear. Make him nervous. But also don't do it to ignore the fact that I started the battle without changing the map. Yay! And I get to come back. Let's go. All right, awesome. Brandon?
Spring clean.
Ow. Another?
Spring clean.
Ow. Oh my God, I swear to God, the back of my thighs are actually rock fucking hard from taking all these chairs. Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and get this map change. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we've got the Isle of the Dead quest battle, and this one looks extremely open. It is looking like a very open map.
Let me guess.
Another? Really? 3? Ow, okay. I've never taken 3 at a time before, but man, does it fucking hurt. All right, so the bets are pretty low for Dandy's horses for the lady. Make sure you guys get in a small bet if you don't have a lot of channel points, because if she wins, you could win real big. Hey! No touching the crown, that's rude. Taking that out of context, I'm sure you are. I totally didn't mean for that to be taken out of context, literally ever. It totally was absolutely not a bait joke. Nope, not at all. I would never. Yo, yeah, I do have a short out. Yeah, we posted a short right before stream today too. It's about aliens. You should go check it out. Hara clip farming, always. I gotta make content for the TikTok and YouTube shorts, man. Speaking of, if you are over here on Twitch, or even if you're over on YouTube and don't know about it, I post shorts 5 times a week. It's been a little spotty lately. I've been having a hard time figuring out algorithms and stuff. But if you like streams and you want to see some of my best moments, please go check them out. They're all really funny. They're all absolutely hilarious. I think they're great. I will fully admit though, I laugh a lot at my own jokes, so. All right, are our bets in? Are we good to go? Am I good to start? All righty, bets are in. Yeah, this is looking like a very open map. There's some channels, but depending on who is the aggressive team here, it could change a lot on the battle. Oh, wow. There are actually so many choke points for Tzeentch. This is actually looking really bad for Bretonnia. If they're smart, they'll sit back, though, and let those blessed trebuchets do their work. Where's the way out? Is it that way? I think it's that way. I'm gonna put him over here. Just in case, because I think that looks like the retreat way out. I actually don't see one. Usually it's pretty clear on the map. I don't want him to hang around too long and delay any units. All right. Yeah, the Trebs will definitely need to put in some work. You did win, Pompano. What's up? Yeah, this map does fit really well for Tzeentch, doesn't it? You got the Cyclone, the funnel of magical power in the background. He's sitting there seeming to defend it. Some kind of like dark spires type of things on the island. It's very interesting. This will be really cool. All right, let's get it started. All righty. It looks like Bretonnia is actually taking the charge. However, it looks like Tzeentch is extremely formed up in a tight space. These trebuchets should be able to get off a lot, assuming they're aiming at the right things. They're absolutely pushing themselves together. When are we going to see that first shot from the trebuchets? Here they come. And it is to some massive effect. The shields have already been broken for a lot of these Chosen. Spells are hitting them as well. Not quite enough damage, not quite as much as you want, but a massive amount coming out of this Chaos Sorcerer. Hitting these Royal Pegasus Knights that are trying to take in the fight to these Changebringers. And this Chaos Lord. Absolute carnage already. Our first bout of Questing Knights slams straight into these, oh my, into these Chaos Warriors and getting absolutely eviscerated. Even with Henry helping them. Here come the Peasant Mob. Fighting against literally Chaos' best. Oh no, and they are getting absolutely mowed down as we expected. Some more cavalry though, however, is starting to sweep from behind. They could get a really strong flank here. And these Changebringers are moving up to mess up these catapults and these archers. It's really bad for them. Oh, and the cavalry smashes on the back line. The Peasant Mob are surprisingly holding out, possibly due to numbers alone. And these trebuchets are putting in work on these Changebringers that have landed. It is looking like a surprisingly even fight here. The trebuchets, however, have been absolutely crushed by these Changebringers on the back line. But we'll have to see if these Peasant Bowmen can kind of keep them protected. It looks like they have. The Changebringers have absolutely left the Blessed Trebuchets, which means they can keep firing. The cavalry, these questing companions, are actually coming in to assist these mobs. The cavalry keeps hammering into this backline, however, and the Chaos Warriors are holding, but they are taking significant damage. The Peasant Mob are now starting to flee the field. Everything is wavering. The only way that this could end favorably now is Lyonese absolutely killing this Chaos Sorcerer, but it's not looking like she's winning. These Changebringers are doing a lot of damage, but taking a lot themselves as well. Cavalry is once again crashing into these Chosen, but they just do not take much damage. Henry is also returning to the melee. The Peasant Archers might just finish off these Changebringers. It's a close battle and an important one, and they've died. These Peasant Archers now have the ability to fire freely. The Chosen have held. They're still in strong numbers, but it's still not over. Henry Le Massif is actually about to die. He has died to these Changebringers. And that is it. That is all she wrote. Zinch takes it. Much closer than expected, but the Changebringers end up making all the difference. Over 100 kills for multiple Chaos Warrior units. Wow. Those Blessed Trebuchets just were not able to put in enough work in time. If anything, those Chaos Warriors actually ended up rather in a good state. Really, Zinch only lost 1 unit of Changebringers. Everything else ended up perfectly fine. However, yes, the battle was much closer viewing it than it actually was on the scoreboard at the end. Thank you for the follow. I think I missed it. Shoot, it didn't pop up. I'm so sorry whoever followed. I really appreciate it. Welcome into the cult. I saw your name and it just zipped out of my brain. Give me a second to see if I can find it. Oh yeah, it is not telling me. I'm assuming it's on YouTube side, but I appreciate it. If you're in chat, say hi and I'll thank you properly, okay? Okay. I've lost lots of points. Hey, that's what gambling's for, man. It would be called winning if you won all your gambles, you know? All right, we got time for one more battle, and then we're gonna take our first break of the afternoon. So our last battle before break will be Birdman Chill and his Falconeers of Mount Gunbad against Son of Vulcan and Vulcan's Fire. All right. We'll go ahead and change our map. 2, 3, 4, and 5. We've got the Plain of Spiders in the Nagaroth Desert. All right. So Birdman Chill and his dwarves, which are a lot of close range focused and have a Thunder Barge and Grudge Throwers, versus Vulcans, dwarves as well. Wow. We've got our first dwarf on dwarf violence. We've had our chaos on chaos. We've had our elf on elf, but now we've finally got dwarf v dwarf. Who writes the grudges here? How does that work? But we'll get to see how these 3 flame cannons and iron drakes and a Gotrek deal with the Thunder Barge miners with blasting charges and a regular dwarf lord. All right, so let's go ahead and get our bets together and get them in. I don't care who wins as long as the dwarves lose. Well, it's definitely a Civil War type thing here. Some dwarves will be losing. All right. What's up, Vincent? Welcome in, dude. All righty. All right, so we'll get those bets in, and then about halfway through the betting timer, we'll go and check out the map. But these are some very interesting units. It seems like the dwarves' big thing for actually, we'll go ahead and change the colors up. We'll give you Clan England. There we go. Actually, we'll change it up a little bit more. We'll give you Karak Kadren. So it looks like, I think this is Birdman Chills. I think. Crap. They're both mixed up. Let me see here. Oh yeah, this one's Birdman Chills. Okay. So, just to make sure I've got that noted. So, Birdman Chill is crimson. Meanwhile, Vulcans will be blue. So, Hara can't remember the armies, which is funny because I can't remember the armies. I remember the armies. It's hard to tell when it's dwarf v dwarf. So yeah, we've got Birdman Chill on top. So I'm wondering how Birdman's Thunder Barge is going to like fare against these 3 flame cannons, especially the special one that's got a Grudge Settler. I think they're an expeditionary, whatever unit, which ought to be interesting. But there's a lot of casual range, for Birdman. So there's like more units of range, but Vulcan has the superior range unit with these Iron Drakes. I'm also wondering if Gotrek and Belagar are going to deal a lot of damage, considering there's only one Lord here. I'm gonna put together a Lizardman army for the next chance to enter. Hell yeah. I probably won't play Tomb Kings for our next tournament either. All right, so betting's about halfway through. Let's go ahead and check out our map and our line. I think we've actually done this map already. No, we haven't done this exact one, but it's all out in the open. This is just going to be a bare-knuckle brawl, and I don't think the dwarves would prefer it any other way. Two dwarf houses that probably have the most petty grudge ever. Like, you took one of their drumsticks or something, duke it out. That's one of my headcanons for this fight. It definitely is. It's definitely something really small. All right. It looks like Birdman's army is ready to go. They've got a very long and very densely packed line. They'll definitely have the unit advantage here. But I wonder how it'll fare against those Iron Drakes. Boo! What's up, Clar Hindsight? Welcome in. All right, so we do have some grudge throwers, and we do have this Thunder Barge. The Thunder Barge will be really good, but if it gets taken out fast with his flame cannons, it could really change the tide of this battle. That's my opinion, at least. I don't know who I bet on. Oh, no. Yeah, it's a little hard to figure out who was bet on who. Just remember, Birdman is red. Gear, I'm gonna forget about this, so like write it down on a notepad in front of you. Birdman is red, okay? Birdman is red, Vulcan is blue. Okay, cool. Thank you for writing it down, because I feel really bad if we award the wrong points for the gamble. That would be so fucking funny. If we give the wrong points, that would be tragic. This is literally like, I don't even know. This is like 2 sports teams. Like, this is why you need away jerseys. This is why we need away jerseys in war, man. All right, our betting is done. Let's go ahead and get this grudge started. This grudge off. Oh, wow. It looks like Vulcan's army has set up on the high ground way in the back, which is going to give a lot of opportunity for these flame cannons and Iron Drakes to put in a lot of work on this line. As we can see from the perspective of Gotrek himself. Sorry, I gotta lower myself to like 2'4". It's kind of hard. I'm not used to being this short and close to the ground. There's a giant tide of enemy dwarves slowly making their way down here. A mix-in of longbeards and dwarf warriors slowly advancing. Now, the real question is, what is the range on this Thunder Barge? It's actually extremely far, which means despite the Thunder Barge, same for these grudge throwers, despite them needing to move a far distance, they're going to be able to strike first. And here comes the first few hits on these Iron Drakes. That is one major drawback of these flame cannons. They have nowhere near the same range of those grudge throwers. We're actually going to focus Gotrek early. That's something I'm finding very interesting about the artillery use by the AI. They love to focus on literally the hero and lord units for whatever reason, instead of the densely packed units like you would expect. Who you calling short are the dwarves? They're short. They're gonna be shorter when most of them are cut in half. All right, so the dwarves are seeming to be fixing their line a little bit here. More of those grudge throwers are coming in. They're not doing a lot though, because again, they're focusing on heroes and lords. It's very hard to strike them. It's part of the chaos included by this. The Thunder Barge is now in range. It's gonna fire its first harpoon into these Ekron miners, only really taking a couple with it, and the charge begins. The flame cannons as well are trying to move up so they can start their firing. Yo, thank you for the follow, Friedrich. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? All right. Those flame cannons are now in range, but it looks like they're trying to get close enough to start hitting that Thunder Barge. The arrows start coming out of the quarrelers, hitting the front lines of these slayers, and the fire cannons in a giant line of fire make their first round of fire onto this Thunder Barge. I really wish I could actually get into some of these units. That would be so cool. That's something they should add with their next one. Like, the next Total War game should make it to where you can, like, embed yourself with the unit. So much fire coming from all directions. A lot of it hitting this Thunder Barge, and it's already down half its HP, even more now, as the Iron Drakes just let loose into it. It is evaporated. It got way too close. It's already down, and it's not making it out alive. The entire crew was lost to a man. Oh, Oh, all the humanity! And then these Slayers on the front line just got absolutely destroyed by these Thunderers. It's just carnage. World War I style dwarf-made carnage all across these front lines. I do not envy anyone that is not ranged. These flame cannons and iron drakes are starting to put in their work, however. They are making all the difference here, but are now starting to get laid in by these Thunderers. Oh my. The mix of flame cannons and iron drakes are just tearing apart the front line of anything it comes across. Oh, good Lord. Those iron drakes are just putting in so much work and they've gone untouched. There's no cavalry to deal with them. The dwarf warrior has already fled the field and is already on his way back, however. It is already looking like it's over. That is it. Wow. And just like that, Vulcan takes a rather clear victory. The Iron Drakes seem to have just made all of the difference here. All right, let's take a look. The Thunder Barge is only able to get in 17 kills, as you would expect much more of it, but it flew into close to these 3 units of Iron Drakes and these flame cannons and just got evaporated instantly. I've actually never seen a Thunder Barge get knocked out that quickly. But it was mostly down to the Iron Drakes. It looks like they did most of the damage here. 8,000, 3,000, 6,000, 5,000, 10,000 damage from the flame cannons, 9,000 from the flame cannons. Thunder Barge barely got any in. The Dwarf Lord himself only did 900. Insane, insane carnage. Imagine if Hara allowed modded submissions. What do you mean by modded submissions? The grudge indeed has been settled for Vulcan, but congratulations to the first round victory. Alrighty, so that is our first few battles of today. We're gonna take a look back at the bracket real quick. So I'm gonna move you guys on over. Alrighty. So this is the progress we've made so far. We're a little bit past halfway through round 1. And these are our winners so far. I'm excited to see how round 2 will start out. Because again, the way this works with the Swiss format is that if you win in round 2, you will play someone else that won. If you lost in round 1, you'll be playing someone else who lost in round 2. So your matchups are a little bit more favorable. It ought to be really interesting. Later, Pompano. Expecting more Chaos Dwarves. I think we've actually had 3 or 4 submissions. We've already had our first one. They were the #1 submission. So, all right. So with that information, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. I gotta go to the bathroom and get some water. When we get back, we'll continue with our next battle, which will be Gear Graphics, Lubu Kung Fu Part 2 Electric Boogaloo versus Blue Plant's Top Keck Raiding Party. So I will see you guys back here in just 5 minutes. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads too, so people don't get pre-rolls. So don't go anywhere. Don't miss out on more carnage. And let's have some more WOG. See you guys in a minute. cool, right? Isn't that crazy? I totally didn't inhale a corn muffin. Yeah, Wog! All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start rolling already into our next battle. Up and coming. Are you kidding? Bro, you have gotta be kidding me. Are y'all for real? Like, are y'all actually serious? Like, you're gonna win channel points by gambling and then curse me on okay. All right, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Also, Yari, or Lorelai, I saw what you sent me. I saw what you sent me, you sly dog. My lord. Yo, Sir Jenkins, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome into the harem. I have been put into 2D hieroglyph jail once again. Was it more stuff? Yeah, it was. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get our next battle together. It is Gear Graphics Lubu Kung Fu against Blue Plant's Top Keck Rating Party. So let's go ahead and get these together. All righty. So we have Gear's Grand Cathay Army against Blue Plant's definitely Lizardmen. This might be our first. No, it's not our first Lizardman battle. It'll be our second one. Our first Lizardman battle was the very first battle, so. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get our map set up too. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The Land of Lust, Realm of Slanesh. Interesting. Alrighty. Oh. Oops, did I change the same one twice? I think I did. There we go. Oh, I gave myself Grand Cathay. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, what happened to Gear's army? All right. All right. Go ahead and start getting your bets in. So we've got the Lizardmen, which has like a Bastillodon, some Saurus Spears, a lot of Blessed Chameleon Stalkers, a Skink Oracle, and Gorok himself, versus Grand Cathay, which seems to be having a strong front line of Jade Warrior Halberds, some Iron Hail Gunners, 1 Crane Gunner, some Light Cavalry, and some Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. Great Long Ma Riders. Wow. I love Long Ma's chili crisp oil, so I'm actually kind of rooting for them a little bit. Oh, and then finally a Sky Lantern. Oh, are you trying to rig my fight? Shake my head? Shut up. Not the horchata fountains, no! I have no idea what that's referring to, but that's fantastic. Hara, have you ever played any of the Dynasty Warrior games? I'm afraid not, Gabor, but I have played the Gundam versions of them. Who do I think's gonna win? That's a really good question. I don't know. I mean, the Lizardman army is like really. It's spread like they have the same number of units, but for some reason I feel like Grand Cathay's is a little bit more scary. I feel like they're a little scarier. Cause like the Lizardmen don't have a huge front line. It's literally 4 Saurus Spears and a Bastillodon, but there's a lot of skinks. It just depends upon if these Jade Lancers and Righteous Lances can get on those Jade Skinks and really mess them up really fast before Gorok and the Skink Oracle can make a big difference. Yeah, I'm 2D again, Marine. I got recursed. It's great here. It's great. I was my 3D self for maybe 15 minutes. The Bastillodon scares me. The Bastillodon should probably scare you, but I think the Crane Gunners with those armor-piercing missiles will do just fine if they're actually directing their fire at it. That is a lot of armor, though. 140 is massive. 140 armor is just crazy. That is really thick armor. Such a loving chat you must have then. It's mutual bullying. I will accept that. Just learned something new today since I didn't know there's a Gundam version of Dynasty Warriors. There is, yeah, there's a couple of them, and they're pretty good. I don't bully. You do in your own way. Cathay ranged infantry will shred that lizard beat. All got AP, I'm sure. Yes, they do. Yeah, that Bastillodon's actually gonna have a hard time with these Iron Hail gunners and, Crane gunners. They've got very strong projectiles. However, if they focus the Bastillodon, there's so many chameleon skinks that if they focus, like, the gunners, they're not gonna last long either. I get bullied by Hara in chat. Nonsense! By the way, Howler, I think I forgot to tell you, but, Anime Japan finally shipped that, what is it? Was it the Morrigan figurine you got me? It's finally on the way, so I just want to thank you a lot for that again. I know you got it for my birthday back in November, but I'm really excited for it, and I'm really, really thankful for it. Like, seriously, thank you for that. It was a lot of money. You shouldn't have spent that much money on me, but I really appreciate it. I'm gonna have to get more to go with it now. Like, I really want to get more Fate figurines. Too bad. Get Love Nerd. Fine. I'll accept it. All right. Our bets are just about over, so we're going to go ahead and get this map started up. It took like 6 months. Yeah, they, all of the Japanese companies ceased shipping because of the tariffs. It was literally too expensive for them to ship anything under under $200. Or no, anything under $500. Oh, my mouth's stuck. I'm looking like a true PNG now. All right. A very interesting battlefield for sure. I'm gonna go ahead and move you back here, because that looks like the way out. Actually, can I move you further back? Or is that the actual... No, that is not the border of the map. Wow, the border of the map's all the way back there. That's crazy. It's a very short map. Very close range. This ought to be very interesting. Man, this realm of Slanesh looks legitimately horrible to live in. This looks awful. This is the kind of thing where you open the door of like a Marshall's, like the bathroom door of a Marshall's, and you walk into this. Like, this is what you walk into. It's just suffering. It's just purple, and there's weird gases everywhere, and the floor is definitely not clean, and it's just a mess. All right, so betting is over. We're gonna go ahead and get started with our battle. You need to leave. Thank you, sir. All right, so the lizardmen are actually rather clumped together, but remember, we're not seeing any of those skinks. Those skinks are hidden. So who knows where they'll pop up. The Sky Lantern has already started making its firing movements, but it's about to get hit already from the Skink Oracle. The Skink Oracle, by the way, is riding a Pteranodon, which ought to just make things harder. For something that is a mage, it's actually gonna be really strong riding that thing. Those skinks are still missing. Here comes our first bit of skinks. There's 5 or 6 more of them, so there's a lot of skinks to still be left uncovered. And for some reason, those crane gunners have absolutely walked up to the front for no good reason. They are nowhere near their line and are just getting eviscerated. What is the AI doing? What are they doing with these crane gunners? They're just out alone. They're already getting mowed down. What was the plan? This cavalry is starting to move in, however, to focus on these chameleon skinks, which will not hold up well. Oh my God, there's a branch in the way. Get out of the way. Oh, they're getting absolutely eviscerated. Those crane gunners are already fleeing the field. Luckily for them, the AI will stop focusing them, and those Iron Hail gunners are doing more than enough for that Bastillodon. The skinks have made their presence known, but it's the Grand Cathay's cavalry on the edges that are keeping them honest. They're not being able to hold up against this heavy cavalry at all. the fray. Fighting Miao Ying in her dragon form. A massive explosion coming from Miao Ying, but it hit her own troops. The Oracle continues to fire at range. All right. The Iron Hail Gunners are in full retreat right now because they keep getting attacked by these skink gunners, or these skink bowmen that keep disappearing and reappearing on the flanks. However, the cavalry is starting to make itself known. It needs to get off this front line on the left side, but on the right, it's made a full envelopment and is now attacking the skink oracle that is caught all out and alone. It is now an absolute ranged off on each other's heroes, trying to finish the first one off. The gunners have armor-piercing ammo, but there's just so much volume of fire from the skinks on this right flank. These Iron Hail Gunners also keep having to reorganize. Oh, the right flank has absolutely crumbled for Cathay under these blessed chameleon stalkers. They're in full retreat. And it looks like these Iron Hail Gunners are not able to knock out these skinks quite fast enough to make it worthwhile when they should be focusing on Gorok at the moment. That vortex was from Cathay, no? I think it was, yeah. It might have been from the Oracle. I'm not sure what spells the Oracle has on it currently. The Iron Hail Gunners have finally taken their toll and wiped out that right flank of skinks, but their damage has kind of already been done. Now the cavalry of Cathay has made the Oracle flee the field and are ramming into the back of these spears. But do they have enough to really cause a difference, to make a change here? As these Jade Warriors are getting enveloped themselves. Oh, but cavalry comes to the rescue to stop them from being enveloped. Miao Ying continues to square off against Gorok, but is in absolute defeat here. Is in a lot of danger of just straight up dying to Gorok. Those crane gunners are not focusing what they need to, and it's causing a lot of trouble for Cathay. Luckily for them, this Sky Lantern on the back is making sure this Oracle doesn't rejoin the fight. Miao Ying is now facing off against the Bastillodon. Gorok is now taking the full brunt, finally, of some Iron Hail Gunners who are now already peeling off. They're so close to kicking him off the field, but they're just trying to help Miao Ying stay alive. The Bastillodon is now being set upon by Jade Lancers. Miao Ying is now fleeing the field, however. Alive, but fleeing. This might be it. It looks like everything for Cathay is starting to waver. I can only imagine what would have happened if those crane gunners hadn't been on the front line for no reason. Miao Ying is coming back in as an attempt to try and finish off Gorok, but that Bastillodon keeps her in check. The only thing really left are some of these cavalry units and a couple of these gunners, which are granted still picking stuff off, but just aren't doing nearly enough here. They are still holding on barely. Miao Ying's coming back in. But their leadership is just crumbled so much and their health is so low, it might not be worth it. It might already be too late. She has very little health left and she's so slow and poisoned. She might just be taken out while retreating. And that is it. The lizard men take the victory. Oh, wow. A very close battle, but yeah, those crane gunners only got 2 kills and did barely any damage. I can only imagine what would have happened if they had been better set up and if the fire had been better coordinated. Yeah, your gunners, I'm afraid, just fucked you over. All right, so that is a win for the lizard men. God, it's gotta feel really bad, Gear, having to select the winner that's not you for the for the gambling. I'm so sorry, dude. Yeah, I imagine it would, yeah. That's so funny. All right. Our next battle is going to be Bob of Ross and his Pox Masters against Seals Da Boys. So it looks like it's going to be Nurgle against Greenskins. It's going to be this is our only Nurgle army. So I'm excited to see how they perform. And while it is a small army, it is known for being tanky. There's a lot of big trolls and a Noxbringer. Meanwhile, Seals is I'm letting you know now, him and Space Rack submitted the exact same army because they thought that was so fucking funny, which I'm fine with. But it is literally just Space Rack's army again. So it's a lot of Error Boys, Forest Goblin Spider Riders, some Orc Biggins and stuff like that. So, yo, thank you for the follow, Arestro Bonasse, Bonassi. Bonays? I'm sorry if I've said that wrong, but welcome in. Feel free to correct me. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? Yeah, I see you stacking up those chairs, dude. All right, we're gonna go ahead and change our map up. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we'll be having the Southlands Coast. Now, this is actually placeholder. Interesting. But we'll be doing the Southlands Coast. All right, go ahead and get your bets in, and then once bets are made, we'll go ahead and take a look at our map. Banussy? Yeah, I'm gonna give all of you the Banussy if you keep acting up in chat. And I mean it. Really? You're betting on the Greenskins? I don't know, dude. Those Rot Knights are gonna be very scary. I mean, look at the HP on these. Like, it's few units, but the Chaos Warriors of Nurgle having almost 10,000 HP is crazy. Tamarkhan, the Maggot Lord, having almost 12,000. The Rot Knights having 8. Bile Trolls having 8. Put in perspective, Greenskins have a lot of HP too, but look at how thin their armor is. Nurgle's is much higher on average, almost double for most of the units. Really? You think they have enough arrows? Is that the orcs screaming or is that the Nurglings? Campaign units are allowed? Which one are the campaign units? Oh, is it this one? The Chaos Dwarf Blunderbusses? Yes. Yeah? I said I'd count them the same.
We piss on your pyramids.
I said I'd count the extended roster the exact same as Units of Renown, so you only get one of them. or you only get 2 max, and they're like the same. Take up the same slots as your units of renown. So they sacrifice the ability to get a unit of renown to get one of these extended roster units.
Dust in Vietnam, napalm. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I'll show you napalm. Yeah, I'm back now. Now you're getting napalm for real. All of you getting some gamma radiation after these. Oh, chairs. Ow. Is that all of them? Am I good? Okay, cool.
Well.
Oh God, it's not. Ow. That was not a rule on the form. But it wasn't a rule that you couldn't use them, so. Oh God, is that, yeah, threatens and then gets hit with a chair. That's usually how this goes. All right, so betting is almost over. It looks like a lot of them are favoring the Nurglings. Almost a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 choice. So we're gonna go ahead and start our battle up here. And take a look at our lines. It's looking like Nurgle's going to have the high ground as well. Alrighty. Gonna go ahead and move Oxycontin in the back here. So that he can retreat. Betting is almost done and then we'll get started. But yeah, Nurgle's got the high ground here. Luckily, neither force... Oh, actually, my mistake. The Orcs have the high ground again. But it looks like neither unit really has a lot of long range. However, it's going to be really bad for the Chaos Warriors and Nurgle because they're slow to go up this extremely high-angled slant into all of the archers that the Orcs seem to have prepared. So we'll see how this goes. All right, we have started, and Nurgle is indeed making the first move. Both armies are already beginning to posture. The Orcs are taking their charge. How are they going to be able to deal with these high-armored, high-elf bile trolls? There's plenty of spearmen, but they are goblins, which makes them very weak. Nurgle is already beginning to be flanked. Not a whole lot they can really do about that with how much sheer cavalry is included with these Orcs. This Noxbringer Soul Grinder of Nurgle is also beginning to fire upon Ajag, who last time we saw, Ajag lost early, and that was the reason. These Soul Grinders, while they have long range, are not something to mess with in close range. They're still scary themselves, especially when these Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses can turn around and fire, and Ajag has already lost half of his HP. Wow. That is insane. And these bile trolls are just putting in absolute work on these squigs and goblins. They do not care at all. They're having a little bit more trouble with these savage orc biggins. But they're still not having the worst time here. Ajag's already taken a massive hit early on. Meanwhile, Tamarkon is just absolutely feasting on this right flank. And while he doesn't have a lot of armor, he's got so much health, these Arc Error boys just aren't taking him down fast enough. It looks like the large units of Nurgle are causing a lot of problems right now for this cavalry. This Soul Grinder's even going untouched the moment. This one might already be over. Seeing as how Arjag is already seemingly dead or fled the field, leadership for them is going to be extremely down, which is already very paltry. Some units only having 10 leadership, even 6 in some places. Once again, like one of those early Skaven battles we saw earlier, they took so many significant losses and lost their lord so fast that they're leaving with half their army on the field. All that's really left seem to be Night Goblins and a couple of cavalry units. The Wog indeed came in much too late. Some of these Chaos Warriors have barely even lost any HP. This Soul Grinder back here having over 120 kills, 130 kills already, and continues to rack them up as a lot of these units can't decide if they want to be in the battle or out of it. Tamarkon over here is nearing 160. It's like every army I bet on loses, so I'll bet on Hara. I hate you. Don't bet on me. You got bad juju. All right, some of these errors are coming back and starting to pincushion Tamarkon again, but he's just got so much HP. He does not care in the slightest. You might as well be stabbing him with toothpicks. Over 200 kills on these Rot Knights. I knew they would make a difference, and they sure are. And it is over. Once again, the Orcs flee the field with some units almost completely intact. That is the consequence of gambling on a low leadership army. Just plenty of carnage, mostly Orcs, a couple Nurglings sprinkled in. But that is all she wrote. Nurgle just absolutely standing like a bastion against a tide of greenskins. All right, let's take a look at the in here. So actually, a lot of these Chaos Warriors of Nurgle seem to really rack up a lot of the kills. Tamarkon got 157, 230 from the Rot Knights, 150 from the Noxbringer. I mean, it was just too much forward for a lot of these weaker Goblin units, and Ajog just dying so fast. But, you know, that's part of the chaos, you know? Sometimes the AI will put your, Crane Gunners right in front of the enemy line, and then other times it'll take your Lord and run it right into all of their units that dies instantly, so. Twitch points are banned in your country? Wait, really? Who won? Nurgle did. Nurgle won it all. Holy shit, 36k to Lorelei. Alrighty. Some countries ban all forms of gambling. So that's crazy to me. Even like completely inconsequential gambling with fake made-up Monopoly money? Whatever. All right, it's my turn! Oh, I'm so excited, and now I'm suddenly so nervous. So it is Tactical's horsing around against my holy preeners. Now, if I don't win, I'm letting you know right now, Tactical, I'm going to gut literally every organ out of your body. I'm going to fillet your skin off as much as I can. I'm going to hang you from the highest fucking peak of the tallest pyramid in all of Giza. So get ready! We're going to have a fun time! It's going to be so much fun. Let's go. Alrighty. Naturally, I'm gonna put my army on my side because I want to see my army. Alrighty. So, I've got a pretty standard setup. I've got Cetra the Imperishable, who he himself is actually riding the Chariot of the Gods, which is a levitating chariot. We've got a Necrotect with a restore ability using mostly just for the Ushabti, the Sphinx of Usek, whatever, a Necro Sphinx, and the Chimerian War Sphinx. So we've got a lot of constructs with a small bit of Tomb Guard and Kepra Guard. Meanwhile, Tactical went all in on Dark Elf Cavalry, including a Black Dragon and a Dreadlord that is on a Dark Pegasus mount. So this ought to be a really interesting thing to watch. All right, so go ahead and get your bets in. Get your bets in. Let's get them started. And let's go ahead and choose our map. And it'll take place on the Obsidian Path on the Plains of Jar. All right. Alrighty. Hara, doom a blood eagle? Oh dear God. Okay, I wouldn't do that to him. Look, I might be willing to gut someone, but a blood eagle is pretty crazy. That anti-large necrosphinx looks scary. Let's just say in all of my tests, it absolutely butchered everything it came across. And that's why this guy's here, to quite literally only buff that necrosphinx. That is all he is there for, is to cast Restore repeatedly on that necrosphinx so it does not take damage. But you know, I have no ranged units. The Chimerian War Sphinx has some ranged and missile strength, but really it's only, that is the only range that I have, so I'm not gonna be able to keep up with that cavalry very much, but I also don't have dedicated lines. So this will be an interesting thing to see for sure. Also, because Cetra's on a flying chariot, he might actually be able to fight some of the Pegasi and flying units, so. I'd win, yeah. You gonna Gojo it? You're gonna Gojo it? Well, I'm Sukin a bitch. I'm Sukin a bitch, and I'm about to put all 10 of my fingers inside you. Yo, Jenkins! Holy shit, dude! Thank you so much for getting merch. Thank you for getting some merch. That's so sick, man. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. Is it wild to say that there's merch that even I don't have quite yet? I'm afraid I don't know if the merch has been restocked yet, but it should be here soon. So, the newer round of stuff, if you missed the pre-orders, should have some available stuff very soon. Yeah, I am really good at jinxing myself though, so. But then it became this. Hey, I totally get it. You're keeping to the bit, and I like that. All right, it's pretty evenly split, it looks like. Actually, everyone's betting on tactical more, seeming to believe that my power of jinxing myself could overcome the beautiful power of a nearly 10,000 HP Sphinx, Necrosphinx with healing. 45, Lorelai, I'm so happy that you are the one that believes in me. I really appreciate that. After that earlier move, I would bet on tactical too, really? All right, so now that our bets are in, we're gonna go ahead and take a look at our battlefield. Well, halfway in. It's looking like a relatively flat plane, which is really good for tactical. This is the kind of hubris they talk about in the Bible. Well, then it's a good thing I was before the Bible. Alrighty. We are in the land of the Chaos Dwarves, it looks like. Put him back there. Alrighty, so let's check out my line. Now, the bad part is that, a lot of my stuff is meant to engage with infantry. It is very anti-infantry. But I don't see cavalry having an easy time knocking these three things out. So as long as Cetra, the War Sphinx, and the Necrosphinx are okay, y'all are gonna have it's gonna be really strong. It's gonna be really hard for them. I mean, look at this look at this guy. Look at this Chad. How could he lose? How could he possibly lose? But yeah, this is the only range I have are these 4 little bone men on this War Sphinx. Alrighty, so we got a lot of water between us. There is some high ground. Not that I'll be using, not that either of us will be using it. But I fully expect this this Kepra guard to get eviscerated and these halberds to have a pretty tough time. So we'll have to see. I don't expect my Ushabti to do well either. Luckily they're large, and I don't think cavalry can make large go flying. But we'll have to see. He's going to rust? No, he's not. He would never. He's covered in gold. Gold, dude. Gold is non-perishable. Look at this guy, dude. That thing's so sick. Oh, that's sick. It's just pure bone and gold. It's so sick. He's so rad. Alrighty, bets are almost in. Alrighty, let's go. Let's get started. This will be a fast fight. That cavalry should meet me rather quickly. And here we go, making the long eternal march. Cetra's actually going pretty slow. He's actually holding himself back here. Now, those Raven Heralds are going to be pretty tough for me to deal with because the range there is going to be, is going to sap me pretty good. And it's actually all they're sending forward. All right, so here comes the range. Looks like they're going to actually focus on Cetra. Uh-oh, that's bad. If Cetra goes down early, I'm cooked, and the AI is not responding to these archers. Oh, looks like they're changing targets. Are we just gonna walk by them? Oh no, this is looking really bad for me. The War Sphinx is ranged, and he should be able to at least go faster. All right. Well, we're gonna get chipped a little bit. I will fully accept that. Oh no, that's not great. Hey GUP, this is not Warhammer 40k, this is Warhammer Fantasy. Oh my god, am I actually about to lose just because like my army's gonna slow march? I might actually lose just because my army is gonna slow march to this and Cetra dies before even getting to the fucking enemy. This is actually insane. I'm actually getting mega, like, my AI is getting giga-brained by that AI. I'm so annoyed. Aura farming my ass. All right, it's a full frontal charge from Tactical's horses here. It's an interesting choice, but we'll see how it works out. All right. The War Sphinx and Necro Sphinx are causing some trouble already on this cavalry. But my Ushabti are not holding up whatsoever. They're built to be anti-infantry and don't have a lot of armor themselves. But it looks like my Tomb Guard are starting to circle around and cause some damage. It is now a 1v3 with this Black Dragon and Necrotech, my Chimerian War Sphinx going all out on this dragon. Oh, we got some Doomfire Warlocks over here, completely surrounded by some Tomb Guard, but they're still taking the W. This is already looking really bad for me. Because it will not matter if Cetra the Imperishable decides to flee the field. That is a Black Dragon already gone, however. He has completely given up. Now it's going to start smashing into other cavalry units and hopefully causing the damage it should be. It is now being healed by the Necrotech, so even though it's getting focused on by these Raven Heralds, it is keeping its HP. A massive blast here from the Dreadlord, but it looks like Cetra might be done for. He is still racking up kills on these Dark Riders, but it is not nearly enough. It's actually very, very close here. Oh, Cetra's starting to waver. If he retreats, it will be over. The Necrotech is also getting really weak. The units might survive if one of them stays up, but it looks like both are going to be knocked out simultaneously, which is really bad for me. However, a lot of the cavalry has now fled the field and is not returning. Cetra is dead. I repeat, Cetra is dead, and that might just be all she wrote for me. Soon my units are going to start debilitating. And while it is close and my units are absolutely causing havoc still, they're going to start withering away relatively quickly here. Despite the amount of damage done. And that looks like that might be it. I think I've lost. Ah, shit. Oh, man. If Cetra didn't, if we didn't do that slow walk, man. How unfortunate. My War Sphinx had over 200 kills. Oh, that smells. Now all that's left is my War Sphinx, and it's now starting to wither, too. And that looks like that's it. Yep. Oh, man. All right, I lost. Shoot. You see, it really does. A lot of these battles really do come down to how poorly managed were your lords. And I don't think they could have managed Cetra any fucking worse. Oh, well. It was kind of a bad matchup for me anyway. But congratulations, Tactical, on the W. I'm going to be killing you later. So yeah. It looks like all of my units did pretty good. The Necrotech did his job. The Warriors did their job of just being fodder. And the Sphinx actually didn't get a chance to do a whole lot because I think it was just fighting that dragon the whole time. But it is what it is. Should have added some range. I didn't consider it. Oh no, Lorelai's bankrupt. Uh-oh, bankrupt. Oh well. Congratulations. I can't believe Odasan bet against me. That's fucked. That's fucked, bro. All right, well, GG Tactical. Congrats on the dub. Our next battle will be Aurelia Tempest against Aaron Blur. So it'll be some orcs against the Golden Abhumans, the wee green men.
Well. Let me guess.
Yeah.
Spring cleaning.
Ow. All right, so let's go ahead and get our next battle loaded up. All right, so we have Aurelia's High Elves with a lot of dragon support up against Aaron's... Oh, I assumed they were orcs, but it is another Nurgle army here. Is that correct? Yeah, it is. I thought we only had one Nurgle army, but it looks like we actually have two. Yo, what's up, Gaming Otaku? Welcome in. Spray them with Nurgle's glory. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. All right, so we'll go ahead and get our map together. Maybe I'll see more than half a match this time. Hey, Telerath, what's up, dude? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we've got Gorgazon, the multiplayer map. So it'll be Aurelia Tempress's Golden Abhuman High Elves against Aaron Blur's Wee Green Men Nurgle army. What faction are you playing? I was playing Tomb Kings. I actually just lost. Hey, Jeffrey, how's it going? Now that is a reminder, by the way, the first round is not all. We got 4 rounds total. So if you lose your first round, that does not mean you won't make it to top 8. You still have a pretty good chance. Now, if you lose your first 2, you might be probably done, but statistically, you're probably out, but unless everyone somehow goes 2 and 2, that would actually be crazy. If everyone went 2 and 2, I would scream. But yeah, we'll probably have to hold some tiebreakers too, so keep an eye out for those. Lorelai did indeed bet all of her points. She did indeed bet all of her points. Oh my lord. Yo! Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Jenkins. I really appreciate it. Thank you for inducting Aurelia into the harem. I've lost like a total of 200,000 points today. Oh man. It's a bad day at the casino, isn't it? I do kind of like this idea though that like we are actually like ethereal entities or like gods watching the world of Warhammer fight, and we're all placing bets in this like god casino. You know what I mean? Just being like, ah, look at these dumb little mortals just fighting over dumb shit. It's all good, Otaku. I know how you feel, though. Yeah, this is the great game, yeah. I thought it was golf. All right, so we're about halfway through our bets. It's split about 50-50. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at our map. Dude, those dragon knights are so sick. Or the dragon princes. Yo, a hype train. Hell yeah. Alrighty. So this is a pretty small force. Aurelia is fielding a pretty small force, but that's only because they have 3 fucking dragons. So apparently Aurelia is deciding to be Daenerys. Judging by just, oh my lord. I think that's a frost. That's a star. And that's Imrath the Eternal, which sounds horrifying. Thank you for the 25 bits, Tactical. Much appreciated. It's the least you could do after beating me. All right, so we got a little bit more time on the bats. It's a rather open field again. Not a whole lot of cover. But Nurgle is slow. And there is a good amount of range here that can probably put in at least a little bit of work before Nurgle starts showing up. It kind of is a Game of Thrones match. You're not wrong, because it's like they're like the White Walkers. Hey Bob, what's up? You missed out, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Bob, you got your win against Seal just a match ago. So congratulations. Yo, Tyladron, thank you for the 100 to Ben. Thank you, thank you. I think I know how to make my rats better now. There will definitely be another in the future. Something to keep an eye out for and keep your thinking on. Yeah, go ahead and end the betting. I think we're all good to go. I think everyone's gotten their bets in that was gonna get it in. Alrighty, let's get started, everyone. Nurgle is starting wide. A lot of rotting riders, so actually, and a lot of marauders, so while Finn, faster than you'd expect. Shoot, even this Chaos Lord here is actually making some good progress. The dragons are already making their way in, but that is a lot of cavalry that these high elves don't have a lot to deal with. This cavalry has made its first charge and absolutely decimated these marauders, but are now caught out by themselves entirely. Looks like they're just gonna keep on running now. The dragons are now making their charge. Probably going to focus on taking out these heroes and this chaos sorcerer, which is exactly what they're doing. If anything, the line is actually retreating back in to surround Emmerich and his dragons, which might actually be not great for the high elves. Their archers are still letting loose, though, rather freely. The problem is that they're not having much effect. The dragons are already making one hero of Nurgle flee the field. And these dragon princes, while dealing damage, are starting to slowly get bogged down and chipped down by these marauder horsemen, which are really good into conventional cavalry. The archers are starting to reform and put some work into the cavalry now. Not nearly enough, but at least to help out these 3 massive dragons stuck in the center here. The dragon princes have been killed, have been practically decimated, and are now fleeing the field. Which means now these marauder horsemen, completely unchallenged, have the ability to start aiming at these dragons. The The missile strength of these Sea Guard is just far too low. And they're losing hard against these Demon Spew. The dragons are holding strong, but are down to about half HP. Can they keep up the slaughter before they start running out of HP? The Sea Guard has finally changed over to melee, it looks like. And are starting to hold their own a little bit. At least some semblance of a line against these Chaos Knights. But those Chaos Knights are going to be hard to deal with, as the rest just get skirmished off the field. The Life Mage is starting to get quickly chipped down. However, Imrath the Eternal is still has more than enough HP to deal. Oh man, it is just an absolute swamp. One of the heroes is weak, one of them is nearly dead, but the Chaos Sorcerer is almost completely untouched. The difference is that the Chaos Sorcerer has no way to cast spells this close. The only problem is that Imric himself is taking the brute force of the damage right now, and he's not gonna be able to hold out for much longer. The Mage of Life has now fled the field. Imric is dealing with so much poison in him right now that he's having a hard time staying himself. He's not able to finish off this Exalted Hero either. Nathaniel Henriquez, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the cult. It looks like some of the heat has been taken off of him to focus on the other dragons. While they continue to rack up kills, they're still not doing it fast enough. Everything else for their army has been just about obliterated outside of some archers that are still being chased around the field. They really needed those archers to stay here and help. It still looks like the Chaos Sorcerer has gone entirely untouched. Those Chaos Knights have finished off some of those Sea Guard, but are starting to waver themselves. Maybe those archers can finally get over here and send them some help. These marauding horsemen are causing so much trouble. Being able to just sit here and focus these extremely large units. The archers are still trying to wear them down. They just have so little missile damage. Imric is now fleeing. Both of the heroes have left, but it doesn't matter. There's still a Chaos Sorcerer. This reminds me of esports somehow. Hell yeah, let's go. Welcome in, France official. Yeah, the Nurgle healing is proving to be very pervasive. It's causing a lot of problems for these dragons who had once had a chance to finish this off, but are now just absolutely mired in this metaphorical quagmire of rotting corpses. The Chaos Sorcerer finally takes damage from Imric, but it is much too late, and Imric is now completely fleeing the field. All that's left now is the Eternal Dragon, Imrath. Everything else is completely left. And that will be just about it. It looks like Nurgle has absolutely taken this one for the win. He's still holding out, but it's only a matter of time. It looks like these rotting riders are finally making the final route to close it off and finish this battle over. Or finish this battle out and make it over. Azim Wrath is down to 900 HP. Absolutely filled to the brim with max stacks of poison. And it is dead. It's gone. That's it. Nurgle is finally enveloped. All right, so that is a loss for Aurelia Tempest and a win for Aaron Blur. Congratulations. It looks like those archers just really couldn't do enough. They were supposed to be frontline, but the AI did not realize that it should be swapping them over to act as a frontline. If it had, they might have done a bit better. But because it treated them as archers and made them essentially run around, the Marauders, the weaker Marauder units, chase them, and granted, all got wiped out nearly completely. It left all the other units to deal with the 3 dragons. All right. We're now at battle 19. We're having Sister Cecilia's Army of the Faithful against Nazgul's Attrition. All right. Let's go ahead and get those armies loaded up. All right, we've got the Empire. Actually, my bad, Bretonia. I have brain damage. A rather simple one, too, with a lot of battle pilgrims. And they will be going up against Nazgul's Dwarves, our next dwarf faction. Man, we've got a lot of them. While Bretonia seems to have a good amount of archers, and the Battle Pilgrims and the Grail Reliquae, or Reliquiae, however you fucking say that, will provide a lot of support. The Dwarves with 5 Iron Drakes and 3 Gyrocopters are going to be extremely difficult to deal with. Five Iron Drakes is indeed insane. It'll depend on if these companions and the Light Knights of the Lionhearted can actually deal with those Iron Drakes fast enough. And they have extremely high armor. All right, get in your gambles. We're gonna go ahead and get our map set up. All right, it'll be taking place in the Firemouth Volcano. Kind of fitting for a lot of Iron Drakes. I am so low on points now. House always wins. All right, so what are y'all's thoughts? Who do you think's gonna win and why? I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm leaning the dwarves here. Those Iron Drakes are gonna deal a lot of damage on those on the Battle Pilgrims. Actually, how much armor do those have? Very little. Very little. In fact, those Iron Drakes have more armor than literally anything fielded by the Bretonian army here. By a good margin, too. They have almost quadruple of what the Battle Pilgrims have. Time to go all in on dwarves, yeah. You think Cav will finally overrun it? You think they have a good chance? They do have a lot of melee damage. But they are not blessed, so that is another issue here. There's also just a ton of leadership for these Battle Pilgrims, and they're going to be reinforced by a Grail Reliquiae. I cannot say that fucking word to save my life. But, so that means that they will literally die to a man. Like, it's going to be so hard to kill these to make these Battle Pilgrims flee is going to be nearly impossible. Meanwhile, with the dwarves, they are also notably extremely hard to make flee. So we'll have to see between these dwarf warriors and those battle pilgrims just who comes out on top. 26 and 33 melee attack and defense. Slightly better for the battle pilgrims. So the dwarves have like much better armor, but are weaker in the melee department. And a little bit weaker in leadership. This will be very interesting. And the Grail will add a lot of buffs as well. So there's damage resistance, which is really powerful for a front line. They're going to add wounds, which adds armor-piercing weapon damage, or actually debuffs a lot of the dwarves. Frenzy, which is going to keep things from fleeing. And the Icon of Devotion, which just adds even more leadership on top of these already fanatical battle pilgrims. All right. Let's go ahead and look at our map. I Sade. You would be surprised. The archers, those peasant archers with the flaming arrows can actually be a little damaging, depending on what they're shooting. Alrighty. Yeah, this is looking like some home turf for those battle pilgrims. I mean, for the Iron Drakes here. I think the retreat's there. All right, get your bets in. We are almost out of time. Alrighty, let's check out these battle pilgrims. It's a really long front, that is for sure. And that Grail is sitting here in the middle, providing a lot of extra help. As long as Henry over here, luckily, Lyonese is not on a flying mount. But luckily, sadly, Henry is. As long as he doesn't fly in and get instantly liquefied by Iron Drakes, it should be pretty good. Alrighty, we got a close number of bets. Let's get started. And our front lines begin to clash. Alright, as we can see, those gyrocopters are already making their advance towards these battle pilgrims on the left flank over here, but they're already being met by peasant archers. The damage isn't a lot, but it is there. And it is only 2 of the units. The other 3 are focusing on the other thing of gyrocopters on the right flank. The dwarves, however, are letting them come to them. They do not seem rushed at all. Scratch what I just said. They're now making their advance themselves, noticing that those gyrocopters are starting to take some pretty heavy damage without making much of an effect themselves quite yet. All right, our front lines are coming into clash, and those Iron Drakes have already let loose on some of these pilgrims, knocking out half of the unit in multiple spots along the line. It's gonna shake them quite quickly. Dwarves and Frenchmen just absolutely laying into each other on either side here. But it looks like the Knights of the Lionhearted and these battle pilgrims are not able to actually deal enough to these Iron Drakes without taking a lot themselves. It took a lot of damage trying to get in on them. We also have Henry and Malachi McKyson fighting on the back line here in 1v1 combat. Unlucky for Malachi, Henry does have Foe Seeker and a charge bonus, so he's dealing a lot of damage here to someone who's supposed to be ranged, not melee. Now these gyrocopters are moving in to hopefully assist. And those pilgrim archers, the peasant bowmen in the back, are actually starting to take their toll along with this cavalry and these Iron Drakes. Well, they are there. It's a lot to deal with in combination. Surprisingly, those fire arrows are causing a lot of damage to them. We've already got 1 unit of Iron Drakes almost completely evaporated, and Malachi's almost gone himself. losing completely in one-on-one against Henry. He's only got one hit left in him, and it looks like he's not going to be able to get out of it alive. Henry goes in for the swing. Oh, and he's parried by Malachi. Can he finish him? He can't quite finish him off. He's hit but not down, 1 HP, and he's dead. He dies on the floor. The dwarf has become a doormat. Henry is now moving to clash along the back line of the dwarves. That Grail is actually putting in so much work for these battle pilgrims who are just barely holding on to this line. Almost killed to an absolute man, but they held and did their job. The archers have gone completely untouched and continue to just fire volley after volley. Almost completely out of ammunition. All that's left are a couple companies of Iron Drakes and a couple of Dwarf Warriors and these gyrocopters. With their Lord dead, morale is significantly hindered here. More arrows continue to rain in on these gyrocopters. Granted, it's like throwing sticks at them, but there are a lot of sticks. It's like scratching a car with a key, but you know what? It's like keying a car. But if you key it with enough keys, eventually the car starts looking pretty bad. All right, there's very little left for the dwarf side. All of the Iron Drakes are in full retreat. The archers continue to refusing to give in on these gyrocopters. Let's check out where this battle line clash. As you can see, and it's over. It's over. Bretonia takes it. Sister Celeste has won their first round. Oh man, just absolute numerous corpses of battle pilgrims strewn along the ground here. Met with a lot of dwarven casualties as well, but they did what they needed to do, which was just hold them there. Every single battle pilgrim unit is down to 1/10 of their starting force, but yet are still more than happy to chase down the enemy. Something only an orc player or a Skaven player could truly envy. Oh, wow. And that is all she wrote. Wow. All right, let's take a look at these kills here. All right, those gyrocopters did absolutely nothing. They barely, I think some of them actually did 0 damage. That's very interesting. Oh, are they glitched? That's so weird that the gyrocopters didn't do any damage. They also definitely got more damage than that. I think the reader might just be messed up. But that is so unfortunate. Malachi did not do a lot either, as he instantly got touched down upon by Henry, who doormatted him so fast. But it looks like everything was just a little bit piecemeal. There was no standout unit, the most being 62 kills on this champion of Quinel. Actually, I take that back. It was 83 kills on some random dwarf warriors. The Iron Drakes did not have nearly enough of an effect as they needed to have. Holy shit, Deathheart with 213,000 nuggies. Wow. And 2 others. Wow, that's a lot of points. Y'all are throwing around some major channel points. Alrighty. Now we're gonna have our next battle. It is honestly the pay-per-view event. We have finally made it to the pay-per-view event. I hope you're all excited for what everyone has been waiting for since yesterday. Alrighty. It is is time for the 2026 Pain Train Face-Off. All right, so our first faction is going to be Tin Jenkins, the Pain Train. We're going to put them down as the Disciples of Hashut. And then there's going to be Cub Sensors Pain Train, who are going to be the Legion of Asgore. Alrighty. It is literally all supply trains in Zatan the Black against the Demon's Tongue Drakequake Mortar and some small amounts of Chaos units and Astrogoth Iron Hand. It's going to be very interesting, a very interesting battle for sure. Those trains are extended roster units? Are they? Are they really? Uh-oh. Wait, no. Oh, wait, no, they're not. They're right here. Are they not? Oh, no, they're not. Ooh, I did not realize that. That is, yeah, that is my mistake. So is there a difference between the supply trains and the Iron Demons? Like, what's the big difference? Besides the name, obviously. Oh, 3,000 more HP. Holy shit. Supply trains just cost 100 points less. Yeah. All right. I am sorry, 10. I am gonna have to change these around. I can give you 2 supply trains, but the rest are gonna have to be Iron Demons, if that's okay. All right. That's my fault. I didn't realize they usually have a different colored thing at the bottom, and I didn't notice they were extended rosters. That one's on me. I should have told you. All right, so we're gonna leave you 2 of the supply trains. It's the same effect. They're just named a little bit different. All right. It's the same thing anyway. And we'll just upgrade all of them a little bit. All right. Oh, actually, what is the customization here? Oh, some of them can be hellbound. Do you want any of them to be Dreadquake Mortars, or do you want them all to be normal steam carriages? Give my Lord his axe if you can, or upgrades. Oh, okay, you just want upgrades on the Lord. I can do that. No, I can do that. That is perfectly fine. I usually don't let people do changes last minute, but it is my fault, so I will allow it. Yeah, my bad, guys, my bad. That is all on me. They had weird colors, so I thought they were just normal units. All right. Regardless, that is still a lot of trains. That's still gonna be a lot of trains. Yeah, looks good to me, still a train, exactly. Oh, yeah, I should save the army for later. Thank you so much for reminding me, Oda-san. All right. Now we'll pick our map for the great train-off of 2026. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Wait, why did I do 6? I said 2026 and my brain got stuck on the number 6. So we're doing 6 rolls this time. It's gonna be the Wyvern Cliffs and the Badlands. Yeah, it's still random. It's whatever. I have brain damage. Because they weren't actually firing with their bombardment ability. I have noticed that gyrocopters haven't been performing lately with the AI for some reason. That's not only with this, but that's in other battles as well. If you want to redo your list, Nazgul, and exchange the gyrocopters for something for your next fight, I will allow that as well. Because them getting 0 kills and me not seeing them do literally anything also doesn't feel right. All right, let's take a look at our map. I like trains. Can I switch out my crane gunners? No. Unless it is affected by the rules or my dumb shittery or the game glitching out, I will not allow it. I will not allow any changes. I can be a little unfair in that request, I think. All right, so here's our trains. Oh my God. I kind of see why you wanted them all to be supply trains. It's just like the locomotive. That is so sick. Yo, thank you for the follow, Lightstar. Welcome into the gold. How you doing? They're so good. Are they really? Hey, Edgar. Do I just DM you the roster change then? Just do a whole nother submission to the forum if you don't mind. You don't have to like fill in like all the extra stuff. Just fill in your username and your name and note like in one of them that this is the changed one, okay? All right, so our bets are in. We're gonna go ahead and get this started. It has already started with the extremely strong Demon's Tongue Dreadquake Mortar making its first shot, and it's coming in blistering. Completely ineffective. There's not any large units to mess with, and so it's not able to deal a lot of damage to these trains. But very Mad Max-like, these boys are just rolling. The second shot coming in. Another miss. It's going to be very hard for him to deal any damage, as there's just no units for it to really have an effect on. There's nothing spaced out here. It's just all trains. Will this third one be a direct hit? It's coming in close. Another miss. A third miss. The Dreadquake is completely ineffective as of yet. Absolute 0 damage. The first shots are coming out of these trains. The Iron Demons are letting loose on this infantry. The first hit strikes, but doesn't do much. These supply trains are starting to roll in. They're going in for melee. The trains are just rolling on through. Oh, that Dreadquake Mortar is just not able to do much. Astrogoth himself is actually being held in place by the shots from these Iron Demons, man. He's just gonna run right up to it and hit it in the face. Boink. A direct hit, but still rather ineffective. I'm surprised at how easily these trains are cleaning up this infantry. If anything, the Dreadquake more... Oh, it's train-on-train violence. We have train-on-train violence. They're just puffing at one another. A second train is coming in to join. It's just completely ineffective against the enemy trains. The trains are just causing so much carnage. The infantry is just getting blown apart. They have the Chaos Storms just have nothing to deal with all this armor. train getting Eiffel towered by 3 other trains. Full on Mad Max over here. Oh no, Astrogoth Ironhand is actually starting to fall apart and crumble. He's done some good damage, but the Dreadquake Mortar from its own train has seemingly hurt him pretty good. Shots are just ringing out in every direction from these cannons. The Hellforge stuff is unbreakable, so this might take a bit. Oh no. Another massive explosion from that Dreadquake. Even though they're fleeing the field, there's so many demons left. They're just focusing fire on the retreating dwarves. It's like Skynet if it took place in like the 1800s. It's like if Skynet took place in the 1800s, they're just absolutely eviscerating anything organic around them. The trains are now starting to pile up on the one enemy train. This is so stupid in a funny way. I agree. Not a single train from Ten's army has been knocked out. They're now just standing around letting loose on the Demon's Tongue, which does not have much HP left. Oh, there's not much left for it. And that should be it. The Demon's Tongue has very little HP left. It's only a couple more shots and it's done. And there it goes. Wow. That was just brutal. I'm actually horrified to see how it does against a regular army. That is actually extremely horrifying. This might be one of the scariest armies we've seen so far, and it is literally just a doom stack of iron demons. Imagine if I had let you go with all 10 supply trains. That is just horrifying. Yo, Ogren, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the cult. Holy crap. So congratulations, 10. You've gotten the win. Just look at all this damage. All about 6,000 damage from each demon. That's insane, take or give. Or give or take. 13,000 from the Demon's Tongue. But sadly, if I'm not mistaken, the Dreadquake Mortar is meant for infantry. Oh, welcome in. That's great. Sister Cecilia just won her first round battle. I'm glad to see you in here. How's it going? How's your day? Alrighty. We now are down to 3 more fights in this first round of this 3-round Swiss. Yo, thank you for the follows, Brandon Hart and Johnny Hotcock. Is it Hotcock? Is your name Hotcock or Hotcotch? But welcome in, everyone. Thank you for the follows. Really appreciate it. All right, our next battle will be Giandroid versus Scorch. Gian will be doing the Order of the Holy Grain, spelled Hoely, and Scorch will be doing Scorch's Dog Rats. All right. Let's go with Scorch on this side. So Scorch is running Skaven. And Gian will be running, obviously, another Bretonnian army. This is our third or fourth Bretonnian army and our third or fourth Skaven. So, offers you a canopic jar? Well, thank you. I'll need that for the new followers. Submitted a new list, just replaced the gyros and downgraded the units a bit to balance everything out. No worries. All right, we're gonna go ahead and pick our map. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So it'll be the Wyvern Cliffs at the Badland Wastes. If I'm not mistaken, I think we've actually already done this map. That's funny, we got it again. All right, so go ahead and get your channel point bets in. This one is actually a really well-rounded Skaven army, but it's very stealth-based. It has a couple Rattling Gunners, a couple Rat Ogres, but it's mostly Gutter Runners, Death Squads, and Aishin Triads, led by Death Master Snicht. So this will be really interesting. I'm still surprised I haven't seen a Skaven army with Queek Head Taker yet. Meanwhile, Gian's over here going to be running with a lot of mixed units as well. A little bit of everything here. They're very frontline related though, but they're not like all battle pilgrims like Sister Cecilia's was. We'll have to see how this works. All 3 Bretonia armies have had Rapans. We love Jean d'Arc here. I also love Jean. Yeah, they all 3 have definitely had her, which is really funny. I think all of them have had a damsel with Lore of Life as well. Honestly, I don't know who will win. I actually don't know how Skaven plays with all these stealth units like the Gutter Runners and stuff. Especially a Deathmaster. I actually have no clue because I never really play them. Everyone I see runs like Rattling Gunners and like Doom Wheels and like Ikit Claw. So, all 3 Skaven armies so far have been vastly different. We've had one that's nothing but Rattling Gunners and Ikit Claw. We've had one that is well-rounded but is led by Lord Skrulk. So this will be the first one we have with a Deathmaster, and I've never actually used one myself, so. Alrighty, let's go ahead and check out our map. We've actually got some pretty low bets for this one. People seem to still be thinking about it. Or nobody has points anymore? I mean, it's all gonna go somewhere. If you bet it, it gets filtered to other people. It's just maybe one person has their points. All right. So here we are. The Skaven army is pretty well spread out. Starting out with those Rat Ogres up front. Those Beastmasters on Bretonia, if they can get in this center line, they'll do some work. But otherwise, they might have a hard time with all these Gutter Runners. It's a pretty open map, but the Skaven kind of have a little bit of a high ground, which will be interesting to see. I think the main thing will become how do they deal with the cavalry? Because again, Skaven hate cavalry. They get torn up by it. So even though Bretonia only has like 2 or 3 units, I'm curious how they'll be able to handle it. Ooh, yeah, if you have any channel points whatsoever, it is such high odds in favor of Bretonia. If you just bet even a little bit on the Rats, you can win a lot of channel points. Yeah, I'm also thinking the Skaven are gonna skirmish them too, Clemson. I agree. All right, we got a little bit more time for the bets. How do I bet? It's pinned up at the top. You have to click on it, and then you, like, spend points when you click on one by pressing predict. So, yeah. All right, one moment. Okay. You hope the Rats win? You're really rooting for the Rats? All right, so bets are now closed. It looks like somebody put in some last-minute bets. Hopefully some big wins for anyone that's betting on the rats. Here we go. Bretonia ideally is going to let them come to them and let these trebuchets do some kind of work. The first shot is already going out, seeming to be aimed right here at these Rattling Gunners, but actually missed and did more to the Death Squad, which has already lost a huge chunk of its unit. I just love how Rattling Gunners run, man. They're so they're so janked. They're like, the second volley incoming on these Rat Ogres, but not doing much. Those Rat Ogres are now in a charge. They're moving very quickly, are now meeting the arrows of these peasant bowmen on the back end, but they just have so much health, it's not doing much. The peasant mob are moving in, and they're just getting absolutely slaughtered here on the front line. The Deathmaster is meeting Rapunzel in open combat, right on the front line. But the Grail is there to assist, surrounded by a peasant mob and Rat Ogres. The winged Pegasus Knights have already dropped down on Rattling Gunners, and they're already fleeing. It's really bad for the Skaven. And the peasant archers just have so much range. This peasant mob, however, seems like they've chased a little bit too far, and these gutter runners are making them pay for it. A lot of the rats' front line has already been smashed. The Deathmaster has instead chosen to go behind and hit these bowmen rather than deal with Rapunzel on the front line as he originally intended. The gutter runners are making their maneuvers. They're just slightly faster than these spearmen and trying their best to stay out of their way as they aim and shoot while on the move. The Rattling Gunners had no chance to really deal any damage. Those Pegasus Knights immediately crushed the front line, just completely bypassed it and absolutely started feasting on them. The Rat Ogres have returned for these spearmen, and while their morale is shaken, they're still favorable against large units. The trebuchets are back in operation, but the Deathmaster has made the Grail flee the field. He is meant to target heroes, and he's already knocked out a Grail, which causes a lot of leadership. It's a rather big blow to the back line. You can already see it taking its effects on this right flank. All right. The Deathmaster is finally making his way towards the damsel, who's really bad in melee combat. And you can already see that by how she's been chunked in that first attack. She's also lost 50% of her armor. She already didn't have a lot. However, she does seem to be healing herself, but the Rattling Gunners have finally made their way back, are absolutely tearing into the side of her horse, and she's fled the field. The Rattling Gunners have made their return. The Pegasi, nowhere to be found, having led up and went to go help against the Rat Ogres, have freed up the Gunners, and they are just making them pay for it. The Rats still hold a significant chance here. The Deathmaster, however, cannot seem to make up his mind and is focusing on these Grail Knights instead. Surprisingly, these Triads are holding their own against these Spearmen, both of which are jabbing at length with their significant reach. Oh, but here comes this peasant mob on the flank. They've got the pitchforks. The Pegasus Cavalry have now returned and are making their turn in on the Rattling Gunners. There's not many left, but there's just enough to cause an issue. This is a very close fight. All the Rattling Gunner units have been pinned down once again, except for these Teeth Breakers, who instead of focusing on Rapunts are trying to finish off this peasant mob to keep them out of the battle. The Grail has come back as well. The Rats looked promising, but this might be it. They are all wavering. The Rattling Gunners were just not able to stay out of the way, and they were not quite able to finish off the units before they fled the field. Those peasant archers' range are just making themselves known. Their range is just about as far as a lot of artillery, and that'll be it. It would seem that Bretonia has won. Gian takes the victory. All right. The Rat Ogres put in a lot of work, but again, those Pegasus Knights, man, they just make Rattling Guns completely useless. It's actually really unfortunate. I think we've seen all three Skaven armies so far have to deal with a ton of cavalry, and it has completely ruined their ability to use Rattling Gunners. I think 2 of them have gone up against Bretonia, which is just crazy to think about. But as you can see here, these Grail Knights got most of the kills. The Pegasus Knights are what took out the Rattling Gunners. Really nothing else did a lot of work, but it did just enough to throw off this this army. Because if they had had all 3 of those Rattling Gunners putting in work, getting more than, 13 kills combined, it would have looked much different. Rattling Gunners are indeed too slow to really skirmish. You have to get like Ikit Claw. Ikit gives them a speed bonus, if I'm not mistaken. Alrighty, so we got one more before our next break. And it will be Jadel's Hashut's Horde against Lore Master of Sotek's Scarbrand's Wrath. Alrighty. This is going to be one of the scarier armies that I saw while I was making these lists. Lore Master of Sotek researched WoW, because we've got a Scarbrand, a Skyla, and Fingrim, and just a lot of Corngors. It's very scary. Meanwhile, Jadel will be using Chaos Dwarves, including some Dreadquake Mortar, which might be really effective here. Some Wolf Riders, some Centaur Renders, and some Blunderbusses, along with his Sorcerer Prophet of Metal. Later, Rad! All right, get in your gambles. We're gonna go ahead and select our map. Alrighty, the Witchwood Hollow. A lot of cover here. Really favorable for corn. There's also a lot of terrain. Wrathmongers are gross. They'll solo half that army alone. They just might. Yeah, you're probably right. We probably should take a break until with the last match. You are correct. All right, so if I had to pick, I'm gonna be honest. I'm going with Corn here. I really do think Lore Master has a very scary melee army. Naturally, it's Corn. I just wonder if the Dreadquake Mortar will be able to put in a lot of work. Because if I'm not mistaken, the Dreadquake Mortar also slows and stops units it hits. Sadly, it didn't have much of effect against trains because it's a single unit and cannot be, like, thrown. But if the Dreadquake focuses on the right things, it could turn around really fast. Oh, is Lorelei really our last battle? Oh, it is. It's Hash Brown and Lorelei. Ironically, it's another Chaos v Chaos battle. It'll be Zinch versus Slanesh. It does really come down to how well the dwarves are able to protect the range units and how long they're able to keep them alive. Now, the sorcerer here has all of his spells, however, and he is on a Llama-Su. So there's also just a lot of ranged spells and a lot of buffs to be given to some of this front line. All right, we're about halfway through, so we're gonna go ahead and take a look at our map. Alrighty. While it looks like there are a lot of trees, I would be surprised if Khorne chooses to utilize them. It's a straight shot to the Chaos Dwarves, and they might just try to run them down. With a big green orb in the middle, baby. Hell yeah, we're fighting under the orb. The pondering orb. All right. It's actually a really pretty map. Wow. But it is mostly flat. My sultry ways won't work against an army of incels. I think those would just be Khorne people. You're up against Zinch. Zinch are nerds. If anything, it should work more. Yo, thank you for the 67 bits, Jenkins. You can indeed get more channel points if you spend bits or gift a sub. That is true. That is an option. You don't have the roster link? I don't know if there's a link for rosters, but there is one for the brackets. All right, we're letting everybody get in these last minute bets. How's it looking? It looks like everyone is betting on Khorne. So if you have some extra to spare, a little amount, you might want to put a little bit on the Chaos Dwarves. Just, you know, see if you can win big in case there's a surprise upset. At least in the eyes of chat. Scarbrand ain't no loser. He sure ain't, but when the AI uses him, I'm gonna let you know right now, he is not as strong as you would think. Alrighty, so our bets are done. Let's go ahead and get started. Alright. Let the battle begin. Scarbrand chooses to not take flight beginning early. A rather menial pace for Chaos right now. The dwarves are held up far back into these trees. Seeming content to let the Khorne units just slowly make their march forward. That was an aura farm walk? It kinda is. All right, Chaos has now picked up the pace. They've slowly rolled into a run. Now we'll have to see what happens. The first shot from the Doomquake mortar is coming in like a red comet soaring from the heavens. And it strikes true. A massive hit on those Khorne Gores. Absolute devastation. Alrighty, thank you for the follow, Orange. Welcome to the cult. Welcome in, Stargazer. I agree, but the AI sometimes thinks otherwise. You'd be surprised. Another shot from that Doomquake. causing more havoc on the corn line. It might just deal them in before they're even able to bridge the gap. A third shot. Coming in, aimed at this Hellforged host. A massive explosion, a little off the mark. Corn continues to try and press forward. Completely held back by the absolute devastation of this Doom Mortar. Or, my bad, this Dreadquake Mortar. Fourth shot coming through. Another massive hit. Some of these units are losing half of their infantry before they've even clashed with the main line. Corn isn't running fast enough. He needs the runner stick to the trees. Sadly, the AI does not think that way. Another shot coming in. Oh, no! This is just all-out carnage. Finally, Corn starts the charge. But it might be a little too late. Do they have enough units to actually make a difference here? They have to bridge the gap before this Dreadquake gets another shot off. But it's already too late. Boom! Another chunk of that Hellforged host just gone. Can the Dreadquake get one more shot up before the lines meet? It can! It's coming in fast! And it splashes right in the center of those Bloodwake Berserkers! The lines have finally clashed together! Scarbrand, however, has gone completely undamaged in this assault. He has plenty of health to work with. These Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses continue to pour into these Chaos Warriors. The Dreadquake fires on its own infantry. And while it makes the Marauders flee, it deals a lot of damage to their own great weapons. This right flank of Chaos Dwarves have actually been completely eviscerated and are already being completely flanked by this Hellforged host. The battle is quickly turning already. Scarbrand remains at half health as he takes fire from these blunderbusses. He's gonna be able to crash into them. Another shot coming in. Wow, can you believe that these Marauders are even willing to continue the fight? They've taken multiple shots here. More fire coming in from these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. It's extremely close as these Bull Centaur Riders fight with this Hellforged host with these Chaos Warriors. A massive blast from that Dreadquake mortar. But it is now fleeing, caused by the Infangram. God, don't ask me to say that 10 times fast. It is extremely close. It is now down to the bare minimum. The Dreadquake mortar is left. But a lot of the Chaos Dwarf units remain despite the Corn melee finally finding their mark. Oh, which will fall apart first? This Hellforged host? Oh no, the Chaos Dwarf Warriors! Scarbrand has completely lost the plot, however, and is focusing his attention on some extremely fast but rather inefficient Wolf Riders. This Prophet is still undamaged. And these Dwarf Blunderbusses are putting in work wherever they can. They're being charged. They're reloading. Can they make these berserkers flee the field? It doesn't look like they can, despite knocking out numerous numbers of them. Looks like they're going to be charged into. Scarbrand is also making his way back down the mountain here. It's going to come down to the absolute wire. Scylla is indeed a tough cookie. The Dreadquake mortar has gotten a parting shot off. And is absolutely, oh my god, just torn into again these Bloodwake Berserkers here, who were making these blunderbusses flee. They're gonna stay on the field, but they sure are damaged. These halberds are trying to get back to the Dreadquake, which has started firing once more. Here comes another round. A rather off the mark, but just enough to actually keep things together. This Sorcerer Prophet is still undamaged, but will it matter after the rest of its units flee the field? Will it be able to actually finish the fight out? It will have to resort to melee here soon. The Dreadquake strikes again. But it is just none of these units from Khorne are just willing to give up the slaughter. They still think it's worth it. The mortar is no longer wavering at all. It is still free to fire as it wishes. It looks like it's now just trying to find an angle. Scarbrand is low, but has been low for a very long time, and he's still got more than enough to keep fighting. Khorne still lives with multiple units. The Sorcerer Prophet will have to come to the ground soon, and I don't think he'll be able to beat both Scylla, or Scylla, however you say his name, Scarbrand, and multiple Khorne units by himself. But he's got until a lot of these units completely flee the field before he has to land, so he still has time to put in some chip damage. This is extremely close. He's just flying. Is he just, what is he doing? Is he just chilling? I think he's got, oh no, he's got a pistol. Okay, and it's hitting trees. He's doing nothing right now as the rest of his army runs away. He still has until the rest of his army flees the field though. Some of these are still willing to stick around. So the question becomes, can he beat this small, extremely damaged force of Khorne by himself? He's got until this last thing of Chaos Dwarf Warriors flee the field, and then he has to land. All right. Go ahead and fast forward it a minute. It's taking a little bit because he refuses to land. He's absolutely milking this height advantage. Okay, any minute now, this massive, slow-ass Dreadquake mortar will get off the fucking field. Come on. All right, here we go. He's now landing. He's taking the fight. Immediately charging on Scylla. Immediately casting spells all over himself. But he is currently winning against Scarbrand the Exiled. Can the table be turned? Can it be flipped? Unluckily for him, while Scarbrand fought a lot, he's not quite exhausted. The rest of the Khorne units are waiting by patiently in case they need backup. He's winning slightly, though. The Sorcerer Prophet has suddenly lost a giant chunk, and down he goes. It's over. Karn wins by an extremely slim margin. Holy crap. An extremely close game. Wow, that was extremely close. Over 200 kills from that Dread Mortar. Over 30, almost 30,000 damage. Absolutely insane. If they had just a little bit more distance on that map, if the map was a little bit longer, gave a little bit more of a line of sight for that Dreadquake, Chaos Dwarves would have taken it just barely. Wow, what a close game. Alrighty, now for our last match of the first round, we will have Hash Brown's Puppets of Misrule against Lorelei's Lexicon of Excess. Alrighty. Alright, so there's Lorelei's playing a heavy Slanesh army with double Mirror Guard, some of my favorite units, going up against Hash Brown's Warriors of Chaos, but are definitely more of a Tzeentch focus, including having a Lord of Change and a Hell Cannon. Alright, let's see our map. Alright, it will be at Bloodfire Falls. Another massive quest battle map. Alright. So, Slanesh will be using the Soul Grinder. I believe it has range. It actually does not. This one doesn't. Only the Nurgle one does. Yo, thank you for the follow. I'm afraid I can't read your name, but welcome to the cult. How you doing? But it's the Mask of Slanesh and a lot of regular units, and a little bit of cavalry going up against a Chaos unit with a very scary Lord of Change, Hell Cannon, and Changebringers. My last points? All right, I have no clue who I think is gonna win. I really do not know. Again, we've got another Chaos on Chaos battle, which are always fun. All of those have been close so far. But I really couldn't tell you who I think is gonna win this battle. I think if the AI is really dumb and there's not a lot of tree cover, that Hell Cannon's gonna put in a good bit of work on Slanesh, because I don't think Slanesh has a lot of armor. They don't. And they're not exactly fast moving, but if those Chaos Furies can reach it, it'll cause a lot of trouble. The Lord of Change is also really scary. So we'll have to see how that works. Best way to win is to not lose. Exactly. If you ain't first, you're last. Slanesh excels in speed and flanking, but if you have low model armies, flanking does not do much as more morale damage. Yeah, it doesn't. However, there do seem to be some good flankers. I mean, we got Chaos Furies, Hellflayers, and Seekers, and Seeker Chariots. So there is plenty of flanking here. There is a lot. They can go very fast. The Soul Grinder is really good for a front line. The Mirror Guard are an okay front line. The Chaos Warriors, again, another okay frontliner. And then the Devoted Marauder Spears will be good at dealing with either the Lord of Change or Village the Curseling, which I think counts as large. Wait, so I don't have any debuffers? I believe she debuffs. Does she not? Uh-oh. I don't believe so. Actually, wait. Yeah, you do. It's the mask. It's the mask. No, you do. It's the mask. The mask has a lot of debuffs. It's right here. It's all the abilities. I thought it was the spells, but it's in the abilities. Meanwhile, the Mirror Guard, I like them because they have increased melee defense because of Supreme Vanity. They fight harder because they don't want their armor to get scuffed. So, the other thing is that a lot of these are immune to psychology. Like the Mirror Guard or the Mask So that Lord of Change won't have that much effect because it causes terror, but it won't matter. All right, so let's go ahead and check out our map. Let's see how this is gonna look. See, I did it good. Yeah, you did. Lord of Change looked like it didn't have much spells equipped. I would not know. It's got, actually, I think this is the one that doesn't get spells, but has plenty of abilities, which I guess count as its spells. Okay. Oxycontin. You gotta go back here, buddy. Well, isn't this fitting? This is a very chaos-feeling map, isn't it? All right, we're gonna put him back here so we can just leave. All right, get your last-minute bets in. It looks like it's about middle of the pack, so it looks like chat thinks it really could go either way. Bane, what's up, Vincent? How's it going, man? Big old tower thing. They are literally fighting inside of a magical volcano. So it looks like Slaanesh is holding close to the line here, which is probably the best thing they can do. Or my bad, this is the Warriors of Chaos, so the opposite. They're not giving themselves a lot of time, and they have the low ground as well. So this Hell Cannon will get a couple of shots off, but maybe not as many as at once. All right, our bets are done, and we are good to start. All right. So Slaanesh holds the high ground, and it's a rather significant high ground as well. The Hell Cannon can start firing here soon. And Tzeentch is making a very slow forward movement, as is but Slaanesh is holding still. They're now maneuvering a little bit. Looks like we're gonna have some skirmishes here with these Chaos Furies and Seekers. And now the line has begun charging. Now after this Hell Cannon is taking that first shot into the Mirror Guard. This cavalry continues to circle around the edges. They're waiting for them to get into position before they make their charge. The Lord of Change looks like it's gonna split for these Hell Flayers. Meanwhile, those Change Bringers are, well, they were thinking about it. Yeah, they are. They're gonna try to intercept these Seekers on the left side. All right. The charge has begun. Firing at the Mirror Guard is a good play. It is. Of course, being the AI, as soon as I say that, it swaps to the Soul Grinder, which isn't the worst thing to hit, but still not great. Those Seekers on the left side are getting absolutely eviscerated because of those Change Bringers. It's one of those units I said they need to be careful about, but the clash in the center is coming. Oh, wow. Tzeentch circled their units. That last Hell Cannon hit without hurting their units. Those Mirror Guards have finally hit the fold. Meanwhile, the Mask and Village are fighting in the center. They made themselves a little alcove here to fight one another. And they are absolutely slashing away. The Mask is absolutely cutting up Village. But Village has a rather thick shield that is hard to keep, that makes it really hard to keep him down. That Soul Grinder on the left is actually already really low, as these Chosen Halberds are really good at anti-large. Those Chaos Furies, as I expected, were used to hit this Hell Cannon, and while they've hurt it, they were not able to do enough damage to actually knock it out. In fact, they're burning away from it. Meanwhile, this Lord of Change are fighting these Seeker Chariots to a rather extremely boring standstill. All right. That is some Chaos Warriors already fleeing the field here. Meanwhile, the Mask and Village continue their fight in the center of the line. Oh, the Changebringers have arrived and are now making their presence known on these Chaos Warriors. However, they are slightly hitting their own line of Chosen. Village is still there, but he's losing decisively to the Mask, who has now decided to move and change targets as they both flee the field already. They have got to find something to deal with these Changebringers. If they're unable to, they're going to lose extremely quickly. But it looks like no range is to be had for the Slaanesh army. The Changebringers continue to just work on the back of these flanking Mirror Guard. Now they've turned around as the Hell Cannon has been dropped and abandoned by the looks of it. And these Hellflayers have made their mark on these Marauders in the back. Now they're gonna start charging forward to hopefully try and break the back line of Tzeentch. The Changebringers have moved in on their flank, trying to finish off these Mirror Guard before these Chaos Chosen make their retreat. A massive strike from the Mask, but to little effect. These Chosen Warriors are finishing off these Chaos Warriors on the left side, but the Hellflayers have joined in to assist, rather ineffectively, a really poor flank on their part. They are still pretty locked in combat. The Lord of Change is now squaring off against the Mask in a one-on-one. An extremely large shield for that Lord of Change, though. It might not be a Lord, but it sure is a formidable foe regardless. The Mask, however, is very even in its combat despite their exhaustion. Oh, Village has rejoined the battle and has seemingly turned the tide. These Mirror Guard are no longer able to hold. However, the Changebringers are almost dead entirely. They've completely burned and withered away. These Hellflayers are also ending the lives of these few Chaos Warriors on this flank. And they're locked in an extremely, honestly, seemingly fruitless one-on-one over here. The Hellflayers are now making their turn. The Lord of Change has retreated from the Mask. And they are now both focusing on multiple individual units. Spells are being cast all across the field. It's still extremely close here. Watching the AI use chariots is painful. It sure is. All right, the Mask is returned, fighting its 1v1 against Village. Village is not able to keep up by the looks of it, though. The Mask might be able to finish him off and then make its move on the Lord of Change and just completely change this battle. A blast of energy coming in from somewhere. Village retreats for the second time. And it is now the Mask against this Lord of Change once again. The Chariots are coming back in to deal with these Chosen, but again are rather ineffective on their charge. Both armies are just fighting with scraps now. Very little left on either side. Hi, Ari. Welcome in. The last two units of extremely weak Mirror Guard are trying to finish off this Chosen. Village returns for the third time now that his shield is back, but he is absolutely exhausted. This battle remains extremely close. And that one nearly full unit of Chaos Chosen on the right flank that had been held here this whole time might end up making the difference. Village finally flees the field permanently. That is his third time he's struck out, and he's out for sure. The Chosen have given up as well at the sight of their lord leaving the field permanently. So now it is the mask against this Lord of Change and this Mirror Guard, which just happens to just absolutely cling on to life no matter what hits them. If the mask is quickly able to kill this Lord of Change, it might be over before the Chosen are over here able to make their final difference. And it's falling fast. All right, the Chosen might soon be freed up by these Warriors of Slaanesh. They might finally have them pared down to where they retreat. Finally, having slowly chipped them away, they might be able to join this Lord of Change and turn the tide. The Mirror Guard have decided to change over and let this 1v1 continue. Almost every single unit is exhausted. The Mirror Guard are going to attempt to hold off this last giant unit of Chosen while the Mask tries to finish off the Lord. It just might work. The plan might just work. It's so close. The Mask is absolutely carrying this battle on its back. The Lord of Change has gained back some of its fervor, but is slowly burning to death. And the Mask knows it. It's dead. It's died. The Mask cursed it to an evil, horrible, burning death. Now it's just this Chosen left to fight the Mask. Everything else is retreated from the field. It's one unit v one unit. A unit of Chosen is all that remains. Who would have thought that our last battle of the round would be the closest? The Mask is surrounded, but winning decisively. If this second unit hits without fleeing, it might cause a problem. The Mask is absolutely fighting for its life, swinging left and right, but surrounded by great weapons. They are gonna crash. They're not gonna waver. She's now entirely surrounded. Oh, there's a buff. Still absolutely cleaving through this thick armor. The Mirror Guard are circling, thinking about coming back in to help, to try and finally break. They found the leadership. They're now fighting the weaker Chosen unit on the fringe. They're just absolutely slaughtering each other to a man, drowning each other in this lake of blood that is this front line. The other unit is permanently fled. It is now down to one unit. They're wavering. And it's over! Slaanesh takes the narrow win! Wow! Absolute is down to the wire as we could have gotten. Slaanesh takes the win. Congratulations, Lorelei. Holy crap. Just absolute carnage. The Mask dealing 22,000 damage. Oh my lord, and these Chaos Warriors, these rank 2 Chosen, dealing 16,000 themselves. Oh, good lord. Absolute slaughter. It might have been Zinch and Slaanesh fighting, but man, I think Khorne's the only one that comes out of this happy. Woo! Absolutely close. All right, what a great battle. Okie dokie. We're gonna move back to chatting real quick and we're gonna start up our second round and then take a break, yeah? So I'll be right back, guys. Don't get stuck in the door. Alrighty, our second round has already started. The drawing has already been pulled. Our first battle will be Echoist versus G-Android. Wow, it is completely mixed up over here.
Got stuck in the
Yeah?
door. Mike's little penis. Yeah, that's gonna be so.
Yeah, that sounds like it. Alrighty. So this will be our list for the second round here. Take it in, figure out who your opponent is. Oh, wow. Who am I up against? Oh, I'm up against Gear. Okay, that ought to be funny. It's towards the end, but that ought to be a lot of fun. All right, so our first few battles will be Echoist versus Gian, Tori Nissan versus Stale Pompano, Hero versus Omega, and Pancreas versus Silo. Those will be our first four. We will check those out the moment we get back. Until then, we're gonna take a 5-minute break so people can go get snacks. I'm gonna go to the little bird's room and get some more water. I'll see you guys back here in just a moment, okay, y'all? Be right back. Raid Dorada, welcome in. How was your stream? What were y'all doing? But welcome in, everyone. My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian paragliding sun goddess. I do War Thunder variety and history streams. I have a master's in history. I work as a museum curator full time. We like to play things like strategy games, do history lectures, virtual museum tours, play history cahoots, and stuff like that. Today, this whole weekend, I've been holding a Total War Warhammer 3 AI v AI tournament, and we're going through our Swiss round right now. We're on day 2, so I really appreciate the raid, but if you feel like hanging out, grab a snack, grab a drink, kick your feet up, watch the carnage, and have a great time, but stick around a little too long, and I might just leave a curse on you, yeah? Alrighty, so we just got done with our first round, and we're about to start our second round of Swiss of 4. So we're gonna go ahead and start our first battle up, which is going to be between Echoist and Giandroid. Now, a reminder, the way this works is that if you won last round, you're going to be going up against someone who also won last round. Same for if you lost. So, our first battle is going to be here. Now let's find out our map. If we could go ahead and get a betting poll up, that'd be great. Yo, what's up, Echo? What are you sweating about? You already won one, dude. Alrighty, so we have the Slayer's Sword quest battle map. So that'll be interesting. Now, we've got a lot of Wood Elves. It's a much smaller Wood Elf force. Actually, I think Echo was one of our first battles against that full Rattling Gun army, and we're able to pull it out thanks to those ethereal stags. But we'll see how this goes. Bretonia has much more units, but ironically, the Wood Elves have more cavalry, and the Way Watchers, well, they don't have the range of the Peasant Bowmen, should be able to put in a lot of work on that front line. This will be interesting. I technically didn't lose as a glitch, did me in? Debatable. The bracket has Oda-san who lost against Lori who won. Oh, does it really? That's interesting. It shouldn't be like that. Yo, thank you for the follow, Telerath. Welcome to the cult. I mean, did you... What? Huh? Yo, thank you for the sub as well, Telerath. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the harem. Yeah, you did lose. That's weird. That's odd. I guess the criteria for Swiss on this is different. That's interesting. Give me 1 second here. Let me double check the settings. That's really interesting. I don't know why it did that. Maybe it is just random then. It's really odd. It's not usually how Swiss works, but I think the website's done it differently. Well, then I apologize for that. 23 v 23, so there's bound to be one loss versus every win. Oh, you're right. Yeah, there always is bound to win because you've got odd numbers. No, that's a good point. No, you're right. So, Oda-san, I'm afraid, I don't know if you got lucky or unlucky, but we'll see. Yeah, well, I don't think anyone else is. Echoist is playing Gian, who I think won. I don't know. It would be impossible to go through and check them all. Where's Gian? Yeah. So at least that, I mean, we know the first one's right. I want to reshuffle. I don't want to fight the triple dragons. Hey, I'm already changing. I'm already being gracious enough to acknowledge there's a glitch and fix your army. You're not getting a redraw. All right, so place your bets, guys. The Wood Elves versus this Bretonian army. It's actually kind of hard to see. I wonder who's gonna actually take this. All right, we're halfway through the bats, so let's go check out our map. Without using buys to round things up in a tourney setting, the extra is inevitable. It is, yeah. It won't. Oh no. It shouldn't affect your final score, Odasan. It's not based on weight. Your wins aren't it's not based on weighted wins, I'm pretty sure. It's based on head-to-head, so. And after 3 rounds, everyone won't face everyone, but it should be close enough. We should have 8 be chosen by then. All right, so Bretonia has the low ground, but it's a lot of flat ground. That the Wood Elves will not be able to really use. There's no real tree cover either to help shield against these blessed trebuchets. Wait, I got great weapons? Bring those dragons here. I was about to say, do you like anti-large or those dwarf great weapons? They're not like the best anti-large, but they are still anti-large. Alrighty. Better get your bets in. It's about 50-50. Time's about up. I don't know. I'm really curious to see how this will go. If Bretonia had more cavalry, I think it'd be really scary. But they're really mixed here, so. Yo, Akali VR, thank you for the follow. How's it going? Welcome into the cult. All right, betting is over. Let's get started. It looks like the elves have chosen the massive high ground over here. An actual really smart position from the AI for once. Whether that's luck or just actually smart AI, who knows? But it looks like they're gonna hold this narrow gap and let the Bretonians come to them. Yo, Scorpy 1K, thanks for the follow. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? Come on, they have a fort. It's a bastion. It's not that bad. They don't really have a ton of, like, they don't have any artillery either, so it's just regular range. The thing that beats my comp is hyper-aggression. Yeah, it is. I don't know if the high ground will cook them per se, but the narrow ground will definitely be really bad for them. Because they have inferior units, I'm pretty sure, to these Eternal Guard and these Dryads. However, it also means that the Wood Elves probably won't be able to get a whole lot out of their cavalry. They're moving in line with their trebuchets, who look like they're going to immediately take their first few throws at Orion. Again, the AI apparently has not figured out that, hey, using your massive AoE artillery on single unit lords and heroes is not wise. So they're still going for that route, it would seem. AI unfortunate, yeah, but that's something you gotta account for. That's what makes it so fun. It's just completely, well, it's not completely random, but there's a lot of randomness to it. And there's our first shots coming out of that trebuchet. It's changed targets rather wisely, but to little effect on this Eternal Guard, who were able to move out of the way thanks to some quick thinking. Bretonia seems content to just let this trebuchet fire and make the Wood Elves leave their high ground. They've changed their mind. They're going for the assault anyway. Again, the range is so far that the AI continues to move their units out of the way. but this might cause trouble. They've now doubled up on this space, and this, oh no! And now they're gonna get hit twice as much. It's backfired a little bit. But Bretonia continues to hold. All right. It looks like the Wood Elves have realized it's not tenable to sit here and hold this position with that trebuchet making the difference. And it looks like they're preparing to sally out. Another shot coming in, but missing the mark. Bretonia has begun a slow march forward, enticing the Wood Elves to come out further. An extremely long and expansive line is being formed. Thank you for the follow, Zed++. Welcome to the cult. Which is really bad for the Wood Elves because they're going to get flanked. First arrows from the Way Watchers come in, catching these bowmen a little off guard. The left side is clashing in a cavalry v cavalry battle. Stag Knights locking in with Grail Knights. And the Stag Knights are losing hard. Treants are circling around to try and assist. The lines are now fully crashing into one another. Plenty of Bretonians here to cause trouble. The Wood Elves are just so simply outnumbered that it makes you wonder if they really have a chance to take this fight. All right, looks like we have two clear lines of attack right now. These Way Watchers are being held down, however, by Rapans, who seem to have used the chaos to split the middle and ride into these Way Watchers on the back. However, the other one remains untouched and is currently taking out the peasant bowmen who have gotten too close. The same goes for these Glade Riders, which will cause a lot of harassment, but you have to really wonder how long can these Eternal Guard face these 5 units of Spearmen and Battle Pilgrims? While rather mundane, they are so vastly outnumbered. Oh, you saw me on Crunch's Twitter? Let's go. Crunch is cool. But I'm glad you came to check me out. Hope you've been having a good Sunday. Those Stag Knights have returned, but again, they charge into the front line to little effect. We have 2 main groupings here, with the Way Watchers changing focus between the Damsel, the Rapans, and multiple units of peasant bowmen. Meanwhile, the Trebuchet continues to fire, but is still aiming at units that are rather inefficient. The firing continues. The Sylvan Knights are not able to do nearly as much as they did against those Rattling Gunners in the first face-off. They're finding much more stiff resistance for this front line. And it's looking very precarious for the Wood Elves. They have very little left in them. A massive ability coming through from Orion. Seeking to finish and chip off a lot of the army that surrounds him, but it's nowhere near enough. TikTok. You missed a lot, buddy. Orion continues to fight these units that surround him. And while they are on the lower end, he is getting absolutely covered in arrows. The Sylvan Knights are trying to finish off this peasant bowman in the back. They've made the field trebuchet flee their siege engines, but are at the cost of their own unit. The Wood Elves now are quite literally just down to Orion. It's just him against the world, and there's a lot of world out there. More arrows come raining in. Orion has very little gas left, especially now that he's fighting against this Grail. He's gonna add more leadership to the units around it. He's now completely surrounded and being slowly enveloped. It's only a matter of time now. Everything else has fled the field. Rapunzel remains nearly full health as well. And it's looking like a crushing victory for Bretonia here. He is healing, but not fast enough. And while he is strong in melee, he's much better at range with his spears. Arrows continue to rain in, but you have to question if they're really hitting Orion or just the units around him. He's down to 400 HP. 0, and he's executed. It is over. All right, and Jian takes their second win. Congratulations. A massive victory for Giandroid, who's definitely looking at a top 8 finish. All right. About equal losses as well, but Bretonia had way more units. These Grail Knights getting 136 kills. Meanwhile, the Lost Sylvan Knights, essentially their rival, not able to match up, despite dealing more damage. Orion with over 224 kills, easily being the most in the battle, but the rest of his units just letting him down. All right, so that is our first game of round 1 over. So broke at 47,000 nuggets is crazy. Hey, Edward, welcome in. All right, let's get our second battle together. It will be Tori Nissan versus Stale Pompano. All right. Oop. Alrighty, so we have our Lizardman army, which I believe defeated the Doomstack of Oda-san's army last battle, including using a Dread Saurian, some Cohort of Hwaddle, and a lot of Kroxigors, going up against the High Elves that are using some really good cavalry, and as well as Tyrion, a mage, a death mage, and a noble. So it kind of comes down to how can these Lizardmen deal with this cavalry, but also how can the cavalry deal with something like a Dread Saurian? It really is dependent upon how well these lords, how quickly they are able to take out this Dread Saurian, because that cavalry's not gonna have a lot to do against it. The Dread Saurian's what won it for him, in my honest opinion. It was. It's a very powerful unit. That's why it's cost 3,000 gold. I think one of the most in the game that's not a lord. If you guys buy my course, I'll teach you how to get nuggets quick and easy for low price of everything you have. We'll exchange nuggets for organs. All right. Oh, I just popped my spine and it felt so good. All right, so how are you feeling so far? Have we been having fun? Was the first round fun? I think it was a really good time. However, it is looking like Friday and Sunday of next week we're gonna be finishing out this tournament. It is taking so much longer than I expected, but it is a ton of fun. Great, I'm glad it's been fun for you guys. That's so cool. We'll definitely be doing more of these. This is so much more fun than I expected. And by the way, I'd like to give a big shout out to Hestia. I don't know if she's in here right now, but she helped me set a lot of this up. I had the idea, but Hestia kind of helped me like form it together and actually pushed me to do it. So a big thanks to her. If y'all have the ability to, and y'all want to see someone that's really good at extraction shooters, please go check out Hestia Olymp. Let me pull up her Twitch. Oh, that's a really weird. It's the mobile. Interesting. All right, give me a moment. Let me pull. Oh, you got the shout out for her. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, please go check her out and support her. She's a VTuber that does a lot of extraction shooters. But she also runs an org that does like game tournaments and stuff like that. She's really cool and she's really, really fun. So y'all should definitely go check her out. All right. How's the betting going? Are we gonna check out the map? All right, we're halfway through. So it looks like people are favoring the lizard men, which is a valid view here. Oh shit, I forgot to change the map. My bad. I will have to back out real quick. Leave me alone, dude. I'm allowed one of these mistakes. Like, I just closed out of the game. I just closed out of the game. My bad. My bad. Luckily, it doesn't delete anything, but my bad. I pressed the wrong button. My brain turned off. I wasn't paying attention. Look, I panicked. I panicked, okay? I'm allowed to panic. Good Lord. Oh my God. Oopsies. My bad. Luckily, it should save the armies and stuff, so it's really just pulling the map back up. Honestly, it might have been faster. All right. Yeah, it actually was a little faster. No, not the chair. Oh. Ah. You missed. All right. One, two, three, 4, and 5. So it'll be on the Eastern Straits Isle. It's an island battle. Ooh. A beach episode? I didn't miss my crown theft. I'm so miffed. Good luck, my foe. I believe in your great strength. I'm not gonna lie. I thought you said I'm so miffed. Good luck, toe. And I was like, where is this going? Where is this going? Like, where is this going and what do I have to feel about it? All right, so our betting is over. I'm gonna go ahead and put us on the map. My bad. Can we see all of your facial expressions? Will you want me to just like list them out real quick? Oh. It's this one. And then this one. A blush. A fear or like a oops. And I think that's it. Yeah. And the other one's just the buck, the cursed buck. And then also I can turn one page at a time like this. Pretty neat, huh? Do you not have a good luck toe, Hara? No, I do not have a good luck toe. All right. So now that we're having our beach episode over here, Oxy's gonna go find himself a Mai Tai and a beach chair while these guys fight it out. It's a relatively flat area, but there's a lot of space over here for this cavalry to kind of stay hidden at the start of the battle. So I wonder if the elves are gonna use that to their advantage. You should get one? I'm good, I don't like feet. All right, let's get started. All right. Now, this time, this Lizardman army has the Pterodon riders. The last army they went up against didn't have range, but this one has plenty of it. So I wonder how long they're gonna last. Yo, what's up, Reckless? It's been a bit, buddy. I'm doing really good. How you doing? We're doing a Total War Warhammer 3 tournament right now. All right. It looks like the Lizardmen have actually turned back. I guess they're gonna let their Pterodons do a little bit of skirmishing over here with these Grail Knights, considering they can't be hurt by them. Arrows are coming in on this Saurian, already taking some pretty good damage. They're forming up a little close, these Lizardmen. I'm curious as to what their attempt is. I think they're afraid of the cavalry and trying to not present a flank. The Saurian is about to crash into his front line, however, and is doing so triumphantly, as are the Croxagores. These Reavers are getting absolutely eaten up by these skirmishers, already having lost half their HP trying to drive through this the sacred Croxagores. The Dread Saurian's in a good spot, but it is up against Spearmen, making it a little bit more difficult. There's plenty of archers to deal with it. The cavalry back here has actually wavered after finally catching these skinks. One is holding them down while the other finishes them off. Meanwhile, the same goes for these Dragon Princes who have been absolutely mauled by these sacred Croxagores. This Dread Saurian is looking really worse for wear, practically surrounded and being absolutely pinpricked with all of these arrows from these Sea Guard. It's not gonna live much longer. Surprisingly, this Elven army has a ton of spearmen, which is allowing them to easily deal with large creatures. It also doesn't help that Nakai the Wanderer has abandoned his front line. The skinks have finally returned and can now start shooting into the crowd. The Saurian is still putting in a little bit of work, but it is running out of time quickly and is starting to break. A little too much wandering? Yeah, it looks like it. Hey, Wyatt, welcome in, dude. Oh, those Reavers have returned. Just to crash into these skink skirmishers again. The Pterodon Riders have returned as well to try and help out the last of these Croxadors. Meanwhile, this Death Mage is in single battle against Nakai. bang! These skinks are finishing off these dragon princes who are extremely well armored but have very little HP left. They might not be able to make it back to the field before wavering again. The lizard men are now entering a primal roar state. They're entering fury. It is extremely close. The elven line starts to waver under the might of the Saurian that's returned. It's actually much closer than originally thought. Can Tyrion hold his line together? That primal roar coming in absolutely clutch from Nakai to keep his army in the fight. Tyrion is now facing off against this Saurian, trying to finish it off. But it's so tanky that despite how low it is, it only has a little bit less HP than Tyrion himself. Nakai has rejoined the fray. Now to fight against this noble. The skinks are putting in work, finishing off anything that might try to reform its line by harassing them away from the rest of the fight. And that might be it. Unless Tyrion can kill this Dread Saurian quickly, it might be over. And he's not doing it quickly. Nakai comes slamming into these Swordmasters, who we've seen up until now usually being extremely effective on front lines, but they're just getting pricked apart and pulled in different directions by all of these skink archers. They just can't handle it. Nakai and Tyrion are stuck in one-on-one combat as the remnants of their armies try to hold together around them. The Saurian is no longer wavering and is about to come back in and help. Nakai is also... Oh my, they're all focusing in on Tyrion. Nakai is also in a rage. Those skirmishers are just making all of the difference here. And it's over. Tyrion's fled. The lizard men have won their second battle. Wow. The Croxagores were just too much. The Saurian was just too much. It refused to waver. All right, Pompano with his second win. Congratulations. Holy crap. Yeah, that Dread Saurian had 200 kills and 18,000 damage. Meanwhile, the Croxagores had so much to deal with, to deal damage to, because they're not fighting extremely elite units. I'm surprised those spearmen could not shake it out. But yeah, those Swordmasters of Hoeth that absolutely cooked for that first round did terrible this time around. Everything was too big. Excuse me. All right. Our next battle will be Hero Shadowflame against Omega Bomba. All right, let's pull them out. All right, so we have the other Cathay army versus Warriors of Chaos. This ought to be really interesting. Ironically, the Warriors actually have more artillery than Cathay, but Cathay has cavalry. But congratulations, Pompano. Nice job. All right, let's go ahead and get that map selection up. Kelp and Coal Dust. Looks like a rather valley-like map. You should do sports commentary. It would be kind of fun. I will fully admit, though, I'm talking a little less because my throat is actually starting to get shredded for the first time in a very long time. All right, round 2, battle 3's gambling is up. All right, Gear. I also think that people are rather on top of it now. I think we can go back to making it 2 minutes, if you don't mind. After this one. I am hydrating. I'm just yelling a lot. I'm talking so much. I know I normally talk a lot, but man, I'm doing it a lot for this commentary. Also, knock on wood, but Comcast wasn't lying. We haven't had a single internet hiccup, and we're almost at 6 hours, which makes me so happy. I'm very thankful for them getting it fixed. And I didn't have to be mean or yell or be snotty or nothing. It's probably why they helped. I didn't just come out on the phone swinging. I was just like, hey, I got a problem. Can you really help? I just wish I could get away with my AOS army in Total War 3. Unfortunately, they do not have Berserker Fire Dwarves riding lava lizards. Yeah. It's actually really stable right now. All right, let's go ahead and check out our map. Don't jinx it. I'm trying not to. I knocked on wood. I did it again, just to be sure. All right, looks like a lot of the gamble is going in on Chaos. And Cathay has kind of tightened themselves up over here. The last fight that this Cathay army went against was a very condensed Skaven army. And fought them in the trees and somehow were able to pull it off. We'll have to see how this Terracotta Warrior does against all of the Chaos Chosen and stuff like that. Because I'm not quite sure how Chaos deals with, like, such large units. All right. Whoa! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, everyone. My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess, and I do War Thunder variety and history streams. Thank you so much for the raid, Asher the Lamb BBT. How was your stream? What are we up to? Today, we are holding a Total War Warhammer 3 tournament. It's AI v AI and a lot of other creators and chatters submitted armies. And we're currently working through day 2 of our Swiss group stage. After this, we will be doing our 8-person bracket. There were 45 entries, so we're about maybe 1 or 2 battles into round 2. So it's been a lot of fun. Oh, Dead by Daylight, let's go. Hell yeah. But thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. But yeah, we're about to get started here in just a moment. I'm waiting for chatters to bet their channel points. But yeah, feel free to go grab a snack, grab a drink, kick your feet up, relax, and watch the carnage. I'll be giving some commentary, so feel free to stick around. But if you stick around just a little too long, I'll be taking some of those organs and leaving a curse. So don't get too comfortable, okay? Watch out. I'm doing pretty good, Edgar. My voice is getting a little tired, but I'll be fine. it says about the tournament organizer losing her first battle. But I did, so. All right, so our bets are just about to be up. Go ahead and make sure you get them in. Hey, give me your liver every time, man. I'm just gonna put it in a pretty jar. It's no biggie. I can't wait for my second battle either. I can't wait to see how the trains do against an army that's not more trains. Wait, didn't you say at the start of stream you would win? I said at the start of stream, I hope I don't win, because that'd be really awkward. Who am I going to pay the winnings out to? Myself? Sounds really lame. Which I wouldn't do anyway. I would give first place to the second place if I ended up winning it all. Alrighty, so we can go ahead and get started on our battle here. Good luck to the competitors. Cathay has already started with a barrage, but again, it's gonna get foiled by trees. Very little effect. Meanwhile, those hell cannons are gonna target the terracotta soldier, which is a good target to pick, but they miss. Another rocket barrage going for nothing but trees, and it hits nothing but trees. Hell cannon finally strikes. Archers are already hitting. More cannon fire. Looks like they split their shots between the terracotta and the junk. Right now, it's just an exchange of artillery fire. A lot of archers coming out of Cathay. As Chaos tries to form a line together, and the first charge of the Jade Lancers come in. It's a great effect, but not a lot of damage. These arrows from these Celestial Dragon crossbows are putting in so much work on Chaos. But it might not be enough here. Those aspiring champions are going to put a lot of work in on these Jade Warriors. Celestial General is in the same area as Village. Let's see if they end up clashing. More cannon fire coming out of these grand cannons. The cow cannon, some of my favorite. They're trying to reposition currently to find some effective fire. More cavalry sweeping in on these Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh who are looking for a flank. Village is taking his fight to these Jade Warriors rather effectively. God, that fire from that junk is so inaccurate, it's not even funny. All right, that Terracotta Warrior continues cleaving through these Chaos Warriors, which are not large weapon, which means they're gonna have a very difficult time trying to deal with them. He's posing the wrong way. He's aura farming the wrong direction. Oh, my bad. He's absolutely fucking up one person. These Hellfire cannons are finally moving into the fray here, realizing it'd be more effective. Yo, thank you for the follow, Foxinator. Welcome to the cult. And thank you for the like. All right, it looks like this Chaos front line is finally starting to make some moves, as these Jade Warriors are just not up to snuff. The Celestial General is also in heated combat with Village, but he's going to be at a massive disadvantage here, despite Village being very tired. The archers are putting in assistance, trying their best to help him out. More rockets coming in. It's still up in the air. Who knows who can take it? It's split evenly 50-50. Village is winning, but not without taking some significant damage. However, that Hell Cannon stopping that Archer support is gonna really help him out. Those cannons are still taking aim at Village himself, trying to help the general out as well. He's at a severe disadvantage. Not only is Village shielded, but I think he's also just more powerful in the melee. Chaos is seeming to gather the edge here. You know, you really wouldn't expect a junk like this to be this tanky. It looks like the regular units of Cathay are starting to waver entirely and flee the field. Even the general himself, it is now just down to the Terracotta Warrior and the artillery. We'll see if they can hold. His village has only lost a little under half his health bar. He's got so much to work with. Surprisingly, these Chaos Warriors over here have held down this Sentinel longer than expected. And now everything is starting to charge these cannons, which does not have a lot to defend it. Village is actually taking a ton of damage from those cannons, but it's not going to nearly be enough. It's looking heavily in Chaos's favor. It just looks like the Sentinel just can't free himself from these warriors fast enough. Yeah, there's really not much left. Yo, thank you for the sub, Yari. I will happily get plapped and subbed. Thank you. The Celestial General has nothing to work with. These archers and halberdiers are just trying to hold on a little bit longer against this skull cannon. But there's just so much left on the field for Chaos that's absolutely healthy. It's just going to be very difficult for them to finish this. Had the line of Cathay been a little bit more centered, they might have had an easier time. That Sentinel is still stuck here. The general is dead. That's going to be a big hit to their leadership for the few units that are able to remain on the battlefield. However, it doesn't look like Chaos has much of an ability to mess with these sky junks at the moment. The problem is that their aim is so inaccurate. Will it really make a difference? Village is making his move. The Terracotta Sentinel is surrounded and wavering. This might be the end here. It looks like it will be. Even the junk is left. It's just the soldier, and that's it. Warriors of Chaos take the victory. Wow. Congratulations, Omega Bomba. How unfortunate. Yeah, those chosen on that front line, man, they just do way too much work. Village himself actually didn't do too much more damage than the Celestial General, but it looks like just the stronger front line went out. The AI was not able to use the Sentinel nor the Cavalry like the Jade Lancers effectively enough. All right. Okay, time for our next battle. Let's see here. We have Pancreas versus Silel the Bard. Oh no, here we go. All right, so Pancreas will be using an army of high elves, including Teclis and a Phoenix, up against the hero and lord stack of the vampire counts. So this ought to be very interesting. Bomba won the last one. I believe it was Bomba. Yes, Bomba won it. If you were made to eat any bug, what bug would you choose? An ant. You literally would not taste it. Now, as we saw, that hero stack was surprisingly scary against those, the Vampire Coast that went up against last round, with the Banshee killing Harkon by itself in one-on-one combat. So I'm very curious how it'll perform against these high elves who have a lot of bows, but probably not enough to deal with 8 heroes. Shrimp the bugs of them oceans. Do they technically count as bugs? But then again, I don't really like shrimp, so... You've eaten ants before? Like, on purpose or not on purpose? Some taste citrusy. I don't want to find out, thank you. I'm good. All right, make sure you get your gambles in. All right, I wonder if Pancreas's army will be able to hold up. They went against that orc horde of cavalry earlier, but does that bug you? Yes, and I hate your pun. That honestly, that bugs me more. But I really do wonder, because I don't think the cavalry will have really any effect on the vampire counts. Teclis is actually going to be pretty weak. I really do wonder what he's going to look like against any of these lords. Karstein has him beat in every metric. The Banshee has him beat in anything that's not leadership or armor. Oh my lord. This is just horrifying. They're so powerful, man. They were in chocolate and it was on purpose. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, there's a lot at the local zoo where it was like, you could eat crickets with like cheddar dust. Why would I do that? Corn chips exist. Why would I choose to do that to myself? Gear, did you put the timer at 2 or 3 minutes? All right, well, we're about halfway anyway. We're gonna go ahead and check out our map that I didn't change. I just realized. Oh, do 2 minutes, please. Yeah, for the rest of them, do 2 minutes. No, it's good. I gotta do the map anyway, because I forgot, so it works out fine. Alrighty, we have the Cathay Wasteland. Alright, there we go. Some say roaches taste like shrimp. No, they don't. Shut up. Literally, nobody anywhere has ever said that in their life, because who the fuck would eat a roach? Alrighty. A rather open battlefield, but the field I don't know if really matters because it's so many lords and heroes that they just kind of don't care. How have you accidentally... You know what? Don't answer that. I don't want to know how you accidentally ate one. That is actually my biggest fear. Unintentional discovery is culinary exploration. Exploration, absolutely disagree. Absolutely disagree. Do not care. All right, are there any last minute bets in? Or are we good to go ahead and turn it off? Are we good? Gear, I think we're good to shut the bets off. I think everyone got their stuff in. It's pretty even. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get started. If this wins 2 rounds in a row, that's gonna be a really bad omen. A lot of them are on horseback, and it looks like they're gonna take advantage of it. The arrows are already moving in, and they're taking in a good toll as well. Karstein is also already being pummeled, but not nearly fast enough. Now this time there are plenty of archers. Unlike the first Vampire Coast their army went up against. How'd your team do? I lost, dude. See ya, Thunder. Sleep well, man. More arrows are absolutely raining in on this Necromancer. And they are feeling it too. These Sisters of Avalorn have those enchanted armor-piercing arrows. They're making it known. Oh my gosh, the Necromancer's already almost out. A key linchpin in this army. Teclis has yet to even join the battle, remaining in range. Rather wisely, honestly. The AI has made a wise move and moved it, forced its vampire shadows into some of the archers, but there's not enough of them there to really deal with all of them. Now, all 3 of these lords in here have been encircled and are just being shot to pieces. Teclis still refuses to actually help. For some reason, the AI has turned these to melee, probably the most inadvisable position they could be pulling right now. But they have decided to do it. Karstein and 2 of the lords in the center are already at half HP and are losing fast. The Necromancer died very early and was not able to get out a ton of units, leaving them rather cut off. Karstein is honestly actually wavering this quickly. Losing that Necromancer is really bad as they can't form more units. Now, it would have been advisable for these archers to be laying waste into these single lords, but instead they're in the melee. And while it helps with them surrounding them, if there's a big spell cast, it'll be really negative for them. Teclis is in single combat against a White Knight and getting his ass beat. The Phoenix is rejoined. And these Banshees are still holding on quite well. It's just a mosh pit, man. One of the whites is wavering. He's almost completely evaporated. And losing HP very quickly. Teclis remains wisely on the fringes, not challenging any of the individual lords. And now another Banshee is wavering. The White Knight has regained its leadership, but is so weak it might not matter. It is now quite literally only Vlad and some zombies and a white knight holding out here as one of the banshees has fallen and the other one's soon to follow. That Phoenix is actually putting in a great amount of work on this Banshee in the back line, showing that a Arcane Phoenix is stronger than Harkon. And that's it. Another Banshee is down. Now it is just a unit of zombies, a White Knight, and Karstein himself, and then finally the Shadow Vampire. Luckily for Karstein, he's gotten some reprieve fighting these Sisters of Avalorn, which definitely should be on the border shooting at him instead. Teclis is currently fighting the White Knight on the end. They're still holding out. They're still at a massive disadvantage, but they are indeed holding out. Seemingly trying to break encirclement as well as more zombies are summoned to the field. Likely by that Shadow Vampire in the back. The other White Knight is now wavering. Karstein is also taking a huge chunk of damage and is wavering again himself. Oh, this other White Knight on the fringe is actually almost taking care of these Silver Helms and is about to break out to help. It is just taking so long to finish these lords off. Yeah, the Sisters of Avalorn joining the melee was a really bad idea. But it looks like it doesn't matter. Victor's down, and that now all the rest will soon follow. With nothing to bind the White Knights, it is over. Pancreas, no work, has won his second battle. Wow. Teclis did not do much, but he didn't need to. That Arcane Phoenix dealing almost 10k damage. The Knights dealing 8. Ooh. Just a tough go at it. That Necromancer getting knocked out that early really, really hurt the counts. Those 9 killed 309. It's true, but they should have gotten more, you know? All right. Our next battle will be Stimpak versus Miraka. Okay, so this is gonna go very interesting. It's a lot of infantry for Stimpak up against quite literally, again, like 9 Way Watchers, which is very scary, especially for Beastmen. Now, they won their last battle, beating those Chaos Dwarves by a very thin margin, who were getting absolutely messed up by those magma cannons. But considering the Beastmen have no cavalry and are all infantry, I'm curious to see just how many can make it through the absolute barrage that is going to come from these Way Watchers. All right, you've only got 2 minutes, so make sure you get those bets in. Pancreas may not work, but his elves sure do. They sure do, man. All right. Thoughts, predictions? Who do we think's gonna win? I think I'm leaning for the Way Watchers. There are so many Beastmen, they might be able to overcome it, but they're gonna have to overcome an absolute avalanche of arrows. Because at least the Chaos Dwarves last battle had magma cannons to at least deal some damage. These beastmen are just nothing but running infantry. All right, let's see what map they get. Ooh, the Dark Crater in the Darkland. The Dark Crater of Darkland Crater. Wow. Incredible naming scheme. All right, let's go ahead and check out our map. Hey, Conrad, I'm doing pretty good. How you doing, buddy? The Way Watchers, if you play the Wood Elves, you play it for the Way Watchers. Like, unironically, honestly, if you make your full army out of nothing but Way Watchers and Stag Cavalry, you're looking really good. All right. So those Way Watchers will have a bit of time, but they're not going to have a ton of time. Their range isn't massive, but they overlay a lot. So the first unit, if it meets the center, is going to get absolutely... It's just going to get turned into a pincushion. It's going to get absolutely destroyed immediately. Just evaporated. All right, our bets are done, and we are starting our battle. And it begins. A lot of the beastmen are missing here. Those trees will help a lot for a flank. However, if Tarox just charges in like this, he's going to die very quickly. The arrows begin to rain in. Tarox is already losing about a fifth of his health. And more incoming. These few amount of Minotaur great weapons are just soaking up arrows as well. The rest of the beastmen now emerge from the trees. No longer hidden. Putting these Way Watchers on the back foot, but they can fire in reverse. These beastmen are making it to the lines of Way Watchers, but at what cost? Tarox is already wavering. He's already in a lot of danger. And the chase has hardly even begun. There's already one set of Way Watchers that has been entirely encircled. If these spearmen can just merely hold them there, they can finish them off. And it will be a slaughter. While Way Watchers are not bad at melee, they're not the best. Tarox is taking some heavy damage. And these Way Watchers continue to fire on retreat. He might go down if he's not careful. And he's dead, just like that. Tarox, barely even making a dent in any of the units, has already collapsed. It's just absolute carnage. Of the few Way Watchers caught, the Beastmen are paying for 10 Beastmen for at least every elf for the time being. But they are starting to finally corral them into the edge of the map. Even if it's at great cost. Just the amount of Beastmen bodies that slowly litter this assault. But as you can see, if they catch one of the Way Watchers, they end them quickly. And there's still plenty of Beastmen left. The Way Watchers are being pushed to the brink, but they are spread out enough. They are slowly being corralled in. Absolutely backed into a corner right here. They don't have a lot of space left to maneuver. And there's still plenty of Beastmen left. Oh no. The last few units of Way Watchers are being caught by these extremely fast Minotaur who just were not worn down enough. These Ravagers might have a hard time catching them, but the Minotaurs do not. They're just too fast. With how close they are to the border, they'll leave the bounds of the map and fully retreat before they regain their leadership. It doesn't much help that the Sisters of Twilight really, so far, on any of the battles they've been in, have not had a great effect. This is the problem. They were not able to corral effectively, and now we're completely backed into this corner by the bearing, crushing weight of all these beastmen. This might be it. The map still says even, but they've run out of places to hide. Completely enveloped in this corner here. There's nowhere for them to go. They're now forced into melee with beastmen units that granted aren't the strongest, but are numerous. Despite their lord being crushed early, the beastmen seem to not really care. They're holding on quite well. And so many of these Waywatcher units have had such major pieces of chunks of them taken out that their fire's not really concentrated anymore. It doesn't hurt nearly as much as the first two lines did. They've allowed themselves more space, but and a little bit of pressure has been worn off, but it's still not nearly enough here. Luckily for the Sisters of Twilight, they don't have to worry about any ranged units hitting them, so they're still free to fire on whatever they come across. The sad part is they just don't do much damage. All of these Waywatchers are at least 50 kills plus, but there's just so many beastmen. It looks like it's only a matter of time now. All these Waywatcher units are down to their final stands. It looks like it's merely a matter of time now. Yeah, they don't use the scatter shot, which is so tough. And while they are, like, slowly chipping down units, it's not enough to really cause... Yeah, that's it. The Sisters of Battle really didn't even get touched, but immediately fled. It's over. Stem back. Now starting off with 2 wins as well. There's a high chance they play Pancreas in the next round. All right. Beastmen represent, you know it. I really thought the Waywatchers were going to do more than that, but they really weren't able to just stem that tide, were they? All right. I remember now. Boy Kissers is Cat. With his Slanesh army against Hestia's Vampire Coast. All right, let's go ahead and get our map together. Congratulations on the bet winners. And it will be on the Night of Revelation, the quest battle. A thin but very open map by the looks of it. So now I'll have to see how this Slaneshi cavalry and the Scourge of Arden and Dakala deal with the massive Silostra on her giant crab mount and all of these depth guard. Hestia would be a bit against the boy kissing. Do you really think so? All right, you got 2 minutes to get your bets in. Go ahead and start betting. It goes really well, Itchy. We're about, I think, a third of the way through our first round already, or a second round. Actually, no, it's like maybe a fourth or a fifth, maybe. Yeah, it's about a fifth. We're about a fifth of the way through. I want the Silostra to crush the boy kissers so badly. What do you got against boy kissers, huh? Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and check out our map. Oh, wow. There is not a lot of space for the vampire counts. What about man kissers? I don't, okay. Is there really a difference? Alrighty. Oh, wow. Yo, the LED towers. Sick. The vampire counts do not have a lot of space to work with here. So this will be interesting to see how they handle such a short range. Especially with how fast Slanesh is. Kiss them boys, yeah. Alrighty, all bets need to be in. You got like 5 seconds. Split about 50-50. Alrighty, we're good to go. It looks like the depth guard are looking to take the brunt of the attack here. Now, Slanesh, I don't think has any range. So these deck dropper bombers are gonna be able to probably cause a lot of damage here. Silostra's already making her move, as are these black spot zombie pirate gunners. These Hell Scourges do not have large weapons and are not anti-large though. So these Night Terrors are actually in a really good spot. The front line has clashed. The question becomes, are they stronger than the depth guard? Extra gunners are moving in. That unit of devoted marauders are already being torn asunder by these Night Terrors, even despite Dakala being right there. Meanwhile, these handgunners are helping out Silostra defeat this Scourge of Arden, who was seemingly winning at some point. That armor-piercing gunner, those armor-piercing handguns are going to cause a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the depth guard in the center are getting torn up by these pleasure seekers. That dragon, the Scourge, is starting to waver this early, but not without taking half of Silostra's health. But considering last battle, Silostra was nearly full HP the entire battle. It looks like these Heralds of Excess Seeker Chariots, which are really strong units, have been completely held down by these Knight Errants and just absolutely destroyed them. But have suddenly been dissipated as they've moved too far away from Silostra herself, which is going to cause a big problem, as now they can run into these gunners down here and cause a lot of damage. Here they come in those chariots. The Dragon's coming back in as well, but it looks like the Depth Guard have finally broken the front line of Slaanesh. Rotting Prometheans have been summoned by Silostra to help out on this front line as they try to mop up the last of these Pleasure Seekers and the Scourge of Arden. All that's left now are these devotees trying to deal with these deck droppers. But it looks like Slaanesh is running out of steam and quickly. If they can kill Silostra without Dakala taking much more damage, they might be able to turn it around. It's still pretty even. Those Night Terrors are finally starting to be worn away by this Scourge of Arden, which is extremely tired, but still staying in the fight. Those devotees are also starting to chip into those Depth Guard, who are chasing way too far here. It is now down to Silostra and some Depth Guard halberds. She does not have a lot of help here. The Scourge still has enough to stay around as well. Despite taking a ton of damage suddenly from these Depth Guard axes, it might die very soon. Dakala remains with plenty of HP. 4,000 is a very scary amount here. Despite not having a lot of army around her, she's got more than enough to fight with. It's also unfortunate these zombie gunners have decided to enter melee instead of sit back and focus her themselves. Now Silostra is wavering, and Dakala is starting to turn this battle. Now, there's still plenty of units for Vampire Coast, but they're gonna have to scare off these last few units of Devotee crossbows. If they can't, then they're just gonna keep chipping away over here. Dakala has been freed. Having now finished off the last of the Depth Guard, with still 2,900 HP intact. And despite being exhausted, still has plenty to work with. That might be it. That might be the end of it. And that's it. Silostra is down. It is now only a matter of time until that Depth Guard give in. That looks like that might be the end of it. What a comeback from Slaanesh. Absolutely carried on the back of Dakala. Had there been more range, she might have been taken out, but sadly, she was still able to make her way through. And that's it. Wow. That is insane. 200 kills from Dakala, 18,000 damage. That is insane. That's disgusting, man. No other unit in her army was able to deal nearly as much, except for those Pleasure Seekers. Really, the only two units that put in some work. Again, I do wonder if the AI hadn't been dumb enough to run in those handgunners, those zombie pirate handgunners. If Dakala would have really lasted. All right, so that win goes to the Boy Kissers, 2-0. All right. Our next battle is Nepa against Dark Jin Lord. All right, so we've got the Tuskgore Chariots, a full chariot army that went up against Skaven on its first round and absolutely cooked. And they're going up against, I believe, Tzeentch. They are a bunch of Tzeentch Chaos Warriors and some Changebringers. Now, the problem here is going to be that the Beastmen could probably run over these Chaos Warriors pretty easily. But those Changebringers are flying units, and they deal a ton of damage if left untouched, which they will be. So it really depends on how much damage can these Changebringers really bring out in this fight. Alrighty. All right, Thieves' Hideout will be our battleground. This will be the last one before our next break. Dakala is certainly absurd, isn't she? Stupid, sexy snakes. Yeah, with their really weirdly long tongues and narrow teeth, toothless mouths. Hate them. Can't stand them. All right, let's go ahead and check out our map. Now they will kiss boys. They're very close to it, honestly. Okay. I'm gonna put you back here. It's a pretty cramped map. And while there is a lot of lanes for these chariots to deal their damage, it looks like it could be really easy for Tzeentch to just square up with their Chaos Warriors and hold out. It's not like the Skaven where there's weak leadership units for them to just run over. I will admit I'm rooting for the chariots because I'm ancient and ancient chariots are the best. But man, that Tzeentch army is going to be really formidable here. However, they are armor piercing and anti-infantry, so that might be another thing to that'll cause some big changes. All right, you have about 5 seconds left on those bets. Make sure you get them in. It's split just about 50-50 again. All right, we're good to go. It's time for some more Mad Max battling. The other issue is that Tzeentch, all of their units are covered in shields. Oh, and the AI knows these Changebringers can move ahead and not get touched. They're gonna put a lot of damage into these chariots before they even reach the Tzeentch lines. And here it comes. They're focusing Kazarak and just melting him. Oh, good lord. Do the Beastmen care about a dead leader? Because Kazarak is not gonna even make it to that front line. That is probably the one ranged unit you want to have an answer for. The Chaos Lord has decided to enter the fray, and he's already retreating. The cavalry have now moved into the Chaos Warriors and immediately wiped out their shields. But how long are they going to be able to last under these Changebringers? All the Warriors of Chaos have to do is just hold out long enough. As you can see, one concentrated blast from these will immediately knock out any of the chariot units. The only difference is that they don't have a lot of ammunition. It's going to be a quick battle either way. It's a lot more than emotional. The ammunition is down to 6 for these Changebringers, but it looks like they've already made enough of an impact that it might not matter. They are now entering melee and are performing perfectly fine against these chariots by the looks of it. Same goes for the Chaos Lord. He's lost his shield, but is performing fine. They're just getting absolutely blanketed in the blue power of the warp. Oh, it looks like Kazarak has returned to the field. Can he help keep his army stable? It does not look like they're doing enough on the field, though. These Changebringers are continuing to absolutely slaughter these chariots. The Warriors of Chaos are having a very tough time dealing with them, but the Changebringers just doing way too much. They're only just now out of ammo. That might just be it. It is! It's already over! Zinj takes the W with those Changebringers. Wow. I knew they'd make the difference. Changebringers here getting very few kills, but doing over 20,000, almost 20,000 damage just by themselves. That is insane. Another 10K coming from these Chaos Warriors. Well, the Tuskors did a lot. Kazarak just had to flee so early that, again, that weak leadership made them fold so fast. You should love your Changebringers. They're probably one of the best range units in the game. They're very short range, but they're like up there with like Iron Drakes. It's literally like blue magical lava. All right. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break so I can go to the bathroom and get some water and a little nibble. But up next will be Bob of Ross's Poxmaxers against Son of Vulcan's Fire, which I believe is Nurgle versus Dwarves, so that ought to be very interesting. We'll be back in just 5 minutes. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads so people don't get pre-rolls, and I'll see you guys back here in just a moment, okay? Welcome back to AESPN, Ancient Egyptian Sports Programming Network. What's up, Eldridge? How's it going? All right, we're gonna go ahead and start with our next battle, which is Bob of Ross versus Son of Vulcan. Alrighty. Bob and his Nurgle boys against Vulcan and his dwarves. All right.
Obey us, or we will piss on your pyramids.
No, please. That's my burial chamber. I need that. All right. And it'll be on another island battle, this time on the Bleak Coast South. All right. Go ahead and get your bets in. You've only got 2 minutes, so make sure you're quick with it. We're gonna go ahead and go check out our map. Yeah! And thank you, Mary Skipper, for the follow, by the way. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? Oh, I am PNG. Voting Nurgle because the dwarves have had 0 good showings. I think the dwarves have won a couple battles. Granted, this dwarf army won against another dwarf army, but still. All right. Put him back here. All right, it's a very foggy map with a very open, straight lane. It all depends on how much I think that dwarven artillery back here can really pull off. Luckily for them, Nurgle isn't the fastest, but this army isn't slow either. And they've also got those Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses that put in a lot of work last time. Yo, what's up, Spin? How's it going? Welcome in, on. Alrighty, make sure you guys get your bets in. You guys got like a couple, I think it's like 30 more seconds, then we're starting our next battle. But I am doing well, Spit. Thank you so much. How you doing, hun? Oh, man. My voice is a little tired, but it's all good. Not too bad, thank you, of course. Alrighty. Bets are in, let's get going. All right. So Nurgle has a long walk ahead of them. A very slow and long walk. But lucky for him, most of that is not in range of these flame cannons, which aren't the furthest reaching artillery, but they are, I believe, armor piercing. No, they're anti-infantry. So they might have a little bit of trouble against these Chaos Warriors. Absolutely shambling. And they do have some cavalry with these Rot Knights, which put in a lot of work on their last battle. The real question becomes, can the range from the dwarves, like these Iron Drakes and these flame cannons, just put in enough work before they have to meet this weak line of Longbeards? Looks like the dwarves themselves are moving up to get their cannons into range. Lucky for us, this could have taken a lot longer. And they're almost there. They're almost ready to fire. Yo, Foolish Devils, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? All right, it looks like that Noxbringer is starting to throw his projectiles in, but he's missing, but doing just enough on these miners to hold them down, and the flame cannons have started opening up. And they are absolutely laying into this front line of Chaos Warriors, but not having as much effect as you would probably hope. Now they've changed their aim to Tamarkan. If they can do a lot of damage to Tamarkan, it'll be really important. Again, as we've seen, Chaos and everything else does a little bit worse. Just about everything does worse when their lord's down. I'd love to do something like this, but I just can't play that fast anymore. This is all AI, foolish. We're doing AI tournaments. So you don't have to worry about that. I also wish I could like have the ability to multitask to do stuff like this, like real game battles. But luckily for us, it's just watching. Tamarkon's already missing half his HP though. And these Iron Drakes are putting in about as much work as you would hope. The only problem is their flame cannons are currently being taken out by these Rot Knights on the back side, and these Iron Drakes need to take them out fast. And they're working on it, but they're stubborn. I use the pause button so much in campaign. There's no problem with that. I still can't believe I had some random come in a couple weeks ago when I was playing my Skaven campaign, and they were like, usually bad players press pause while moving their, like, while battling, and I'm like, okay, and I'm playing a campaign, dude, I don't care. Like, but these Iron Drakes are putting in the work you'd think they need to, but they're not covering the flame cannons on the end, and it's causing a lot of problems. Furthermore, that Noxbringer has gone completely untouched. Tamarkon, though, if he gets caught out by another one of these Iron Drakes, he's done for. Oh, and there he goes. He's moved up. Luckily for him, the Iron Drakes are focusing elsewhere. If this ranged management was a little bit better, then the dwarves would be looking really solid. But it seems like these Iron Drakes can't choose who to shoot at. Finally, they choose Tamarkon, as they should, and he's losing his health quickly. One more blast and he's done for. Unluckily for them, he's gonna be able to make the charge. Stop having fun, play the way we want you to play. Exactly. We really have rolled up to the side of the battlefield with popcorn, yeah. The way I've said it is like, we're like gods betting on actual wars here and just watching them unfold. Tamarkon is about to be done in though. This is it. He's done. Tamarkon is down. All 10,000 HP of him. That's really bad for Nurgle. Yo! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, everyone. My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess, and I do War Thunder variety and history streams. Thank you so much for the raid vibes. How was your stream? Today we are doing a Total War Warhammer 3 AI v AI tournament with other creators and chatters. We're having a lot of fun with it. Go Nurgle. He's a little on the back foot right now, but he still has more than enough space to turn it around. These Iron Drakes all got caught out and whittled down, which means they're not going to be able to finish off a lot of these blunderbusses and great weapons. The Nurgle front line is still significantly stronger than that of the Dwarves. The Dwarves no longer have their siege engines or most of their Iron Drakes. So despite Tamarkon going down, it might not be over. Oh, the rest of the dwarves are starting to rout. Very soon it could cause a full-on retreat. With only Belagar Ironhammer left to stem the tide. Some of the Iron Drakes have reformed, and they've got a great shot in the backline of Nurgle. And here they go. Just absolutely cutting into these Chaos Warriors to try and help out these held-down Longbeards. The other one has returned as well. Oh, they're putting in some good work. Very effective fire, but it might not be enough. Hey, Hinokala. The Rot Knights have finished with the artillery. And they've moved on to Belagar, who's now retreated, and it's over. Nurgle takes the W. Wow, it was really looking all dwarves there for a moment. But those Iron Drakes in the back failing to focus down those Rot Knights and protect that artillery is really what caused the loss. Some men can kill my boy, I guess. Yeah, losing Tamarcon did not have an effect, which is just so interesting to see. Tamarcon still did 8k damage, but man, these Chaos Warriors took their toll on that front line. Yeah, those cannons did not get nearly enough done. Gotrek also failed to get anything accomplished, which is very interesting. All right. Did not expect the trolls to stand up to the fire. Me neither. Trolls are broken because they just run away and regen. It reminds me of, I mean, they don't regen, but I mean, that's how, like, missile cavalry is, and it's the same reason it's really effective. Like, I think in Total War Warhammer 1 or 2, the Wood Elves were the strongest because they had the best missile cavalry, and you would just kite the entire time and could not be caught nor killed. It was crazy. Alrighty. Yo, thank you for the follow, Genev Ginny. I think I've said that right. Or Genev Guinea. I can't remember. I don't know which way to say it. Feel free to correct me, but welcome in. Thank you for joining the cult. How you doing? Alrighty, our next battle will be Tactical Horses against Blue Plant. Alright. As much as I like Tactical, he beat me last round and made fun of me, so I hope he loses. There's two things this goddess hates most. Sore winners and sore losers. Alrighty. So it is a mostly fully cavalry dark elf army going up against a rather balanced but mostly ranged lizard men. So honestly, looking at this, outside of the Bastillodon and the fact that there's 4 Saurus spear shields, which are going to be hard to get through, that cavalry might have a really easy time catching up and cleaning up all those skinks. Alrighty, let's set up our map. Gotta support my lizard boys, hell yeah. So we have the Shifting Isles map. In the future, I might also consider downloading like some custom maps for this as well. I think it'd also be fun if we did one that was like siege related. I don't know how I'd make it work and it be fair because defense is gonna have a significant advantage, but we'd have to figure out like the point differential that would make things fair, you know, for attackers and defenders. Would you allow modded factions? Probably not, because balance becomes questionable. Especially once we get to the end times, though, where they add a bunch more stuff, they might not be necessary. Gorok solos the army, calling it now. Gorok's not mounted. I like the way you think, but... Dang, 70-second. Be careful, buddy. That might be a sign that you have like a vitamin deficiency or something. Does not sound healthy. See, that's what I was thinking, Jenkins, but it might be easier to like randomly draw people into attackers and defenders after signups and then have them make their army. You know what I mean? Alrighty. We're gonna go ahead and get our battle started. I believe betting is over. Is that correct? Can I get a confirmation? Alrighty. Betting's all over. We're gonna go. All right, let me move Oxy to the back, and we will start it up. All right, let's go. Continuing on with round 2 of our Swiss format. All right, that cavalry is already making its move just like it did against me. It is pulling out these Raven Heralds early. However, I think the AI fails to realize there's a lot of skinks in the shadows that can pull these apart very easily. Any second now, those archers are gonna find the massive line of 6 or so skinks and just get cooked. One has appeared. Where are the rest? There are the rest of the skinks. They're finally folding inwards. That spell's really bad for these knights. They're by themselves out here. All that fire is going to be concentrated. They're not going to be able to free fire like they did against me. Oh, and they're feeling it. They are dropping like flies to these blow dart skinks. The skinks are also having to deal with this cavalry on the side, though. It's all cavalry, so once these skinks get these out of the way, they're gonna have a very difficult time actually shooting anything. More skinks just appearing from the fog of war. Those Raven Heralds have decided to turn around despite taking heavy losses and continue to take more from these skinks who will not offer any quarter to the cavalry that keeps trying to harass them. Now the skink Oracle is taking them on himself. Hey Ghost, welcome man. I'm gonna try to get through round 2, yeah. I'm going to try my best. That way, Friday of next week, we can do the 3rd and 4th round, and then Sunday, hopefully do the bracket of the top 8. These skink blow darts are taking their toll. There's just too much for the cavalry to deal with. And those spearmen just did not care about the horses. They were doing exactly what they were built for. They're now picking apart this black dragon. Despite the magic from the Dreadlord, it is not doing enough. And these skinks being able to just outrun everything for the most part and finally causing a lot of damage. They are starting to get caught and mopped up, but not fast enough by this cavalry. All the Chinese main battle tanks line up. That's up to you. I've actually never used China. Yeah, a free-for-all with multiple armies would also be a really fun idea because they have multiplayer maps built for that. The Lizardmen still have plenty left, despite the Oracle fleeing the field. And as predicted, Gorok over here is just absolutely soloing this Black Dragon. And the Bastiladon still has most of its health bar. The skinks continue to take their toll, and wow, one of the Raven Heralds has been completely wiped out. It's only a matter of time until the other one dies. This might just be it. All that's left is the Dreadlord needs surrenders. It's over. Lizards taking the win. Alrighty. Congratulations, Blue Plant. All right. Yeah, those skinks were able to put in just enough work, and those spearmen were able to hold them off just enough. Alrighty. I like the idea of Nazgul, but I think it's more interesting finding out what army who built it is better. Plus, it's kind of hard to keep the auto-gen in the rules. They tend to add a lot of units of renown. We are indeed halfway through bracket 2. All right. I'm really hoping my voice doesn't give out before then. All right, so up next we have Sister Cecilia against Aaron Blur. This should be Nurgle against, I believe, the army of Britonia again. Yeah, it's mostly the Battle Pilgrims. And our map will be the Wastes of Corn. All right, let's get those bets started. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start the map up real quick. What's the Nurgle army? It is a lot of Chaos Warriors and a little bit of cavalry. Alrighty. Excuse me, guys. Oh, can I not move them back here? That's interesting. Where do I retreat it from then? All right, you got about a minute left for betting. Now, this army is a lot of Battle Pilgrims. I know a lot of people underestimated it in the first round, but you would be surprised just how much leadership those Pilgrims have when the Grail is next to them. If I'm not mistaken, I think Britonia actually won all 3 of its rounds. Chaos Marauders, 2 heroes, Swordclad on Shrine, and then Cavan Horseman. Later, Rhino. Thanks again for hanging out on. Hope to see you back on Wednesday. I'm not sure what we'll do yet, but it should be fun. Alrighty, make sure you get those last second bets in. Hey, Naz, it's over, buddy. It's been changed. Let it go. It's not that deep. Alrighty. Let's get started. Alright, as we discussed, this Nurgle army is not a stereotypical slow-moving Nurgle army. It's very fast. So we're going to be seeing a lot of cavalry on cavalry combat. These aren't the Britons, they're French. I know they're called Britonia, but honestly, that makes it a little bit confusing. All right, those peasant archers are starting to already let loose on those front lines, but it's a lot of armor to get through, even for just marauders. Oh, those archers are absolutely focusing down this Chaos Lord already, but they're barely put even a dent into him. They're going to try their best to whittle down this Chaos Sorcerer as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Rapunz is on the right flank dealing with these demon spew. Oh, they are putting in a ton of work. 2 or 3 more volleys and that Chaos Sorcerer is good as dead. Oh my. He is already crumbling. Are they gonna give up on him? They have completely given up on shooting another skirmishing because he's nearby. That's what it is. They've already let up on him, which means he will have time to regenerate and turn back around. A really bad idea concerning those archers. They should have finished him off while they had him. It does not seem to matter, though. These archers are just putting in so much work. And these pilgrims hold for so long against so much. They just don't seem to care. The peasant archers with their range do seem to be really strong. It's a surprising reason why Bretonnia has done so well lately. They're not quite out of the woods yet, though. Henry is challenging the sorcerer, allowing the archers to just absolutely fire into him point blank, while the others focus on other parts of the line. A very good strategy from Bretonnia here. The Chaos Sorcerer is about to die if he doesn't retreat immediately. But it looks like they're gonna let him go again. Oh, he's down to 30 HP, and he's down. The Chaos Sorcerer has lost. He's fallen on the field. There cannot be much morale left for Nurgle. The Rotting Riders are trying to get one last charge in, one that they should have made much earlier. But it's too little, too late. It's actually crazy to see any of these Battle Pilgrim units actually surviving. Had these Chaos Knights actually charged into this backline earlier, this might have been a much different story. But they took far too long to get around the flanks. It's still not quite over. The cavalry of Nurgle is ironically still holding the line here. But you gotta ask, to what end? How much more do they really have in them?
Wow, it's very nice.
Not for Nurgle. Rapunzel continues to fight these Chaos Knights alone, allowing for these archers to just lay into their backs. Oh, the Exalted Hero returns as well. The bowmen are starting to crumble under the knights that apparently still have just enough juice in them. And these Battle Pilgrims are so exhausted and so stranded against these missile cavalry, they're having a hard time helping anything. There's nothing for them to hit. There's absolutely nothing for them to hit. The hero is fleeing once more. And it's over. Bretonnia takes the win again. Wow. Cecilia's army is cooking. All right. These peasant archers getting very few kills, but doing so much damage. The Battle Pilgrims also doing a ton just because they refuse to give up. Those Rotting Riders over there actually being the strongest unit on the field, but still not able to do enough. Only barely outlasting the companions over there. All right, our next battle It will be Ten's Pain Train against Lore Master of Sotek's Scarbrand's Wrath. All right. This one ought to be very interesting. I don't know how this will look. And it will be on the Wailing Abyss map in the Chaos Mountains. So it'll be all of these Iron Demons and 2 supply trains against a ton of Cornite Demons. I really don't know how this goes. I feel like Scarbrand could easily mess the tanks up, but I have no clue. Yeah, it's a little impossible to get round 2. If 10 loses here and the other Pain Train is able to win, they might meet again next round. All right, go and get your bets in and we'll take a look at the map. Scarbrand does not appreciate destroying another's train collection. I feel like Scarbrand would have a train collection. That would make so much sense. It really would make so much sense. Later, Conrad. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Hope to see you back on Wednesday. All right. Trains are all lined up. And while they have technically the high ground, it doesn't look like they're going to use it. All right, you got about a minute left for your bets. Make sure you get them in. So wait, does Scarbrand not fly? I thought he flew. Trains probably win, but I'm voting Corn because I don't want to see the trains win. I'll admit, the meme comps have done much better than I expected. It is really funny. Hey, Brandon. See you later, dude. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I thought he flew. Could have sworn he did. Oh, okay. That makes sense. All right. Well, bets have about 10 seconds. Get those last ones in. Shoes. All right, bets are over. Let's get started. Now, the range on these is not very far, so lucky for Corn. Unlike the last battle against Chaos Dwarves, they don't have to go through a bunch of mortars that almost made them lose, that almost had them lose the game. But these trains are still going to be very scary. The fire begins. They have started opening up. There is a lot of Corn to deal with, however. It's going to be pretty difficult for these Iron Demons to finish off all of this infantry so quickly. The shotgun continues, but they're not making enough of a dent. The Corn is easily going to be able to go into melee range. And while they are doing damage, they're not doing enough. These trains are actually getting damaged pretty heavily by Scylla and Scarbrand. We're already looking at one train possibly going down. The Corn Guards are already fleeing. They've been broken. As have the Marauders. But that supply train will be dead any moment. looks like the Khorne infantry is actually faring very poorly against these demons. How ironic, they're called Iron Demons, and the real demons are losing so harshly. Scarbrand and Scylla, however, are still perfectly in good shape, and the other train goes down. The Chaos Warriors finally finish one off. That is a train down. The other one is very close as well. And there it goes. All that's left is Zatan against Scylla, who's winning, but he is surrounded for the time being, and there's plenty of Scarbrand to still go around. It's hard to tell what's a line of bodies in a formation in a train. Scarbrand is just not taking any damage from these tanks. He just does not seem to care. Sila's down to 300 HP and now he's dead. It's looking pretty close. Who would win, the literal Demons of Hell or Grandpa's special interest? It's looking way closer than you'd believe. The only issue continues to be Scarbrand. He does not seem to be taking much damage at all from these trains. There's one down. He's just cleaving through them like butter. And now he's going to go try to finish off Zatan before the trains can regroup. And just like that, he flees the field. He's gone. Oh, the rest of the trains are rampaging over here. They've been pulled into a rampage by Scarbrand. That means they drop their range and run in for melee, which is really bad for them. This Iron Demon is sitting there firing directly into Scarbrand, but he just does not seem to care at all. He's taking maybe 200 damage per shot, which is just insane. Can Scarbrand actually hold and finish these last 3 or 4 tanks off? He just might be able to. Oh. I think my phone just crashed. We've been going too long. Oops. Okay, there we go. My bad. We're all good. We're all good. It's fixed. It's looking like it's over, though. Scarbrand looks like he has it. They were just barely able to hold together against the trains. And while they were almost killed with an entire man, it looks like Scarbrand takes it. Man, that was a rough fight. I do not envy whoever has to go up against the trains in their next round. Yo, thank you for the follow, Dog Ginger. Welcome into the cult. Thank you, thank you. All right, give me one moment. Where'd it go? Shoot. Oh, there it is. Okay. Cool. There we go. I'm gonna fix something real quick. It looks like the tanks put in a lot of damage. It's just like, man, 25,000 damage from Scarbrand is absolutely insane. That's actually crazy. Alrighty. That is, this will be our final battle, or our final battle for the winner's cut, which will be Lorelai against Oda-san, as Lorelai has a loss, I believe. No, Oda-san has a loss, and Lorelai has a win. All right. So it'll be Lorelai's Slaaneshi demons, including the Mask of Slaanesh, against Oda-san's stack of Dreadlords and Executioners. Alrighty. Was it close? No, I'm afraid it wasn't. Tactical. You went up against a bunch of skink blow darts, and they kind of pulled all your horses in different directions and shot them to pieces. It was very Napoleonic, honestly. All right, we're gonna go ahead and pick up our map. Make sure you get your gambles in. All right, we're back to the Corn Wastelands again, but this time with the Fields of Doom. All right, betting's halfway through, so let's take a look at our map. Horses will always win. Yeah, totally. All right. Where's the exit? I think it's that way. All right, so Slaanesh is pretty well formed up here. And while the Executioners will act as a really good front line, I really feel like these Hellflayers are going to give them a lot of problems. Those Hellflayer chariots are just so strong, man. Every time we've seen these Hellflayer chariots get used, they've absolutely cooked. All right, and bets are over. Let's get started. Oh, shit. I didn't pull him back fast enough. Oh, well. I knew I should have put him over there. Both armies are looking for a direct clash by the looks of it. And those Harganeth Executioners are nothing to mess around with. The only issue is they're having to go up against cavalry and a little bit of range. The Dreadlord has seemed to have found some of the Seekers. And now there's a fast charge between these Mirror Guard and these Executioners here. The lines are about to meet. And they're in. Let the melee begin here. Some of the Executioners and Marauders are actually flanking around already. It looks like some of these Marauders have actually pulled off of their assigned position to reinforce this center, allowing for these Executioners to actually wrap around this Mirror Guard. Yeah, the battle lines are so sick, man. These Executioners are taking their toll, but is it enough? Another big issue is this Soul Grinder, which is a massive unit, as well as the Mask. Their Lord is stuck on the side here, stuck in Chaos Furies, which is not worth his time. Meanwhile, they're being affected psychologically by a bunch of Slaaneshi demons in the Mask. All of the regular infantry units for Slaanesh seem to be getting soundly defeated. But all of the stuff in the center is really starting to mess with these executioners, causing a lot of trouble. This Lord needs to hurry and break out of these Furies and get to his line. Otherwise, leadership will not stand and the psychological effects are going to take their toll. Oh, a lot of the Slaaneish's regular units are routing. It actually looks like they might not need it. The Chariots are trying their best, but if they get stuck and stay, they get absolutely wrecked with these executioners. The Mask of Slaanesh also isn't good into melee. Well, they are good into melee, but not melee of this high caliber and this well surrounded. All of Slaanesh's regular units are gone. This is looking like it's it. It looks like the executioners have their win. It's only in their grasp. It's almost over. And that's it. The executioners take the win. Let's go. All right. Nice job. Congratulations. All right. Yeah, those executioners were just kind of met at the front line and were able to put in enough work. All right. That was definitely the matchup they needed, yeah. Alrighty. Our next battle is going to be Ember against Villalobos. This is the first of our bottom of the Swiss format. So everyone has one loss and is playing to not get 2 losses. You will not be out of the tournament if you have 2 losses, but it's going to be significantly harder getting into top 8. All right. All right, it's looking like we're having Skaven against the Empire. Both are pretty solid, well-diverse armies here. The only difference with this Skaven army is there are no Rattling Gunners, which we have seen have been kind of mixed use here so far, so it might not be the worst idea. Instead, they opted for a bunch of Gutter Runners with poison missiles, which might do really well against some of this infantry. The big thing to be afraid of for these Skaven, though, are going to be those Demi-Grip Knights and these Hellblaster Volley Guns, which outrange just about everything the Skaven have. All right, and it'll be in the Deadwood Vampire Forests. So that way, the Skaven might be able to have a little bit of cover. Which bottom will be the top? I knew the Dark Owls would be strong against me. It really is kind of like March Madness. A lot of it is matchups for sure. Those are indeed pit abominations. All right, let's get a look at our map. Yeah, they're literally called the Things. It's really funny. All right. Ooh, unlucky for these Skaven. It's looking like, or for this Empire lineup, there's a lot of trees between them and the Skaven. The Gutter Runners are already going to be hard to spot, but it's going to be even harder for those Hellblaster Volley Guns to actually get anything done. I'm rather worried for the Empire here. Got a little bit more time, so make sure you get your votes in, get your bets. A pair of things are called a thing. Yeah, I guess so. My rat boys will take the throne. Yeah, you think so? All right, betting's over. Let's get started. Now, there are still more than enough units for these Hellblaster volley guns to make use. However, there are plenty of trees in their way, which might catch some of these rounds. And they fly. They're focusing on the Warlord in the back, however. Now they're starting to diversify their shots, hitting the much larger thing as they should be. The handgunners are still moving instead of firing, but here comes their first volley. Oh, that help at Abomination is much closer than the gunners than they'd probably like. And now it's hitting them. It's going to be a very big problem for those gunners in the back, who seem to keep trying to skirmish in the wrong direction. Luckily for these Hellblasters, they're gonna go untouched for a short bit. Karl Franz is moving in by himself on these Storm Vermin in the center. These handgunners are trying their best to knock out this thing, but don't realize they're getting stabbed in the back by a bunch of gunner runners. The main difference here is that these Hellblaster volley guns, all 3 units right now, are able to fire untouched. Or both of these units, rather. Oh, not anymore. Despite being really low, that Hell Pit Abomination still has more than enough to fight with. Emperor Karl Franz is also extremely low, stuck between all these gutter runners. Yo! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, everyone! My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess, and we're playing Total War Warhammer 3. We're having an AI tournament. Thank you so much for the raid, Madam Inu. How was your stream? What are we all up to? We're doing this is my end times tournament. A lot of creators and chatters have submitted armies, and we're playing for a prize pot of $250, letting AI control all of the armies and all of the combat. We are currently in the middle of our first round, or our second round of our Swiss format. Yeah. It's looking like the Skaven might have it. The thing's just soaked up too much without being knocked out. And Karl Franz just could not compete. Yeah, it was, yeah. Yesterday we got interrupted by internet, but today it's been working very well. We've been doing really well. Knock on wood. Yeah, that's just about looking like it. Did you not retreat? Oh, oops. It won't matter, but... And that is all she wrote. It is over. Carl's good, but he's not dive bomb anti-large good. Yeah. It would seem that they just weren't able to put up enough. These, ironically, these storm vermin halberds made a lot of difference, but so did the things. All right. So that is a win for Villalobos. Our next one is going to be Potato King versus It's Your Boy Foy. It has been a lot of fun, yeah. We've actually had some very close battles that were super hype. They've been really, some of them have been really good so far. All right, so we've got a lot of Orc Cavalry going up against some Vampire Coast. They're having a mix of Rotting Leviathan, some Gunners, one Deck Guard, Luther Harkin, and some Night Terrors. This is the army we saw go up against those 7 lords, or 7 heroes and 1 lord, and Harkon got soloed by a Banshee. Luckily for him, it doesn't look like that'll be possible this time around, but he should probably be more careful. What will be interesting to see is how this Ragnarok Flinger will deal up against these Rotting Leviathans. We're gonna have a giant Hermit Crab probably fight a giant spider at some point. Let's grab our map. All right, Empty Gut Valley in the Ogre Valleys. Go ahead and start getting your bets in, and we'll look at the map here in a moment. You had me a giant spider. That's interesting. Most people would say the opposite. I also apologize if I sound a little odd. My vocal cords are completely shot. I've been shoutcasting for 7 hours, so it'll do that. It'll tear your voice up nice and quick. All right. Let's check out our map. Oh yeah, absolutely 404. It would be so cool to be an archaeologist in the Warhammer, world, Warhammer Fantasy. The only problem is that, the world ends before any of that can happen, so. Alright, we're gonna move him back here. We got a little bit more time before betting starts. It's looking like the Vampire Coast has kind of an upper ground, but really not at all. The Orcs are probably just gonna run their cavalry down this way. You've been at this for nearly 8 hours. I was ready to pass out after 6 on Hades yesterday. Yeah, but Hades is, really intuitive, to be fair. All right, betting is over. Let's get started. Now, let's see where that Ragnarok is located. There it is. It's actually got a really good spot. It also looks like the Goblin Shaman is on an Ragnarok of his own. So we have 2 giant spiders against 2 giant crabs. And the first few shots are coming out. Massive spells are being slung over here. The armor piercing from these pirate gunners, though, are going to put in a lot of work on the shaman. However, the cavalry is going to catch them out. Oh, we've got more cavalry coming up from this giant hill over here. An absolute surprise flank that this Rotting Leviathan will hopefully be able to hold for the sake of these deck gunners. It's already looking like a lot of the Orc cavalry are fleeing from the front, but there's still so much more of them left. shaman is fleeing, but he will definitely be back at some point. These gunners are just lighting up this hill over here. The cavalry charges, which looked really effective at first, has been absolutely bogged down by these rotting leviathans. Harkon continues to fire at range. Just these volleys and volleys of pirate gunners are causing so much trouble for the cavalry, though. They are just not able to hit these gunners. Hopefully this cavalry here will start making that change. The great shaman is also very injured. He is very low and close to dying. Those armor-piercing shots did a lot to him. But it looks like it won't make the difference. Those gunners still remain untouched on that back line. The battle is now completely split. Honestly, I kind of need someone with like a lot of, honestly, next time I would love to be color and someone else be like the regular announcer, someone that's really knowledgeable about abilities and stuff and can tell when it happens. I think that would be really fun. All right. Sadly, it doesn't look like we're gonna go to large crab versus spider battle, as it's looking like these deck gunners were able to handle this cavalry more than we expected. Oh, they lost sight for a moment and chased a little too far, but it looks like it might not matter. The orc boys just do not have enough boys to make a difference. They need more boys. Somebody get these guys some more boys. And please keep them away from the boy kissers. Keep them away from the boy kissers, please. Yeah. This might be the end of it. These long-range handgunners just are absolutely causing so much havoc on this light armored cavalry. Despite their numbers, they were not able to overwhelm the line. Those two Leviathans on that left side absolutely saving the Vampire Coast from disaster. And that's it. The Vampire Coast take the victory. Alrighty. Yeah, as expected, those Leviathans put in a ton, and the gunners didn't kill a whole lot, but that damage is extremely high. Being able to just whittle down that shaman so quickly. I would like to see the orcs in a fight against the boy kissers, though. They'd probably get really bored. Alrighty. Our next battle is DX Zane against Angel of Death. Alright, so DX Zane will be using the Chaos Dwarves and has a mix of regular infantry, some blunderbusses, and 3 magma cannons going up against the Wood Elves that are focusing primarily on some shields, some Way Watchers, and Hawk Riders. Now, as we've seen, the Sisters of Twilight have had a lot of trouble being used by the AI so far, unfortunately. So we'll have to see how it's able to hold up. Flight also won't matter with those magma cannons in the back, which really do not care about hitting flying objects. The boy kissers are not boys kissers. Sounds like they're like discriminating, honestly. What, do they not like their boys green? What's wrong with them? All right, let's change our map. We've got the Wailing Abyss and the Chaos Mountains. All right, we're going to get started and check out the map. Yeah, those cannons are going to be very worrying. I don't think the boy kissers would care, but the boys definitely would. I completely agree, Dope Boy. I think the boy kissers would be like, I'm not discriminating. Absolutely. You're telling me they're green and have a lot of muscles? Ooh. Never kissed a fungus before. Ooh, Tart put up 20K in favor of the dwarves. Bet even just a little bit and you have a lot to win should the Wood Elves win this battle. The bird just blinked. I mean, I normally do. What do you mean? Hara, I don't know what's happening. Could you commentate? What do you mean? I have been the whole time. What do you mean, dude? Oh, winked? Nah. I don't know how to do that. Alrighty, bets are over. Let's get started. Alright, these Way Watchers are moving out fast. And they'll need to move quickly. Wisely, the sisters are making sure to focus the magma cannons. Because if they don't, they'll be taking a lot of damage here, but it's not going to stop at least the first volley. Those Way Watchers are taking their toll, but those magma cannons are about to let loose. All aiming at Ariel. Any minute now, there's their first shot. Sadly, they aimed it at Ariel, so the effect of fire is not going to be much. But these Hawk Riders have strayed way too close to these Granite Guard and Hobgoblin Archers that are just tearing into them. Some big hits are coming in, but it looks like the sisters have stopped focusing the magma cannons like they should be. The magma cannons are now actually hitting the archers because Ariel is standing much too close to them. Those Hawk Riders are just getting absolutely pulled apart. Those Hobgoblin Archers absolutely just eviscerating 2 units already. They were given next to no option there. More cannon shots coming in, but missing. They're still trying to focus down the Lords, which is inadvisable, especially for the Sisters of Twilight that don't do a lot at the moment. These Hobgoblin Archers are absolutely wrecking. They seem to be making all the difference right now, especially considering these Way Watchers on the outside are being completely left alone. The Chaos Dwarves are currently frightened by the enemy unit, but are still in an even melee. Ariel is now fleeing the field, as is the right flank of the Elves. It's completely given in. These Way Watchers are not able to put in enough damage. However, the Sorcerer Prophet is at HP on that back, half HP on that back line. The magma cannons almost carried the last one. The magma cannons, however, are still only focusing the Sisters of Twilight. This would be over had they been focusing the archers. Same goes for the Way Watchers. They need to have focused these hobgoblins hours ago. They continue to try to focus down the Sorcerer Prophet, but he still has 800 HP. He is retreating, however. Oh, it's looking very close here. The Way Watchers are having a tough time dealing with the hobgoblins and the cannons now. Oh, a direct hit on the Sisters. And that's it, it's already over. Just one direct hit at the Sisters and it's over. Chaos Dwarves take the victory. Wow, that's crazy. I want to see who did the most damage here. Probably those Way Watchers. They did so much, but it just quite wasn't enough. That's incredible. Magma cannons are cracked. They're definitely not bad. It looks like anything Chaos Dwarf Artillery is really good. All right, our next battle will be Space Rack against Clincher. All right, so Clincher is using a mix of Warhost of the Apocalypse, including Valkia the Bloody. They barely lost to Lorelei last round by mere seconds, if even. And they'll be going up against Rack's Great Green Horde of mediocre boys. They're all okay, but they've got a lot of diverse options, including a lot of Error Boys, some Savage Orc Boar Boys, and a lot of Goblins. The Great Green Mediocre Tide. All right, and our map will be the Mosquito Swamps. And I'm glad you're here to enjoy it too, Inu, and I still really appreciate the raid, seriously. So many mediocre green boys. There's so many of them, and they're so mediocre. All right, make sure you get your bets in. We're about halfway through, so we're gonna go ahead and start checking out the map. Voting green boys because they're so mediocre. Oh! Alrighty. It does really mean a lot, Inu. It really does. I think you're really neat, and I'm really happy that you're willing to like hang out and come say hi to me and stuff. So thank you. All right, it is some really flat open plains. Time for AI to mess up with Valkia again? I don't know, dude. I don't know. We've got a big lead for the Chaos here. Alrighty, bets are in. Let's get started. Now again, this is a much larger orc force, but each unit is a little bit, is definitely much weaker on average than anything that Chaos is fielding. Especially because a lot of these are Chosen of Khorne, which are going to be brutal in melee against things like goblins. It's like, honestly, the Chosen of Khorne with dual weapons, if they find a goblin unit, it is literally like Arnold Schwarzenegger with a chainsaw fighting a class of toddlers. with like kitchen knives. The toddlers are not winning. We've already started off with an aerial battle between Valkia the Bloody and Ajag. And Ajag is Azag, however you say his name, it doesn't matter because he is not winning. Here comes the flank. And while a very strong flank, barely any damage was done. The Great Green Tide seeks to envelop these little pockets of chaos, but they're having a very difficult time making any meaningful impact. There's still multiple units of the orcs hanging out on the wings, seemingly waiting for something. Those dragon ogres are starting to absolutely mow through these goblin spears, however. Again, like Olympiads fighting toddlers, there's just nothing they can really do. It looks like the lords have split from one another. And she's being held down currently from chasing Azhag. Still, though, there seem to be orc units that refuse to join the fight for whatever reason. They have more than enough ability to flank right now. It's true, they might be protesting. It's so surprising considering there's nothing orcs love more than a good fight. As expected, though, this chaos line is holding, and it's holding well. Valkia herself is now actually moving in on some units. Oh, a magical spell. She has cast Demon Shield, which makes her invulnerable for a short amount of time. It looks like it's already ended. And these Summoners of Rage Dragon Ogres and these Skull Crushers of Corn are continuing to just chase down the range back here. Again, in melee, the orcs have such a hard time here. It is merely the number of units keeping them in the fight right now. Especially because a lot of them are completely fresh. With Aja gone, this might be the end of it. This entire line of Chaos Chosen are looking to finish off this cavalry and these night goblins. It's over. It's over. They've completely retreated. The greenskins have lost. Chaos takes it. Alrighty. So that is a win for Clincher. Yeah, it looks like it was a mild failure of the AI to press their unit advantage. Although I did notice a lot of those units were shaken, and that might be the reason. All right, so our next battle is going to be Dandelion Days with our horses for Zilady against Tyladron's Coughing Rats. I sincerely apologize for Tyladron. I think this is the second time you're having to go up against an all-cavalry unit as rats, which is just so tough. That is actually such garbage pulls, and I am so sorry, dude. Tyladron is going to do a little bit better than the Rattling Gunners. before, but the last thing he fought against were the Beastmen cavalry, the giant Beastmen cavalry stack. So I'm curious how this might go, because Bretonia doesn't have doesn't have only knights, but the knights are much higher quality, and that's really scary. Oh, oops, pressed the wrong button. Yo, thank you for the follow, Low Scroll. Welcome into the cult, how you doing? My bad, I pressed the wrong button. I meant to go to the map. I think the RNG actually hates me. All right. And we will be at the Lake of Lava on the Chaos Coast. Alrighty. Get your bets in. There is a massive bet right now on the coughing rats. So if you think that Bretonia has the ability to win here, I would bet literally anything you got. Alrighty, and we're getting started. Coughing rats definitely lose, but I'm betting for my boys. That's dedication. That is some kind of faith I want in my cult. Yeah, we're gonna get trashed, but who cares? They're my boys. Another benefit is that Bretonia has the high ground and will be given a lot of range with these blessed catapults. They haven't done a lot of work so far in any of these battles, but the fact that they have the ability to use them is also going to be worrying. All right, let's get started. Looks like the Skaven are going to let them come to them, as there's going to be an artillery duel. Coming right for, of all things, the Pegasus Knights, and completely whipping. Bretonia now seems to be moving around the flanks here. More of the blessed catapult rounds are coming in. Missing the mark for the most part, though. For an artillery duel, it's a pretty piss-poor one. There are now 3 flanks of cavalry on this right flank, and 2 on the left, which could crash at any moment and cause a lot of problems for the Skaven. The Skaven are wary to fully commit because this cavalry is just going to come in and crush the line. Here come these questing knights looking to run into the back of this council guard. The council guard, however, has turned, and they have halberds. The rest of the Skaven have now joined the fray, as these Clanrat spears get absolutely torn asunder by these questing knights. And these rattling guns seem to have no ability to shoot at anyone at the moment. Skrulk has finally entered the fray, and this Doom Wheel is pushing up to, well, hopefully deal with those bowmen, but instead it's getting sidetracked. Fighting this damsel instead. Skrulk is losing hard to Henry in the back. It might already be over for the Skaven if he goes down. If there's one thing Bretonia's good at, it is killing rats. And man, are they doing it. The Doom Wheel is trying its hardest to focus on Rapans, hoping that maybe a takedown might save it. Skrulk is returning. But it looks like that Plague Priest is giving up. He's taking too many hard hits. The cavalry is just causing so much chaos on the Skaven. They just have no way to keep things together. And the speed of Henry on his flying mount is just too much for Skrulk, who's not meant for melee. The arrows continue to pour in, even hitting allies, but not with much difference. More clan rats have joined. One of the powers of Skrulk. However, he remains harassed by Rapans. It is a little bit of a chaotic melee over here, as the damsel is starting to retreat. Rapines might have moved a little too far forward and is now stuck in the middle of some clan rats and storm vermin halberds. Meanwhile, this Plague Priest in the back soaks up the damage, but here comes Henry from the top rope. His hammer has Skrulk's name written on it. And he immediately kills Skrulk in one bash to the head. It's over. It's looking like that might have been the head off the snake. All that's left now are these council guardsmen, which usually fight to the death. And it looks like they're more than willing to do that. Even against a Lord and Questing Knights, they are actually winning. However, the cavalry is just going to keep running. And it looks like that'll be the end of it. The storm vermin are down to 10 men. 7. 6. Charged again. 3. They still refuse to surrender. And that is all she wrote. Dandelion takes the victory. Yeah, those council guardsmen, I think that they're unable to flee. I think they literally can't. Like, I think they will always fight to the death. But my lord, look at this cavalry. 14,000, 5,000, and 12,000 damage respectively. That is definitely what made the difference, with over 169, 110, and 171 kills. Those are some of the highest cavalry kills we've seen so far. Oh, and 139, my mistake, I actually missed one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's about 600 kills just from the 4 units of cavalry. That is actually just horrifying. Alrighty. In our next battle for round 2 will be between Birdman, Chill, and Seal. So it will be another Great Green Wog of mediocre boys going up against dwarves. Now, if you remember, this dwarf army actually lost to another dwarf army, so we haven't seen it actually tested against anything that's not itself. With this Thunder Barge and a lack of range, well, actually, there's plenty of range, I lied. The orcs usually don't go that way, but they did this time. I wonder if they'll be able to take out that Thunder Barge as quickly as the Iron Drakes did on the other dwarven army. All right, the map will be the Doom Reach, Nagaroth Petrified Ravine. GG though, my rats tried at least. Look, you don't play the rats because you win. You play the rats because they're the rats. You play the rats because they're the rats and you want to root for them, damn it. And that is all that matters. All right, make sure you guys get your gambles in. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the map. This does remind me, though, when we had that Kiss Slap campaign and we went up against that Doom stack of 8 fucking Thunder Barges. Do y'all remember that? Like, the 8 fucking Thunder Barges on that one AI Dwarf army, and I was like, I'm not winning this, but I have to kill as many of these Thunder Barges as possible. I ended up getting all 8 and lost, but it was so worth it. You play the rats like you play the orcs in 40k for the funnies? Exactly. All right, you got a little bit more time for these bets. All righty, we're gonna go ahead and start it up. That's a lot of points going in favor of, was it the boys? I actually didn't see it fast enough. All right, let's start. The dwarves are at a massive disadvantage here, however. Their grudge throwers will still be able to shoot, but they're stuck on the back end of a hill, which will leave them mostly blind to the greenskins. Luckily for them, those grudge throwers can go over hills. Again, one of the benefits we discussed over taking the flame cannons. Oh, so, okay, all of the points are bet on the dwarves, gotcha. Now we're waiting on this Thunder Barge to launch its harpoon. It's usually pretty good at taking out a long line of units. That orc cavalry on the left side just got hit hard by those blasting charges. And here comes Azag, who for all 4 battles he's been in so far has rushed forward, apparently bunny hopping into the enemy, and then retreating right at the beginning of battle. He's seeming to have more success this time around, making his way into the quarrelers in the back. As orc cavalry just streams from the trees, wisely used here by the orcs. Cavalry is now seeking to finish these grudge throwers on the back that have no protection. They're now crashing into the artillery. A lot of this a lot of these dwarven range units have nowhere to go. Meanwhile, they're also completely outnumbered by these orcs that are now starting to pack in. Unlike Chaos, like we saw with this army the last round, these dwarves are not up to the same standard of melee. However, this Thunder Barge is dropping plenty of bombs on these savage orcs, this giant pile of greenskins. But it is slowly being chipped away by these error boys. The dwarves are already starting to crumble. The flanks were just too much. Hey, Psycho Ninja, welcome in, how's it going? Oh, any moment now, that barge is coming down. Here it comes. And there it goes. The thunder barge is collapsed. Falling on its own unit of dwarf warriors. This might be it for the dwarves. It is. It's over. The orcs take their first win. Wow. That's crazy. The flood tactics ended up working out. Despite 202 kills from the Thunder Barge, it just was too much for that dwarven front line. Down goes the Hindenburg. Jesus Christ. Going good. Let's go. Let's go. Alrighty. Our next battle, the big one for the back end, for the losers. It is me against Gear. Alrighty, will I get a single victory this tournament? Let's find out. Hey, Pineapple, welcome in. All right, Egypt versus China. The ancient empires going up against one another. Will I be able, will their range be able to knock out my Sphinx and War Sphinx fast enough? All right, a very interesting battleground, extremely narrow. Two small choke points here. Who that could be favorable for, I have no clue. It could really go either way, it feels like. Alrighty, go ahead and get your bets in. We'll go ahead and take a look at the map. A very, very, very narrow battlefield. Oh, he dares. You know what they say, who dares wins. Alrighty, it is not a wall, however, so this will actually be really good for ranged units, which again, I do not have. So this could be a really big problem for me. However, I do have the superior melee units, the vastly superior melee units, and the ones I want on the front line are closest to the gap. Alrighty, continue to get those bats in. We'll be starting here in just about 15, 20 seconds. Y'all will not believe how many times I bit my tongue in my lip. 22,000 points on my Tomb King Holy Preeners. I hope my army is as good as confident as someone is in it. If that sentence makes sense. Alrighty. Yo! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, everyone! My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess, and I do War Thunder variety and history streams. Today, we are doing my Total War Warhammer 3 tournament, the End Times tournament, where multiple creators and chatters signed up with their own armies for the AI to battle with. You actually came just in time, Ace. It is me against Gear in the bottom bracket. Alrighty, we're just about to start. Let's get started. Alright. The Tomb Kings, my army, are again moving very slowly forwards. And it looks like a lot of Cathay's army are sitting back, trying to make use of this gap as some kind of firing range with their long-range crane gunners. Unlike their last battle, they've learned to not move them up to the front to shoot things. If Gear wins this, he loses his High Priestess, doesn't he? Debatable. All right, it's starting slow, but the crane gunners have already started firing. that superior range there is going to start making their way into these Kepra Guard. The Tomb Kings have figured out that maybe taking it slow is not the choice here. Oh my god, what is the AI doing with my army? Y'all, I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. Yeah, I'm so cooked. It was great knowing y'all. Luckily, Gear doesn't have any massive artillery. Oh wait, never mind. Yes, he does. Here it comes. This is about to deal so much fucking damage to me, I swear to God. AI is absolutely tossing for me, man. This is ridiculous. Why are you turning around? Oh my god. I am getting fucked so hard by the AI, man. Luckily for me, I do have some spellcasting units, so the Jade Warrior Halberds are taking a lot of damage there on the front. All right, my units are starting to fan out. They are focusing Cetra again, those crane gunners.
She is worse than Greek.
Yeah?
She is. May a tomb forgive me for even uttering this word. Roman.
Ew. Cathay has started its charge into these Ushabti. Not a great decision. These are extremely anti-infantry, and while weak, extremely powerful against melee, and they rush in, absolutely cleaving into that front line along with that War Sphinx. Our battle has begun in full earnest.
Wow, it's very nice.
I agree, it is nice. Cetra is taking on Miao Ying on the left side. Oh no, Cetra is already taking a lot of damage here. This War Sphinx is moving into attack Miao Ying. However, it gets held back by these Iron Hail gunners. The battle here still stays relatively even. But if Cetra dies, that could just be the end of it. And he's dead. Already he's down. A huge morale loss for the Tomb Kings already. That is so bad for me, dude. Cetra has literally killed himself twice. That is so cringe. I love watching Cetra kill himself twice. I should have put him on a War Sphinx. I tested so many times and he did not kill himself. And then both times, Cetra the fucking imperishable, it becomes very perishable. However, Miao Ying doesn't have much HP left either against this Necro Sphinx. If she's not careful, she goes down too. The Necrotect is also able to keep a lot of these units in check as he's a lord. It is just absolute chaos in this back line. Luckily for Miao Ying, she's being left alone considering these halberds are holding back this Necro Sphinx. If she were to go down, that could be the end of it. The same goes for my Necrotect. Oh, the Sphinx is wavering. Despite 4,000 HP. Oh, it holds. But for how long becomes the question. Miao Ying kills the, right before retreating, kills the Necrotect. That is huge. That's actually crazy. Her parting gift. Now she turns around. This is a very close battle despite what the bar is suggesting. But it looks like it won't matter. The Tomb Kings without any heroes or lords are going to slowly wither. And that is it. Oh, I'm completely lost, bro. Damn it. Oh, that sucks so much ass. All right, any Tomb Kings players, never fucking take Cetra. He's a fucking dumbass. Oh my god. Oh, Cetra, you fucking piece of shit. Oh, you dumb fuck. All right, well, they did so much damage, but it wasn't nearly enough. Alrighty, GG's gear. Oh my god. What's funny is, like, the Tomb Kings were supposed to have been buffed, too. It's just, the AI using heroes is so damn stupid. It's not even funny. All right, now we have Aurelia Tempress versus Nazgul. All right, so we have a unit of Dwarf Iron Drakes, a lot of them, a lot of cannons, and some Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons, going up against the High Elf Dragons, some Dragon Princes, and some Lothian Sea Guards. Really? You're gonna take my crown too? That's really mean. Yeah, the AI did fuck me over, but that's part of it. Yeah, that's both times, because I was sitting there and I was like, man, like, the cost for Cetra is, like, so expensive to put him on a War Sphinx, to where I'd, like, have to remove multiple units. To, like, I'd only have, like, 5 units total, and I was like, it's not worth it. And then, like, I did a couple test battles, and he didn't rush in and die immediately on that chariot, because he was so fast, and I was like, okay, there we go. And then both battles, he runs in, gets surrounded, and just slowly dies every single time. I didn't take Arcan because sorcerers are supposed to be kind of mid. Mounts don't make up the damage potential for the point cost. It depends on who you're putting it on. For example, Karl Franz having his flying mount, absolutely worth it. Actually, I don't know. Maybe again not, because I've seen him fly in multiple times and get absolutely cucked. All right, let's see our map. All right, we've got the Badlands Wastes. Let's go ahead and check it out. Tomarcon's probably useless without the toad. Yeah, there are some where they really need it. But I agree. I did find that, like, not giving them a mount at all, especially for something like the Tomb Kings, kept them from running in and dying. It's just that you want him to have that HP, because as we've seen here, lords without any mounts at all sometimes just get picked off by archers. So it's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. I think at the end of the day, it's just the AI fucking sucks, and Cetra's a dumbass. But that's not surprising. I mean, what did I expect out of a guy who looked at Nagash, who had just became the god of death, and said, no, I'm not becoming a servant. Cetra serves no one. And everyone's like, that's so badass, even though he instantly died. Yeah, whatever. My bad. Cetra didn't instantly die. He got turned into... His whole body got obliterated outside of his head, and then he had to watch the world end from a desert. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. All right. Our bets are in. Let's get going. All right. It looks like the elves are going to make the march. With all those cannons, they'll need to hurry. First volley's coming in fast. Some major damage already being done to the dragons. Not much on the health bar, but if they stay focused, it could cause a lot. A lot of concentrated fire. That's already Emmerich down to half health. Or rather, 2/3. Luckily for them, however, they are healing. Thanks to the Star Dragon and the Life Mage. The elves are now wisely fanning out to keep from their units taking so much damage from this gunnery all at once. However, will Emmerich really be able to make it in one piece? All of those cannons are focusing on him rather wisely. The dwarves with this two-line setup are also going to be very formidable. However, they are out of the range of the Iron Drakes and are looking to shoot Malachi before the battle really even starts. The elves are trying their best to get around the back, to hit these cannons, but again, it's going to be too late for Emmerich, who's already low, who might already be dead. There is not much of a front line for this elven army. They're having to depend on these Sea Guard to hit these units. And Iron Drakes do not care about large units. They will cause a lot of damage. Emmerich is coming back around, trying to get in range of that Life Wizard, who's probably going to cast another heal on him. Malachi has been challenged by a Star Dragon, and while having support from Iron Gunners, some Iron Drakes right next to him, he's still handedly losing. It seems, however, the Great Dwarf Weaponeers, the dwarves of the Great Weapons are having a hard time catching these Sea Guard. Oh my, it looks like Malachi and Emmerich might actually die at the same time. They're both very low. The dragons, while strong, are able to hold out a little bit against the Iron Drakes, and that's it. Malachi's already down. Somehow he didn't outlast Emmerich. This Star Dragon's now free to focus on these cannons, just as this Iron Drake unit's free to try to finish off Emmerich. Some of the cannons are still making their fire known. The Star Dragon, after all, can only focus one at a time, but it's only a matter of time before they also get chipped out. And they're not putting in enough damage. That Life Mage is putting in work keeping Emmerich in this fight. And those Sea Guard have just remained out of range of those Iron Drakes, just slowly harassing and whittling them down, even though they have thick armor. These dwarves really need Emmerich to die, and he needs to die now. And while swarmed, he just seems to just keep holding on. The dwarves are beginning to rally, however, and they have plenty of great weapons. Emmerich has completely fled the field now. He will not be returning. But so many Iron Drakes are gone. And cavalry is now hitting the last unit of untouched Iron Drakes. There still remains Imrath, who we saw the last battle is more than willing to fight to the death, including a Life Mage right next to them that can heal them up. Looks like some of these cannons are either trying to plug the gap or get back to their cannons. Looks like some have managed to do it. However, it would still seem all of these Sea Guards on the back are completely untouched and can continue to fire freely. That's it. The second dragon is down. And there's still one unit of cannons left. However, can the cannons whittle them down fast enough? Everything else is starting to buckle under the bows of these sea guards. It's definitely close. Oh, the dragon is foolishly going for the cannons instead of the 2 Iron Drake units. But arrows continue to rain in on them. That life mage is also not close enough to heal the dragon, but you can tell she's trying to make it. Is she able to heal it in time? Does she have it left? It seems to not matter. Oh, she's decided to heal herself instead. Oh, the dragon did get some of it by proxy, though. Oh, no, this infallible Imrath the Eternal might just be enough to end it. She did upcast the heal. There is not much left of the dwarves, but those great weapons are rallying. It's just, again, these archers in the back have so much range and they remain untouched. It's still not quite over. It is still anyone's battle. Some of these Sea Guard have completely run out of ammo, however, and are now moving to melee. Undoubtedly worse than the dwarf counterparts. But they do have a life mage next to them to keep them healing. Oh, that might just be it. The inability to kill Imrath. It is. It's over. The dragon's Imrath, its high leadership and inability to falter, has ended up winning the elves for the day. That is it. It is over. Oh, wow. Over 200 kills from Imrath. That is insane. Absolutely carried the army there where Imric failed. All right. We only have 3 battles left in this second round, and for tonight, our next battle is going to be Jadel's Hashit's Horde against Cubson's Pain Train. All right. Now, this is where we might see this Dreadquake Mortar put in a lot of work here. We're going to go ahead and pick out our map. And we have the Valley of Thieves in the Nehekara Desert. All right. Oh, I accidentally filled in both of these armies, I think. Oh, my mistake. It's Chaos Dwarves versus Chaos Dwarves. I didn't even realize. That's crazy. Both of which have a Dreadquake Mortar, one of which is much more powerful than the other with a Demon's Tongue. So we'll see who makes the difference here. Same idea, different compositions. Yeah, but this is a Chaos Grudge conflict, so it's different. Oh, I forgot to change the, shit. Hey, Omega, welcome in. I forgot to change the colors. Oops. We're gonna end this battle, and I'm gonna change the colors for one of the armies. Well, we're definitely going to need it. All right. So that means that Jadel's Hashit's Horde, that's what this should be. Yes. Hashit's Horde are going to be blue. So Jadal's are going to be blue. And Cubsons are going to be red. Just another simple civil war. All right, betting is over. Let's go ahead and get it started. It's gonna start off with some sort of artillery duel, and the first shots have already been fired. Like a nuclear exchange, here they come on those front lines. Boom! Massive damage on both ends. Oh, dear Lord. Somehow the weaker Dreadquake mortar had more of an effect. It just happened to hit a perfect shot on those Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Those Bull Centaur Renders are taking a little bit of damage, but it looks like the other Dreadquake is going to focus on the first one. The very little damage. Hobgoblin Wolf Riders have been absolutely obliterated by Iron Hand. Holy shit, look at that guy. Another round coming in here. The blue Chaos Dwarves are making the mistake of using their Dreadquake on another artillery unit. That's gonna come back to bite them very harshly. The Fire Glaives are opening up. All on the Sorcerer Metal Prophet. Meanwhile, we have the Chaos Dwarf Warriors meeting each other in combat. Blue versus red. The artillery duel is now, oh, a big hit on the Prophet of Metal. He actually might be dead. The Demon's Tongue actually hit him directly and it nearly killed him in one shot. That was it. That might have changed the battle entirely just now. An insane shot there. The lack of effective use of this cannon in the back is going to cause the end of the blue Chaos Dwarves. Here comes another shot. Absolutely decimating their blue counterparts. However, it would seem that Astrogoth Ironhand is stuck alone against these blunderbusses. Yo! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, everyone! My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess, and we're holding a Total War Warhammer 3 AI v AI tournament today. Thank you so much for the raid, Scorch. How was your stream? Or soon entering battle? I'm afraid you've already fought. I think you won, if I'm not mistaken. I'll be able to tell you after this battle. But welcome in, everyone. Like I said, my name's Hara Rae Sol. I have a master's in history. I work as a museum curator full-time, and we like to do history streams, virtual museum tours, play strategy and history-related games, and more. And this is currently our first ever End Times tournament, which is has a lot of submissions from other creators, such as Scorch, and others. Where the AI controls both armies. I have lost both my battles. So, it is not biased, I promised. Oh, Scorch is up next. Let's go. All right. Thank you so much for the follows, by the way. Welcome to my cult. But again, thank you for the raid, Scorch. Feel free for your raiders to grab a snack, grab a drink, kick up their feet and hang out a little bit. But don't get too comfy. I might just leave a curse on you, yeah? Alrighty. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the follows. Welcome to my humble little cult. All right. It looks like the blue dwarves have the upper hand, but can they finish off this Demon's Tongue before it's over? We already have a Frenchman that hexes us. Well, you can get an Egyptian now. Oh, wow, that is a... Did that mortar just shoot itself? That Dreadquake mortar just shot itself. It literally went up 2 feet, fell right back down on it. It looked like a North Korean space program. What did I just witness? And I think it worked. It took out the Centaur renders that were on it. I give out blessings if you offer me organs. Oh, an absolute miss there. They're trying to finish off the Sorcerer Prophet. There's not much left to it. All that's left is this Drakequake mortar, and it's going to be a tough cookie to finish cracking. Oh, an incoming shot. It's seemingly firing at anything random around it. Oh, and it is now spitting fire.
Piss on your pyramids!
Please don't piss on my pyramids. I've already lost. I'm already probably out of my own tournament. And we are on day 2. The flamethrower spitting. Does the Dreadquake have enough to turn this battle around? It's not going to take much damage from its counterpart, and if its counterpart keeps firing on its own units, it might just end the game. Oh no, the Prophet has completely fled the field. And there is very little left for them to deal with this mortar. Oh, this could be disastrous. Their own Dreadquake's gonna ruin their own blunderbusses. Oh no! This is looking really bad and extremely close. Hey, Brayden, welcome, man. Yeah, it has looked like Reds, the Red Dwarves or the Blue Dwarves cannon have done more damage to them than it has the other team. Yo! Thank you so much for the sub, Blabs Crow. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for inducting another member into my harem, but who took my crown? Rude. There is, there's not a lot left to do here. Oh, it's fresh, too. It is in no bad shape. This might end up being a Dreadquake mortar off.
But for cock and ball torture.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Toriogen. I think I said that right. Toriogen, welcome to the cold. How you doing? Oh, this is just sad. This is just sad, man. There's so few actual people left on this battlefield. Oh, it looks like Reds won it. It's over. The Red Dwarves win. All right. Jadel lost, which means Cubson takes the W with Pain Train. Congratulations. That's good content. Very interesting as a Total War Warhammer vat. I'm glad you like it. I plan on doing more in the future. I hadn't seen anyone do anything like this. So I'm planning on doing a second one when Nagash comes out and those End Times DLC finish up. And then we're definitely doing one for Warhammer 40k. And then after that, we'll start doing the history ones because I personally am a big fan of the history ones. Alrighty. We have 2 more battles tonight. Up next is Scorch's Scorched Dog Rats against Hash Brown's Puppets of Misrule. All right. All right, we got a Tzeentch versus Skaven matchup here. The big benefit for the Skaven is that there is no cavalry on this Warriors of Chaos army here. So it might be really good looking for them. Later, hi. Thanks for hanging out. All right, so start getting your bets in. We're going to randomize our map. We've got the Barrier Idols. All right, get your gambles in. Get your gambles in. Oh, I'm going to lock up again. All right. I think we've actually, no, we have not seen this map yet. There's a lot of tree cover, which might be rough for the Skaven, but there's a lot of open ground too, so who knows how this can go. Yo, Audrets, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the cult. All right, betting is about to be done. Did you accidentally make it 5 minutes again? This feels much longer than the other one. All in on the rats. Can Scorch's rats hold them off? Scorch, if you're in here, I'm curious. What made you want to go for, like, the Death Master and stuff? I've never seen anyone play, like, the Skaven, like, all, like, Death Runners and Gutter Runners and stuff. It's really cool, and I'm really happy you did it. I'm just surprised. We've had, like, 4 Skaven armies, and all of them have been vastly different. Snitch is my goat. He never misses. I did watch him absolutely destroy Rapans from Bretonia. Maybe the only Rapans that has died this tournament. Alrighty, our betting is over. Let's get the battle started. Alright. The Zinch halberds are up there. The Skaven seem to be making a very slow approach. Now, the scary part here will be these change bringers. Yo! Sheesh! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted Blabs Crow. I really appreciate it for inducting 5 more members into my harem. Thank you so much. But yeah, if you guys like Total War Warhammer 3, we've been playing a lot of it recently. I'm currently halfway through my Skaven campaign with Ikit Claw. We currently have turned Fantasy France and Fantasy Spain into one giant, large, like, southern Florida boardwalk strip mall. We got a Margaritaville, we got an Alvin's, we got a Hooters, we got a White Castle, we got everything, man. It's so funny. Oh, yeah, you did beat Dandy's Repants in round 1. You're right. I forgot about that. Nothing but improvement, sounds like. That's what I'm saying. Wow, this is a very slow approach to this battle. This one's gonna take a minute. No one's rushing because there's no long-range artillery like there has been the past few battles. Okay, let's help them out a little bit. Hold on. It's gonna take a moment. I just resort back to playing Empire. I mean, look, who doesn't like killing a bunch of stuff with, like, Hellfire volley guns? Oh, the rats are making a very interesting flank over here. Very sneaky. They're still taking forever, though. They're letting them, I guess, catch up. Oh, the first shot has been fired. Coming from that hell cannon, it's got a lot of range to work with. And the Skaven seem content with taking it slow. Oh, no, those rat ogres are just taking it to the face. Ow. AI knows ball, yeah. The AI has had moments of vast stupidity and vast intellect this tournament. Like, for example, both times that my army has played, it has run my Cetra into the enemy's backline and he has died instantly both times. Meanwhile, other times, there was an orc army with a lot of arrow boys that hid in trees until the dwarves fired all of their Iron Drake stuff and then they showed up and just rained hell on them. Oh no. That hell cannon's putting in some work. Making the AI play for the tourney is actually genius. I thought it'd be a lot easier to not only handle, but yeah, it'd be absolutely hilarious. It's been really funny. Stuff you'd think would never win have been absolutely destroying, and things that should be winning are getting fucking cooked. Like, the Sisters of Twilight have been, without a doubt, one of the worst units you could have used with the AI so far. It doesn't realize there's a shotgun use for their little, like, spell missiles. So it just keeps using the single fire ones on just regular infantry, and it does barely anything. It's so funny. All right, these rats have finally made their way up. Oh, and those change bringers are letting loose. Luckily, the rat ogres took the brunt of the force from that hell cannon. Cetra does indeed dive. Ironic his name is Cetra because it reminds me of League of Legends when my set would dunk their tank back into their back line and get absolutely blown up by the ADC 15 miles away from everyone else. The Rattling Gunners are starting their assault. For the first time ever, Rattling Gunners are actually having a clear line of fire and cooking. And they need to be cooking the Change Bringers. A really smart move by the AI, finally. We haven't seen Rattling Gunners do much of all this tournament. Oh, but it's not quite enough. Those Change Bringers are still kicking. Oh, and that Hell Cannon has the range to mess with these Gutter Runners on the flank. Oh, this is chaotic. Oh, the Marauders of Slaanesh have been absolutely covered in something. Some giant eyeball vortex is just swallowing up this right flank. The Rattling Gunners are still attempting to reposition. Deathmaster Snitch is already at half HP, not being able to really deal with Village nor this Lord of Change. However, these range units for the Skaven are just kind of free-firing. Even if the Rattling Gunners, for some reason, are failing to actually shoot, the AI is continuing to mismanage them. Seemingly unable to just give them a line of fire. Finally, one of them begins to open up. Yo! Thank you for another sub, Blabs Crow. I really appreciate it, hon. All right. Oh, Deathmaster Snitch is actually fleeing, returning, and probably about to flee again. And the Lord of Change has found the Rattling Gunners. Oh, this is looking really bad for the rats. They've got a lot of kite, but is it enough to deal with the Lord of Change and Village? Oh, Deathmaster Snitch might not have the HP nor the allies around him to finish Village. He'd have the upper advantage if he were by himself, but he's not. Oh, the Rattling Gunners. They were able to shoot for just a moment. This is looking absolutely perilous for the rats. They're having a very hard time. Snitch is surrounded, but some rat ogres are coming to help. Trying to free him up. And while this Lord of Change is hurt, he's just sticking to the ranged units on the back, keeping them from shooting. We don't need heroes? Yeah, we definitely don't. I totally didn't need Cetra earlier. Oh, no. With Snitch dead, that's it. It's over. Zinch takes the win. Oh, no, the upset. That is all she wrote for that one. That Lord of Change was just able to mess up those Rattling Gunners long enough that those really scary Chaos Warriors in the front line and the Chosen were able to just mess up that front line of the rats. But as we've seen before, and we'll probably see again, anything Orc, Rat, or Tomb King related, anything zombie related that requires heavily on their Lord crumbles so quickly and falls apart often with half their army still on the field. All right. Our last battle of the night, the win goes to Hash Brown, by the way, will be Gorilla against Baranzar Kubral. Alrighty. Gorilla Kid is once again using the Skaven and going all out on these Rattling Gunners. Unlucky for them, however, they went up against Wood Elves with a lot of cavalry last round, so they kind of got the shit end of the stick. All right. Baranzar, on the other hand, is going stereotypical dwarves with a thunder barge and actually some pretty long range quarrelers and grudge throwers, so they might be okay. Let's figure out our map. The last one of the night. All right, Empty Gut Valley. Actually, we've done this one. The Stinkin' Geysers of the Badland Wastes. All right, get your bets in, everyone. The Skaven killed something. That's a win in my book. I think it is for Skaven, too, honestly. And the AI just tells the Lord to fucking send it. Yeah, I know. I'm finding that next tournament, it is almost a requirement that you do not pick any type of army that is dependent on its Lord, or you pick a Lord that has an insane amount of HP. I think Lore Master of Sotak's been running Scarbrand and a bunch of Khorne units, and had it not been for Scarbrand being so hard to kill, they would have lost both battles. It's really funny, actually. Not because Scarbrand, like, kills everything by himself, but because Scarbrand doesn't die, all of the Khorne units will fight to the last man almost every battle. It's the same thing with Celeste's Battle Pilgrims. They just have so much leadership, they don't fall apart. Alrighty. 52,000 points for the Grumblers. You put literally anything on not the dwarves, you could win a lot if they come out on top. Sorry and stupid AI proof. I will definitely probably be going Lizardman next time. Alrighty. Still got a little bit more time for the bets. Like I said, it is heavily in favor of the dwarves. So if you want to get some channel points, probably put as much as you can in the other side. Because if the other side ends up getting the upset, you might be getting a lot of points. And you can throw chairs at me. He doesn't like that. AI dwarves are so strong, they've actually, I think, lost almost every battle they've had. Maybe in campaign, I agree, in campaign they feel impossible to beat, but somehow they have been cooked almost every time. They've won one or two, I think. We've had 4 or 5 dwarf armies, and they have gotten cooked most of the time. Alrighty, let's get started. Alrighty. Those Rattling Gunners are going to hold some really strong positions here if they're able to make it. And those Skaven Slaves will hopefully soak up a lot of the ammunition from these Grudge Throwers. However, it looks like the AI knows to focus the Rattling Guns. There's just so many Rattling Gun units. Shredder of Lustria, my beloved, yeah. He is really cool. Oh, the harpoon just direct hits Ikit Claw for half his health bar. That is the first time I've seen that harpoon be used effectively by the Thunder Barge. Absolutely crazy shot. Oh, we've got Warp Lightning coming in, and it completely misses, but those Rattling Gunners have the angle. While the Skaven Slaves are getting chewed out, these Dwarf Warriors are surprisingly holding under some absolutely serious fire. It's surprising these Rattling Gunners aren't doing as much damage as you'd expect. They're still putting in good work, but it's not nearly fast enough with how quickly these Skaven Slaves are falling apart. The rest of them just need to focus and stop moving to fight other units. Oh, the skirmish is causing trouble once again. All right, they're focusing on this Thunder Barge, which is a much better idea, and are absolutely evaporating it. It's lost half its HP in just under a couple seconds. Once again, these Thunder Barges in a group of fewer than 2 have been getting smoked lately. They are scary, but they just do not hold up. That fire concentrates fast. And just like that, it is about to be down. Oh, it's holding. Oh, no, that's it. It's done. The poison has finished it. And in the light of an exploding barge, Ikit, Claw, and the Dwarf Lord are fighting in the fire. Oh, he's getting chewed up. Ikit is getting chewed up on this back line. He's by himself. These Rattling Gunners just aren't able to do enough. They're too busy running. That might be it. Oh no. There's so much of the dwarf army still left together, and while there are still Rattling Gunners, there's no way they'll be able to finish them off at this rate. Ikit remains, however, and he is trying his best to keep his army together. Unlike Way Watchers, Rattling Gunners are not able to fire on the move. So while they are retreating, they are stopped. Ikit Claw is getting absolutely focused again by these Quarrelers. He doesn't have much left in him. And the Rattling Gunners are not focusing them himself. Oh, the Warp Lightning got canceled. Skaven Slaves are trying to cover for him. But now it's Rattling Gunners on Archers. These Quarrelers are able to take a lot of punishment, it looks like. The entire time, these Grudge Throwers have been in a perfect position to just shoot on whatever they want, though. Completely untouched. And it has absolutely taken a toll. That might be it. Everything is starting to waver for this Skaven. It's over. That's it. The dwarves take the win for the last battle of the night. Congratulations to Baron Cabral. All right, and that it will be our first 2 rounds for the day. All right, guys, we're gonna move on over to just chatting. We're gonna take a look at our round 3 pairings, and then we're gonna call it for the night. All right, everyone? All righty. All right. So we had Hash Brown win. Oh. Why did it say 0? All right. So these will be our battles come Friday of next week. We got Pancreas against Giandroid. And Stimpack against Pompano as our first 2 battles. But let's look at our standings here. Funnily enough, Pancreas No Work is at the top of our standings. With a 2-0 clear victory followed closely by Stimpack's Royal Guard. There's a lot in the mix here for 1-1, but the only ones truly out of it, or, well, not completely out of it, but looking like they're going to be out of it, are these 0-2s, which, sadly, includes my Tomb Kings. So, while rough, it is what it is. These 1-1s definitely still have a big chance. We have 2 more rounds left that we'll be doing on Friday, and then we'll be doing our second round of the tournament after this Swiss with a final stage of the top 8 cut. So, hopefully by then we'll have them sorted out. But these are our top 10 for the time being, or our top 11. Lore Master, Blue Plant, Jin, Omega, Pompano, Gian, Sister Cecilia, Baba Ross, Boy Kissers, Stimpack, and Pancreas No Work. So, I hope you guys had a lot of fun. I'm really happy that our internet didn't cut out today. My vocals are shot and I'm exhausted. So I'm gonna go take a shower and go to bed. But first, I'm gonna find someone to raid out to for you guys, and I will see you guys back here on Wednesday. Not for the tournament, but definitely for some kind of fun video game, probably War Thunder. All right. Let's see. who we can find. Alrighty. Let me see here. We're actually going to go raid Lore Master of Sotak. He's actually on right now. Yeah, he should be playing for a good minute. Alrighty, like I said, I will see all of you back here on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Until then, please feel free to check out my YouTube or my TikTok or join the Discord or my Twitter to keep up with me until Wednesday. I hope you guys had a really fun time. I had a great time and I loved seeing all the new people. I would love for you guys to come back and see you again. We play a lot of Total War around here. We play a lot of strategy stuff. And if you love history, I am your tomboy goddess. So yeah, I will see you guys then. Later, guys. Absolute smooches. Mwah.